A sudden chill spread across the battlefield, and a moment later, the darkness that had been pushed back by the sea of soft radiance seemed to grow deeper and darker, consuming the pure white light. Far away from where Rain was shivering in the cold, the King of Swords stood above a fearsome black mask that lay on the ground. The merciless sunlight was pouring from the torn veil of clouds, and so, he remained motionless, his sword still reaching toward the enemy who had turned to ash. His face was expressionless, but there was a hint of unease in his steely gray eyes. The Lord of Shadows was gone, killed not by an enemy's blade, but by his own blade. And yet, his shadow remained. A disembodied shadow was a strange sight to behold, but it was the mask that made the king wary. Laying atop the forlorn shadow, the fearsome mask stared back at him, impenetrable darkness nestling in its eyes. And then, it trembled. Almost at the same time, the blinding radiance of the incandescent white abyss dimmed. The veil of clouds repaired itself, and the space he had severed was mended, as well. Anvil was suddenly surrounded by cold darkness. The fearsome black mask rose into the air, the shadow of his slain enemy rising with it, taking shape, until it turned into a familiar figure. The Lord of Shadows looked at the King of Swords coldly, as good as new. Anvil seemed rattled for the first time in many, many years. Impossible. It was not that his enemy seemed to have come back to life after being burned to ash by the merciless sky of Godgrave, it was that his subtle, but chilling presence had somehow grown vastly more powerful, now dwarfing even Anvil's own. The mask dissolved into shadows, revealing a handsome, pale face. There was a sinister smile on the young man's lips, but his black eyes remained bitingly cold. Smiling darkly, Sunny looked at Anvin. "Oh, but it is possible, King of Swords." He raised a hand, commanding Serpent to assume the form of a black odachi, and inhaled the sweet air of the world of the living with a full chest. He felt incredible. His body brimmed with ferocious power, more power than he had ever felt before. The difference between a supreme physique and a transcendent physique was not as vast as one between a saint and a master, but it was still substantial. The other changes that he had undergone were profound enough to make up for the relative modesty of his physical evolution. He was still making sense of some of them, but other differences were quite apparent. First of all, there was the quality of his essence. It had become far more potent, overflowing with an unfathomable amount of cold, fearsome power. Second, there was the quantity of his essence. In short, it felt endless. Sunny possessed 7 cores and soul weave, so the rate at which he replenished essence had always been abnormally swift. That rate had further improved now that he was supreme, but it was not the main reason why his reserves of essence seemed inexhaustible. Rather, it was because of the way he absorbed spirit essence. Before, Sunny could passively absorb small quantities of it when surrounded by his source element. But now, he was receiving a constant flow of it from his domain, from every silent shadow resting in his soul. His connection to the silent shadows had deepened and evolved, and since there were tens of thousands of them, the influx of essence from the shadows made it almost impossible for him to exhaust it. In other words, a sovereign had access to a nearly limitless amount of soul essence for as long as they were in their domain. That explained a lot about how Anvil and Qisong were able to wield their incredible powers, as well as some of their actions during the war. But Sunny was not like them. He was quite special. In fact, he was unique. Because, unlike other supremes, he carried his domain within his soul. Therefore his domain was self-contained, and would be with him wherever he went. He did not need citadels to make it stronger, he did not need loyal followers and the faith of the people, either. All he needed was to collect the shadows of living beings by slaying them. What a frightening proposition. Sunny was scared to even imagine such power in the hands of someone who was not as reliably sane and mentally stable as he was. The most drastic change, of course, was his will. It had become a far more tangible force, now, as well as far more forceful. Sunny had known how to wield it before, but it was only after he clashed with Anvil and observed him using the will as a weapon that he truly understood how to control it. How to bend the world to his will. It would take him some time to truly master that skill, of course, as well as incorporate it into his combat technique, but he already knew enough to make use of it in a battle. There were quite a few changes of a lesser scale, too. The onyx mantle, for example, was not onyx anymore. His armor was still black, but the texture of its polished surface had changed, becoming even darker, even smoother, almost flawless. It had assumed a noble, somewhat eerie quality, as if carved from black jade. The onyx mantle had evolved, as well, becoming the jade mantle. Oh, and of course, the very nature of his soul had changed. The soul of an ascended was contained within their body. The soul of a transcended expanded beyond the body, partially fusing with the world. The vast soul of a supreme, meanwhile, could be freely unleashed upon the world via the medium of a domain, subjugating it. That was the fundamental principle of what a domain was, to begin with. And so, looking at Anvil, Sunny unleashed his soul. He manifested his domain. And as he did, the shadows across the fractured battlefield moved. Far away, an incandescent star fell from the dark sky, and a colossal explosion of white flame enveloped the dreadful figure of the queen. The two unified great armies shone with beautiful light, pushing the flood of nightmare creatures back for a few short moments. The wounded were healed, and the morale of those who had almost lost hope was bolstered. Sunny smiled. Nephi's had succeeded, as well. A profound relief flooded his heart. As much as Sunny had steeled it to accept the possibility that numerous people would die as a result of their rebellion, consumed by the nightmare spell, he was incredibly relieved to know that the worst had not come to pass. Their plan had worked. Both Sunny and Nephi's had become supreme. In fact, the two of them seemed to have attained supremacy at the same time. Nephi's was already helping the two unified armies. So, it was only proper for him to lend a hand, as well. Sunny allowed one of his shadows to separate itself from his body and dart away. Now that he was supreme, each of his shadows was deep and vast like an ocean. A few seconds later, the shadow reached its destination. And opened like a gate that led to the tranquil depths of his lightless soul. Come forth, my shadows. Sunny laughed. Look closely, King of Swords. Look and see why war can never triumph over death. As his words echoed in the darkness, a cold wind blew across the battlefield, as though death itself had let out a frigid breath. The shadows moved, and dark figures slowly rose from them like an inky black sea. There were a myriad of them, some were small, some were enormous. Some were weak, some were immensely powerful. Some were human, while most were monstrous. The army of shadows had left the peaceful stillness of his soul and entered the real world, flowing across the surface of the ancient bone in eerie silence. The shadow of Mountain King was among them. There was a legion of nightmare creatures of the forgotten shore, led by the appalling spire messenger and the forsaken knight of the ruined cathedral, and a few sleepers of the bright castle as well, led by the shadows of Haruz, Castor, and the lost companions of the first bright lord. The shadow of the soul-devouring tree towered above the battlefield, its enormous branches swaying in the wind. There was a legion of abominations from the Chained Isles, too, led by the shadows of the war maidens and the twin shadows of Solvane. The barrow wraiths Sunny had once slain while defending Rain's school from a nightmare gate were there, as well. The largest legion by far was the nightmare creatures Sunny had slain in Antarctica. Fallen Titan Goliath was among them, as well as Winter Beast. There was also the defiled Seeker of Truth, the remnant of the Jade Queen, Sibyl of the Fallen Grace, the shadows of Knight Amarin and Saint Dire Feng were there, too. There were dreadful abominations of the Tomb of Ariel there, as well. The shadows of King Dayron and Wind Flower led them, standing side by side under the sky of the Dream Realm once again. There were the shadows of various nightmare creatures he had killed while wandering the Dream Realm, forgotten by everyone. Lastly, there was a vast legion of powerful nightmare creatures whom Sunny had slain here, in Godgrave. The 6 saints of the Song army he had killed were among them, too, led by the giant with the head of a jackal. And at the head of the Shadow army, serving as its general, a taciturn knight in an intricate onyx armor sat atop a tenebrous steed, her graceful figure shrouded by a mantle of dread and darkness. The only shadow that refused to answer Sunny's call was the shadow of condemnation, which remained quietly in his soul. The rest of them, however, stirred as Saint raised her black sword. Sunny smiled viciously and looked at Anvil. Kill them all. Saint pointed her sword forward, and the sea of silent shadows surged. As it flowed forward in eerie silence, it separated into three forces. One of the three forces came to the rescue of the human armies. Nephi's had already bestowed the power of her radiant domain upon the desperate soldiers, but now, countless shadows joined the fight, obliterating the nightmare creatures of the abominable jungle. And with each creature they killed, a new shadow appeared on the surface of the dark lake within Sunny's soul, escaping it moments later to join the battle on his side. The second force descended upon the puppets of the queen, aiming to annihilate them all. The third force clashed with the remnants of the storm of flying swords, destroying them one after another. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but shiver. Even he was a little afraid of his newfound power. His power just seemed exponentially terrifying. It was like death itself. But maybe that was what it meant, to be a sovereign. Especially a sovereign carrying the power of a divine aspect. And he had no doubt that the dream realm hid many horrors that could put even his terrible power to shame. Horrors that could break him, let alone stop him. As his shadow legions were reaping lives and destroying the forces of the king and the queen, Sunny turned to Anvil with a pleased smile. Not bad for a rookie sovereign, don't you think? Anvil just stared at him coldly, a hint of unease in his gray eyes. Natural supremacy? That is impossible. How did you? Sunny chuckled. Well, if you wish to know. He took a step forward. I traveled to the very edge of the dream realm, scaled the jagged peaks of the hollow mountains, descended to a land below the underworld to seek counsel from the corpse of a forgotten godslayer, killed the shadow of a corrupted god, forged a blessed sword for an incorruptible soul, cheated death by taking my own life, and survived. Then, he looked at Anvil with dark fury and added in a low voice. But mostly, I just really wanted to kill you. I guess you just pissed me off that badly, Anvil. Grasping the hilt of his odachi, Sunny pointed it at the king of sword. So, prepare to die, bastard. Even if Anvil had been rattled by the shocking turn of events, he did not allow himself to stay in that state for more than a few seconds. After all, he had come to this battlefield to fight a sovereign. It did not matter much to him whether he had to fight Qisong or the Lord of Shadows. There was a lot Sunny had to adjust to, however. The fractured bone plane shuddered as he pushed against it with his foot. His newly found power was too vast, too tyrannical. Underestimating his own speed, Sunny failed to align his sword properly and missed Anvil entirely, crashing into him instead of beheading him with one clean, ruthless strike. Their clash caused a shockwave to tear the world apart, and Anvil was thrown dozens of meters back. The impact was truly terrible. Sunny looked down at his armor, expecting to see fractures marring the smooth surface of the jet-black jade. However, to his surprise, the mantle was entirely intact. It was Anvil's impenetrable armor that dented, instead. A vicious smile twisted Sunny's lips. You must have worked quite hard to forge this supreme suit of armor. A split second later, he was already upon Anvil, slashing down with his black odachi. His speed was so great that it seemed as if Sunny was blinking in and out of existence instead of moving across the weathered bone. Anvil still managed to deflect the blow, though, staggering back as a result. Sunny smiled. I bought my armor from a sleeper for a fistful of soul shards. Behind the smile, however, he was a little wary. Serpent's class depended on Sunny's own, but its rank depended on his mastery of shadow dance. So, it was still a transcendent titan despite Sunny already being a supreme one. Anvil's condemning sword, though, was sacred. If Sunny was not careful, his shadow could be destroyed. So, he allowed 3 of his shadows to flow down his arms and envelop Serpent, instead, augmenting both its power and its resilience. It was only then that Sunny considered his current state. His original body had been destroyed, so only the 7 incarnations remained. It was a strange reversal. Before, he had been a human who needed to spend essence in order to turn into a shadow, but now being a shadow was his natural state. Instead, he needed to spend essence to assume the shape of a human. The expenditure was minuscule compared to the unfathomable rate with which he replenished essence, but it was still a curious fact. In any case, one of his shadows was serving as a gate for the Silent Legion, 3 were augmenting Serpent, and 3 were serving as his body now. Which meant that he was still 3 times stronger than Anvil, more so, really, since the Shadow Realm fragment was empowering him. The King of Swords stood no chance, it was as if their roles had been reversed. Sensing the gap but remaining indifferent to it, Anvil grasped the hilt of his sacred sword with both hands and looked at Sunny somberly. "You talk too much." Sunny grinned as he raised the black odachi. "That's because I have a lot to say." They clashed once again, moving with stunning speed. This time, Anvil was the one to lash out with his sword, empowering his attack with razor-sharp will, just like he had done before to cut Sunny's courage, determination, and hope. However, this time, his cold will clashed with Sunny's own. And although Sunny was new to wielding his will in a battle, he managed to resist Anvil's ruthless strike unscathed. His grin widened. "Now, then. Let me get a few things off my chest." As the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a chillingly cold expression, he exploded into a whirlwind of darkness. The clangor of steel roared above the fractured bone plane, and the ancient bone itself groaned, huge chunks of it plummeting into the black smoke veiling the burning hollows below. Sunny unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Anvil, suppressing him and pushing him back. "Where should I start?" He cut down, used the momentum of his deflected attack to close in, and rammed the King of Swords with his shoulder. Anvil let out a pained grunt. "First of all, you are a rotten bastard. Even worse, you are also an utter fool. Did you really think that strangling your heart and turning yourself into an emotionless tyrant would save you from the curse of your flaw? That you would not lose anything if you did not care about anything?" Anvil caught the black blade of the serpentine odachi in a bind, but Sunny lowered his hands and easily overpowered him, circling the sacred sword and pushing his own up. Anvil leaned back at the last moment, but a long cut was still left on his cheek, swelling with blood. "That is the entire reason you lost everything, you vile fool. If you were not such a sorry excuse of a father, your children would not have grown to despise you. And if you were not such a failure as a ruler, your subjects would not have turned their back on you. All of this mess is your doing. One foolish man has almost destroyed the world. Bastard, are you proud of yourself?" Anvil did not respond, straining to survive in the onslaught of lethal attacks. Maybe engaging in a conversation was a luxury he could not afford at the moment, perhaps he simply did not care. His cold gray eyes were calm and focused. Sunny snarled, thrusting his odachi forward to destroy one of the red runes glowing on the surface of Anvil's armor. Secondly, damn, where do I even begin? Stifling humanity's growth to prevent more gates from opening? Suppressing and eliminating our most talented warriors to stop them from becoming saints? Abandoning billions of people to die because trying to save everyone seemed less likely to succeed? Starting a bloody damn war against fellow humans instead of aiming your precious swords at the nightmare creatures? You scum, that was your grand strategy? That was the best you could do? He growled and took a step forward instead of taking a step back to avoid the falling blade of Anvil's sword. Catching it on his odachi, Sunny pulled both blades downward and slammed his elbow into Anvil's face, feeling with great satisfaction something give under his titanic blow. As Anvil staggered back once more, blood flowing from his nose, Sunny looked at him with murderous madness burning in his black, terrifying eyes. And lastly, he aimed his odachi at Anvil's heart. "Bastard, what nonsense were you spouting about forging Nephice into a flawless sword? How fucking unhinged are you, you piece of trash? Come on, say it again. I dare you. Say it one last time before I pull your tongue out, cut it, and then feed it back to you. I'm listening." The black odachi lashed out once again, throwing Anvil to his knees. Bloodied and reeling, the King of Swords looked up at Sunny and smiled. Their clash had been swift, but violent. However, it was also a bit one-sided, which left Sunny wanting more. Well, there was no helping it. As much as he would have wanted to break the King of Swords slowly, now that he was a supreme, the imbalance of power between them was simply too great. It was not only because Sunny was a supreme titan while Anvil was a supreme beast, or because of the fact that Sunny wielded a divine aspect, it was also due to the fact that Anvil's powers were both undermined and severely suppressed. His aspect was one of a craftsman and enchanter, as well, only loosely tied to combat. Anvil's armor and sword had flared with various potent enchantments while they fought, but Sunny was powerful and resilient enough to shrug the effects off. It was almost like Anvil's own strategy during the war. Nothing was of use in the face of overwhelming strength. And there were 6 incarnations of Sunny, while Anvil was alone. So, the King of Swords looked quite battered by now. Many of the runes glowing on his armor had been destroyed, and the armor itself was slow to repair itself after enduring numerous blows. His face was bloodied, and his hair was wet with sweat despite the chilling cold. Even his sacred sword was nicked, its blade damaged in several places. Nevertheless, Anvil did not seem disturbed. Instead, creepily enough, his smile seemed genuine when he looked up at Sunny. "What is this bastard smiling about?" Anvil remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in a hoarse voice. "You can mock me all you want, Lord of Shadows. But, look, isn't my masterpiece beautiful?" With that, he turned his head and looked into the distance, where the towering figure of the queen was staggering after enduring the annihilating shockwave of an awful explosion. As Sunny's face contorted in a wrathful grimace, he added, "She has surprised me once more. She is complete." Far away, Nephi's had descended from the godless sky like a falling star. The darkness welcomed her with a soothing cold, and a split second later, she collided with the colossal vessel of the queen, her flames blossoming into a terrifying explosion. This time, the titanic creature actually staggered. More importantly, the burns on its flesh did not disappear immediately. In that short moment when Kisong was reeling, Nephis looked to the spot where Sunny had been kneeling, on the verge of being killed by Anvil. Her radiant figure suddenly shone even brighter. "He's alive." A sense of profound relief washed over her. Nephis had been scared that she would be late, but the Lord of Shadows did not need her help. Not only had he survived, but he had also achieved the same feat as her. He had broken the barrier preventing them from attaining supremacy and became a sovereign. The sovereign of light, the sovereign of shadows. With the two of them becoming supreme against all odds, victory was all but assured. "We've won?" She allowed herself to bask in that startling realization for a moment, then strangled it ruthlessly. Arrogance was a deadly poison. Sure, it seemed like Anvil and Kisong, who had been weakened by their nefarious plot and by battling each other, were at a dire disadvantage against the usurpers, but it was in these last moments when victory seemed so near that one could touch it when countless warriors had perished, lulled into complacency by the illusion of safety. Nephis was not going to make the same mistake. Some distance away, the two great armies were shining with the radiance of her newly established domain. The darkness stirred, and countless shadows rose from its depths, descending upon their enemies. Nephis thought that she saw a few familiar figures among the Dark Legion, but her mind soon wandered back to her enemy. The queen had regained her balance in mere moments and froze, studying her with the eerily empty canvas of the golem's featureless face. "Supremacy?" Instead of answering, Nephis raised the blessing and delivered an annihilating strike. She had nothing to say. Her soul had been destroyed and then rebuilt countless times, and the cores she had sacrificed were now whole again. So, in the end, she did not have to use the ruin trait of the blessing, at least for now. She was not that desperate yet. But there was still a problem. Even now that the blessing had become a supreme blade, channeling supreme soul flame, the damage it dealt was not significant enough to seriously harm the colossal flesh golem. What's more, the queen could transfer all harm to her countless puppets, and although they were being destroyed by the Legion of Shadows, they had not been destroyed yet. Nephis needed a different way to attack the queen, a more monstrous attack, and one that could be sustained instead of being momentary. Landing on the ground, Nephis looked up at the harrowing creature that she needed to destroy. She could not even see all of it from that angle because of how immensely tall the titanic flesh golem was. She was like a speck of dust in front of a mountain, full of resolve to bring the mountain down. Lowering her head, Nephice took a deep breath, or went through the motions of doing so, rather, since her current form neither had lungs nor needed to breathe. She was still in the form of the spirit of light. Her radiant figure was like a vessel that struggled to contain an ocean of furious flame. And as the queen leaned down to crush that vessel, Nephice looked up with cold contempt, unleashing the flame. Allowing the thin barrier of the human-like form to dissolve into pure radiance, thus assuming her true transcendent form. An unimaginable, roaring mass of white flame escaped from her disappearing figure, rising to meet the queen. The flames moved with purpose and intent, like a living creature, the billowing cloud of them constantly shifting and dancing in the vast darkness of the fractured battlefield. The darkness reeled back in fear. The vessel of the queen was more than a kilometer tall, and so, the mass of white flames rose to be more than a kilometer tall. It fell upon the titanic creature, burning it. And then enveloped it whole. Out there on the battlefield, Sid rolled, evading the maw of the grotesque nightmare creature she and Felice were fighting. The abomination moved on the edge between the radiance emanated by the human army and the deep darkness that surrounded it, its shape both hulking and indescribably frightening. The situation had vastly improved after the miraculous flames enveloped the desperate soldiers. Awash in pure light and empowered by its brilliance, they cast their despair away and threw themselves into the battle with renewed vigor. Not only had they become stronger, but their wounds would also heal and disappear without leaving a trace. It was as if they were immortal. An immortal army of hundreds of thousands of awakened, could there be anything more terrifying? The endless flood of terrifying abominations suddenly did not seem so fearsome anymore. But therein lay the problem, while it felt like the soldiers had become immortal, they had not. They recovered from dire wounds in mere moments, but if a person was outright killed or torn to pieces, even the miraculous flames would not save them. So, the battle was far from being over, and survival was still not guaranteed. That was why Sid cursed as she scrambled to evade the lunging nightmare creature. However, the nightmare creature never reached it. A chilling wind blew across the battlefield, and the shadows moved. In the next moment, the lunging beast slammed into the ground, convulsed, and let out a frightened wail. Something massive was in the darkness behind it, pinning it to the ground, hurting it. As Sid watched in stunned horror, the colossal abomination was dragged into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Its wail was cut off abruptly. All she saw out there was a glimpse of a terrifying beak, a mess of gaunt limbs, and a mass of black feathers. A deep fear that she thought she had forgotten rose from the depths of her heart and grasped it with icy claws. Looking at Felice, Sid shivered and said, her stunned voice full of disbelief. Spire messenger? It was a spire messenger? What was one of those cursed things doing in Godgrave? At the same time, all around the battlefield, the silent legion of shadows descended on the spawns of the Scarlet Jungle. A harrowing massacre unlike anything the seasoned warriors of the great armies had seen before began, washing the white bone in blood. In one corner of the battlefield, Revel was kneeling on the ground, pale and weak from paying the price for having gone against her flaw to join the battle in daylight. She could barely move. Before she was swallowed by a towering great abomination, though, the shadow of a giant with the head of a jackal slammed into it, and the shadow of a monstrous wolf-like warrior sank its fangs into the creature's throat. Her eyes widened. Somewhere else, Saishan, Cassie, and Moonveil were fighting side by side. The latter had recovered from her wounds thanks to the white flames, but was still a bit dazed. As they were besieged by a swarm of grotesque spider-like monstrosities, twin shadows of a stunningly beautiful woman cut into the swarm, tearing the abominations apart. All around the battlefield, the soldiers watched in awe and terror as the eerie legion of silent shadows flowed out of the darkness like a river, slaughtering their enemies. Most of the shadows were just as dreadful as the nightmare creatures that besieged the radiant army, and yet there was no mistaking who commanded them. The Lord of Shadows. It was hard not to realize that it was the sinister Sellsword Saint who had summoned the Dark Legion from the depths of some forgotten hell, considering that his famous Echo was leading the silent charge, galloping atop the dreadful steed as her black blade rose and fell, reaping the lives of powerful abominations like Death's own scythe. Two furious crimson flames burned behind the visor of her helmet and a trail of severed bodies was left in her wake. The graceful Knight of Darkness was not the only being whom the soldiers recognized, though. All across the battlefield, those who had been in the Antarctic center during the Chain of Nightmares faltered for a moment, looking up at the towering figure of the fallen Titan, Goliath. The Fire Keepers and the Handmaidens caught glimpses of the nightmare creatures of the Forgotten Shore. Others were terrified to see the hulking figures of the dreadful abominations who had been slain in front of their eyes during the conquest of Godgrave. It was as if the gates of the land of the dead had been opened. There were many instances like that, instilling the soldiers with relief, gratitude, and fear in equal parts. Even knowing that the Silent Legion belonged to the Lord of Shadows, it was hard not to fear it, and fear him, as well. At a certain spot on the battlefield, Rain let out a long sigh and lowered her tachi for a moment. Tamar was looking around with a pale face by her side, while the Feather Knight stared at a bizarre figure that moved across the sky in the distance, half obscured by the vast whirlwind of flying swords. It's Winter Beast. Her voice was full of wariness and loathing. Rain gave her a long look, and then forced out a smile. Don't worry. I am quite certain that these things won't hurt us. They belong to my brother, I think. Tel and Tamar turned to her with similarly confused expressions. You brother? You have a brother? Rain coughed and scratched the back in embarrassment. Yes. Actually, you already met him. Tamar raised an eyebrow. I did? Noticing another nightmare creature barreling towards them, Rain raised her tachi. Yeah. My brother, he is the rest of her sentence drowned in a bestial howl of the lunging abomination. Far away, the colossal vessel of the queen was being consumed by the dancing mass of white flames. She clawed at her own flesh trying to extinguish the fire that was consuming her, but to no avail. The flesh golem was being annihilated by the fire faster than Qisong could repair its flesh. At the same time, Nephice was healing her soul faster than Qisong could destroy it. Until the queen shifted strategy, transferring the damage dealt to her vessel away. Almost instantly, countless puppets across the battlefield ignited like torches and turned to ash. A moment later, even more burned, and a moment after that, even more. It did buy Qisong some time, allowing her to unleash the full power of her insidious aspect upon Nephice and temporarily catch up to her in their vicious battle of attrition. There were not that many of her puppets left on the battlefield, though. And even those that remained were being swiftly burned by the flames and slaughtered by the shadows. She is complete. Sunny traced Anvil's gaze and remained motionless for a few moments, looking at the towering figure of the queen's vessel, which was enveloped by white flame like a gargantuan pyre. Her dead flesh was burning. Sunny's pale face was illuminated by the distant light of Nef's transcendent form. Looking at her, he took a deep breath and forced his murderous anger to subside. His expression turned cold and somber. Glancing at Anvil, he remained silent for a bit, and then said with a hint of disdain in his voice. You see, this is your root problem. A failure of imagination, or ambition, perhaps. Taking a step forward, Sunny pressed the tip of his odachi against Anvil's neck. Nephice? Complete? She is not complete, Anvil. She won't be complete until she becomes divine. Unlike you and the other two ghouls, she will not surrender until she conquers the nightmare spell entirely. That, in the end, is your sin. That is the reason why you don't deserve to sit on the throne of humanity, and she does. That is why you must die. Anvil glanced at him with a dark smile. Funny, isn't it? Sunny's expression grew colder. And what, exactly, do you find so funny? Anvil shrugged. She is just like her father, in that regard. But I think that she resembles her mother much more, instead. Sunny took a deep breath, holding himself back. There was a reason why he was wasting time conversing with Anvil instead of simply finishing him off, of course. It was not because Sunny had suddenly developed a fondness for villainous monologues, although he would lie if he said that giving Anvil a piece of his mind had not felt good. No, it was because Sunny had to get something out of Anvil before the King of Swords met an ignoble end. There was something he had to know. He exhaled slowly. Right, you bastards killed Broken Sword, as well. Was that also for the greater good? Andal's eyes darkened. You should know by now why he had to die, Lord of Shadows. All of this could have been avoided if not for that selfish man's folly. Sunny smiled faintly, suppressing the desire to cut off the king's self-righteous head. Controlling his expression, he said. Enlighten me. Andal let out a sigh and calmly looked Sunny in the eye. It was because he absorbed Weaver's forbidden lineage, of course. Our hands were tied the moment he did. Sunny allowed himself to frown slightly, pretending to be clueless. As far as everyone was concerned, even Cassie and Nephi's, he was the heir of Shadow God. No one knew that Weaver's blood flowed in his veins, instead. Andal would not know, either. He raised an eyebrow and asked, hiding how vital knowing the answer to that question was to him. And why was that so important? What was it about Weaver's lineage that made you betray your comrade? To kill your own leader? Andal smiled coldly. Children, you don't know anything, do you? Well, no surprise. Some things are not meant to be known by mere mortals. As the hurricane of swords above them shifted, numerous blades changing direction, he leaned forward a little and asked. Why did Broken Sword have to die? Let me ask you a question instead, Lord of Shadows, have you ever been to the Chained Isles? You should have. Why did the gods destroy Hope's kingdom and imprison her in the ivory tower? This time, Sunny's frown was genuine. He hesitated for a few moments, and then responded in a subdued voice. Because demons were their flaw. Andal chuckled. Indeed, demons were the flaw of the gods. Because demons were children of the forgotten god. Sunny drew a breath as Andal shook his head and continued. And yet, the gods did not punish and imprison all 7 demons. Only Hope. Why was that? Sunny hesitated with the answer. I'm not sure. I heard once that it was because she was the only demon who was worshipped by humans. Andal looked at him with a grim resignation and nodded, not paying attention to the blade of the Odachi that had cut into his neck. Yes. It was because Hope was the only demon who was benevolent toward humans, those who carried the sparks of the original desire. She came to live among them, cared for them, and bestowed gifts upon them. As a result, she was beloved by humans, worshipped by them. His voice turned heavy and dark. But she was a daughter of the forgotten god. She carried the lineage of the forgotten god. And therefore, everyone who worshipped her, was worshipping the forgotten god. Was propagating his name, his divinity, and his power. And the more they did. Sunny's eyes widened slowly, but Andal did not seem to notice, continuing in the same stark tone. The more he stirred in his slumber, coming closer and closer to awakening. That was why the gods destroyed the kingdom of Hope and imprisoned her. That was why they had forbidden the demons from siring offspring, as well. And that is why Weaver's lineage, created in secret, is an abominable curse that should never have existed. He gritted his teeth. The forgotten god is closer to awakening today than he has ever been. Now, then, imagine if Broken Sword, the most revered hero of humanity, was allowed to build a vast and powerful domain while carrying that abominable curse. How many humans would have known him, loved him, and worshipped him? What would have happened then? Sunny shivered, feeling his mind go blank for a moment. He did not know what to answer, he did not want to know the answer. He would not have answered if not for the pain of his flaw, which forced him to be honest even if he wished to deceive himself. Feeling something cold permeate his chest, he said slowly. The forgotten god would have grown more aware of reality. Or maybe even awakened from his slumber completely. Hearing his words, Andal smiled darkly. Yes. Now, you know, that is why we killed Broken Sword. Because an heir of Weaver must never be known, must never be loved, and must never be worshipped by humanity. Must never be known. Must never be loved. Must never be worshipped. Sunny stared at Andal, no emotion showing itself on his face. A deep, boundless darkness nestled in his eyes. Far above them, all around them, numerous flying swords rustled as they slowly assembled into a gargantuan dome. Sunny looked up, then sighed deeply. Good thing I became fateless, then. The world had forgotten him, after all. Nobody could love him. Because nobody could know him. Not truly, anyway. As the full weight of that realization settled on his heart, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There, the titanic vessel of the Queen was being consumed by fire. The distant radiance of the stunning white flames illuminated his face, but failed to dispel the shadow drowning his eyes. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to the ground. And good thing I had always shied away from the spotlight. He had been pushed to hide the full extent of his power by the very nature of his aspect, staying in the shadows and avoiding being noticed, let alone known. Unlike Broken Sword, who had been the most renowned and revered warrior of humanity, Sunny used to be seen as merely a supporting character of someone else's story. It was as if fate had been guiding him to this moment from the very first day. It had both led him to the forbidden lineage of Weaver and given him the necessary tools to escape its curse. Even without knowing the reason why the weave had been forbidden, Sunny mostly managed to avoid paying the price for receiving its incredible boons. Earning a true name in the first nightmare, possessing a divine aspect, finding a lineage memory, and accomplishing all his astonishing feats, anyone else would have become a venerated champion of humanity, but Sunny had hidden himself well. He detested the idea of being called a hero, anyway, so staying in the shadows suited his tastes far more. Nephi's could stay in the spotlight for both of them. There was a small problem, though. Sunny had done well in the past, but currently, he was not doing that great as far as remaining unnoticed went. In fact, he really messed up. Sleeper Sunless, Awakened Sunless, and Master Sunless were all obscure and seemingly insignificant figures. The Lord of Shadows, however, was quite infamous. Worse than that, he was poised to become a sovereign. His renown would explode and spread throughout both worlds, surpassing even that of Broken Sword. Because Broken Sword, despite all his accomplishments, had been a mere saint in the public's eye, the first and the most powerful of all human saints at the time, but still only a transcendent. Sunny, however, was a demigod now. Not only was he a demigod, but he was also the only equal Nephi's, the shining star of humanity, had. Her counterpart, most powerful ally, and rumored lover as well. In other words, he had entered the stage, and the spotlight, in a manner that was impossible to conceal. Once the war was over, billions of people would come to know him, and although it was doubtful that he would be beloved by many, he would definitely be feared, revered, and worshipped by all. The soldiers of the two great armies would return home to spread the tales of his terrifying power and merciless blade. They would also be full of gratitude since he had saved countless lives. And his fame would only grow from there. Ah! How troublesome. The future was not entirely grim, though. There was a silver lining, as well. It was that Sunny's domain did not depend on people. He only needed shadows, and shadows, unlike humans, did not carry the sparks of the original desire in their souls. Shadows did not even have souls, really, so being worshipped by them would not bring about the end of the world. So, Sunny did not have to cripple his power if he wished to avoid disturbing the slumber of the forgotten god, who would swallow all of existence if awakened. Which was good, because they were going to need all the power they could get. He only needed to disappear into the shadows again, somehow. Hypocrite. Shaking off his reverie, Sunny looked at Anvil with a calm, cold expression and said in a measured tone. I really hate hypocrites like you the most, Anvil. You say that Broken Sword had to be killed to prevent humanity from worshipping him, and yet, you sovereigns managed to hide your own existence for almost 2 decades, all in order to contain Asterion. Why was it that you could hide, but Broken Sword had to die? He shook his head in contempt. No, just admit it. Be honest for once. You killed him because you hated him. As simple as that. Anvil smiled coldly as Sunny raised a hand, having removed it from the hilt of his odachi. What do you even know about hatred, boy? With that, his presence exploded with tyrannical power, and the storm of swords around them froze, numerous blades assembled into gargantuan runes. The runes ignited with vermilion radiance, and Sunny suddenly found himself awash in a blood-red glow. As Anvil moved his hand, a single harrowing blade fell from the sky, and the sky itself seemed to follow. A hurricane rose, the wind howling deafeningly as it swirled around them, and as the falling sword plummeted from the heights, its dreadful sharpness seemed to grow exponentially keener with each glowing ring of runes that it pierced. Until it seemed sharp enough to cut the fractured bone plane, sever the floor of the burning hollows, and part the sea of ash below. Of course, first, it would pierce Sunny first. Looking up, Sunny grasped the memory that he had summoned a moment before and raised his hand higher. The severing sword fell on him in a furious maelstrom of wind. The powerful gale raised a cloud of ash into the air, and by the time the ash settled, Sunny was still standing in the same spot, unmoved and entirely unscathed. There was a small stone lantern in his hand, its gate wide open. Lowering it, he slowly closed the gate with his thumb. Anvil's eyes widened. How did you withstand that attack? Above them, the runes lost their glow, and countless flying swords crumbled into a river of scarlet sparks. Sunny smiled. I did not withstand it. I simply sent your sword into the Shadow Realm. Why should I overcome your great power when I can escape it with a little trick, instead? The smile drained slowly from his face. Now, then. The black Odachi lashed out, sinking into Anvil's flesh. Sunny's expression turned dark and chilling. This is for the soldiers of the First Evacuation Army and the people of Falcon Scott, whom you abandoned to death. Samara, Dorn, Bell, and countless others. Remember their names, bastard. The King of Swords managed to avoid a fatal blow, but Sunny was already delivering another slash. Anvil tried to deflect it with his vambrace, but failed. Red blood flowed onto the white bone, and a severed hand fell onto the ground. This is for the soldiers who died here in Godgrave, fighting in your senseless war. Each and every one of them was a person, Anvil, not a statistic. None of them had to die. Though I doubt that a monster like you would care. Anvil did not react to losing a hand and instead staggered back in an attempt to retreat. But there was no escape from Sunny. The black Odachi bit deep into Anvil's thigh, leaving a dreadful wound on it. More blood splattered onto the surface of the ancient bone. This is for Nephice, whose childhood you destroyed. You cruel, vicious thug, did you have fun tormenting a child? Taste some torment from me, then. Gritting his teeth, Sunny kicked Anvil in the wounded thigh and watched him fall to his knees. A rain of swords plummeted from the sky to destroy Sunny, but a great wave of shadows rose from the ground and turned into an impregnable wall, preventing them from interrupting him. He took a deep breath. And this is for me. This is for all the suffering I had to go through because of you, and others like you. Many things had changed about him, but one of them remained the same. Sunny. Sunny never forgot his grudges. Looking at the kneeling king with cold contempt, he raised his Odachi and prepared to deliver the final strike. For the first time, a clear emotion ignited in Anvil's eyes. Anger, reluctance, despair. He struggled to stand up, blood flowing down his mangled armor. You can't kill me. Nephice, she is the one who. Sunny struck down without waiting to hear the rest. The black blade of his serpentine Odachi passed through the king's neck without meeting much resistance, and a severed head rolled to the ground. The iron crown slipped off and fell onto the bloodied bone with a rattle. Anvil's body swayed, and then toppled heavily in the clangor of steel. Far above, all of the remaining swords dissolved into a storm of sparks, and for a moment, it seemed as if the sky was aflame with scarlet light. It was really a breathtaking sight. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but remember the crimson tapestry of polar lights above Antarctica. As the sparks disappeared, he took a deep sigh and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Sunny said quietly, "Find peace within me, even if it's more than you deserve, bastard." This was the mercy of Shadow. Far away, the colossal vessel of the queen crumbled, its flesh burned away by the furious mass of white flames. The river of blood that had been contained within it boiled as it escaped. A billowing, scorching cloud of crimson vapor obscured the world, and in that haze, the flames condensed to form a beautiful figure. She seemed to be woven out of pure radiance, her silhouette both vague and blinding. Her incandescent sword fell without mercy, parting the river of blood. A sound that resembled both the murmur of a vast sea and an agonized groan rolled over the fractured battlefield. Hundreds of puppets were severed, and countless more turned to ash. Nephi's pursued her enemy, her sword and her will relentless. An enemy like her was a fearsome obstacle for the queen. After all, the queen held authority over blood and decay, while Nephi's possessed no blood in her transcendent form, and could resist decay with her flames. Her soul was still susceptible to the insidious influence of Qisong's aspect, but thanks to the blessing, her power only grew in proportion to how badly her soul was damaged. That is why Nephi's had chosen to fight Qisong, the stronger of the two sovereigns, while relying on Sunny to face Anvil. That was why she was winning. She was going to kill the queen soon. How strange. Even focused entirely on the battle, Nephi's found herself distracted by the reality of what was transpiring. She had spent most of her life waiting for this moment. Waiting for revenge. From the moment the Immortal Flame clan fell into neglect and obscurity until now, she always knew that she would kill the traitors who had ruined her family one day. Her hatred of the sovereigns did not originate from one source, from one fateful injustice. Instead, it was born from 1,000 unforgivable grievances that she had endured growing up, the hideous trauma of the violence perpetrated against her as a child, the deaths of the loyal servants who had chosen to remain with the falling clan despite the danger, the subtle look of defeat and despair that appeared on her grandmother's stoic face from time to time, when she thought that no one was watching. All of this and more. So much more. That was why Nephi's had expected to feel a storm of emotions when the day of her vengeance finally came. An unbearably bitter, but indescribable sweet feeling of bloodthirsty glee, a fury beyond anything she could ever imagine. But now that her goal was so close, she found herself feeling surprisingly little. It was partially, mostly, perhaps, because her feelings had been burned away by the cleansing ruthlessness of her flaw. But it was also because killing the sovereigns had never really been her true goal. The sovereigns, odious as they had become, were merely a symptom of the larger curse that plagued the world. The world itself was the problem. The children who died in the throes of the first nightmare. The adults who grew up to become callous and heartless, twisted by the fear of falling asleep. The nightmare gates that opened near parks and schools, the frenzied monster that roamed the streets looking for prey. The incalculable loss and sorrow that countless people felt every day. The nightmare spell. The sovereigns might have killed her father and obliterated her clan, but it was the nightmare spell that had created the sovereigns. It was also the nightmare spell that had taken her mother and grandfather away along with an entire continent. That was what Nephi's had once believed, at least. Now, she wasn't even sure if the nightmare spell was the cause, or merely another symptom. In any case, disposing of the sovereigns was just a stepping stone to reaching her true goal. She was not a trembling child to whom the three supremes were like unfathomable monsters anymore. She had outgrown them, still. Nephi's had hoped to feel something, at least. If not for her own sake, then at least for her father's. But reality was cruel. Just like Nephi's was cruel. As her searing sword cut the river of blood, annihilating some of it, the number of puppets continued to dwindle. Until there was none left. And then, the moment she was wary of came. Far away, in the midst of the great unified army, Cassie staggered and screamed. Then, her flesh started to blacken, as if it was being burned from the inside. Nephi's could not see it, of course, because of the distance separating them, but she could feel her friend's desire for relief from the terrible agony through the connection they shared due to her domain. As Cassie burned, her crumbling body was enveloped by a beautiful white radiance and healed. Only to be burned again the next time Nephi's brought her sword down on the dwindling river of blood. And as her delicate body was destroyed and rebuilt, a tiny drop of the queen's blood coursing through her veins, mixed with her own, was annihilated, a tiny drop, but not all of it by far. The queen spoke to her then. "Don't you feel pity for your friend?" Did she? Nephi's wasn't sure that she did. That she was capable of feeling anything, anymore. But then, finally, an emotion came. It was not fury, not bloodlust, and not the dark glee of being close to exacting her vengeance. Instead, it was compassion. It was concern and worry for her friend. It was also relief of being able to feel anything at all. Nephi's did not seem to have lost all of her humanity, in the end. Perhaps her efforts to ground herself in human things and passion had not been in vain, after all. I'm sorry, Cassie. Descending upon the queen in a storm of flame, Nephi's continued to cause her friend indescribable pain and heal her. Can you feel it, Queen Song? Your daughters have turned their backs on you. Your callousness has driven even them away, and now, they are a part of my domain. It wasn't all of them, just yet. But Saishan was the key. With her choosing her sisters over her mother, Moonveil had followed. Beastmaster, as well. The rest would fall behind their eldest sister, too. Boiling and seething, the greatly diminished river of blood rippled and coalesced into a human figure. Qisong looked at Nephi's, a pale smile illuminating her beautiful face. Are you saying this to shake my resolve? Nephi shook her head. I just want to see if you care about them at all. The blessing lashed out once again, scorching the ancient bone and forcing Qisong to retreat. Beastmaster was barely alive when I healed her. Moonveil was dying, she would have been dead by now, if not for me. Their mother led them to their deaths, while their enemy saved them. Isn't that ironic? Even as we speak, my flames are permeating them, granting them power. However, her voice grew cold. My flames can both create and destroy. Now that they are a part of my domain, do you think I can burn them to ash, instead? Shall we see? The smile on Qisong's face turned brittle. Are you threatening to kill my daughters, Nephi's? Instead of answering, Nephi lunged forward and pierced her with the incandescent blade of the blessing. Far away, a terrible wound opened on Cassie's chest, and she fell to her knees, her flesh being burned and blackened, then mended by the white flames. Nephi felt a new emotion. It was anguish. This battle of theirs was going to end soon. She said calmly. No. I am promising to keep them alive. As long as you don't retreat from this battlefield until one of us is dead. The queen had to have other puppets hidden in secretive places. Even if Kai had managed to destroy those that had been left in Ravenheart, there would have been more elsewhere. And since any of them could serve as Qisong's primary vessel, the only way to kill her was to make sure that she chose to fight to her death. The only weakness the queen had was her daughters. Her love for them, no matter how twisted, was her flaw. And Nephi was not above using that flaw to destroy her. Qisong raised a hand and grasped the scorching blade of the blessing, looking at the beautiful spirit of light in front of her with her eerie dead eyes. Do you think you can kill me here, Nephi? Nephi channeled her flames through the blessing, knowing that Cassie was screaming somewhere far away. Did you think that you could kill my father? As Qisong pulled her closer and thrust her pale hand into the incinerating radiance of Neph's transcendent form, shredding her soul with her will, Nephi asked evenly. Did you think that you could destroy the immortal Flame Clan? The two of them stood still, ravaging each other. Did you think that the end justified the means? That all your sins would be forgiven, as long as you had one? There was one more emotion, now. A strange, childish sense of hurt and resentment. Then why didn't you win? If only you had won, then I wouldn't have to. I wouldn't be suffering all this pain because of you. Somewhere far away, the last of the queen's blood evaporated from Cassie's veins. The blind seer curled on the ground, shuddering, tears streaming down her blackened face. Moments later, the soft radiance erased the terrible burns, restoring her exquisite beauty. But the echoes of pain in her eyes remained. Qisong slowly shook her head, her smile slowly crumbling. You don't even know what you are unleashing, child. And then? She burned. She burned and burned, disappearing into the merciless flames. But until the very Sunny stood above Anvil's corpse, looking silently into the distance. The battlefield had grown eerily quiet, at some point. The storm of swords was gone. The sea of dead puppets had been eradicated, as well. Now, his shadows were finishing off the remaining nightmare creatures of the jungle, and the few great ones whom he had brought here himself, as well. The battle was all but over. And with it, the war was all but over too. A deep sigh escaped from his lips. The sovereigns are no more. Well, 2 of them were no more, at least. The third one still remained somewhere out there, shrouded in mystery. But that was a problem for another day. Come to think of it, we are the sovereigns now, instead. Sunny could not quite fathom that everything had ended just like that. He had been preparing for this battle for close to 2 years. Nephi's and Cassie had been building up to this moment for much longer, still. The threat of the sovereigns had been so oppressive, and had ruled their every breathing moment for so long, that it was hard to accept the fact that it was all over. But maybe that was the point. After all, the very reason they had conspired to eliminate the sovereigns was that the sovereigns were incompetent. Despite their great accomplishments, Anvil and Qisong had been inadequate in front of the dire trials facing humanity today. They had been a titan with feet of clay. The King of Swords, that madman, had even wanted to die, at least that was the feeling Sunny got there, at the last moments. Granted, Anvil had wanted to die in a different way. The road to supremacy had been long and arduous, but the battle itself was swift and decisive. It was a triumph. But when did it all go wrong for them? And would the same happen to him and Nephi's? Surely not. If for no other reason than that they already had a bitter example of what not to do. We've won. Sunny finally realized that unbelievable fact. Unlikely as it was, their conspiracy had achieved its goal. The tyrants were gone, and he and Nephi's were perfectly poised to usurp their thrones. There was just one problem. As he stood without movement, there was a rustle of wings, and Nephi's landed on the ground behind him. She had assumed her human form once again, the fiery radiance of her true self only betrayed by the blinding white radiance burning in her eyes. Her face was still and expressionless, devoid of any emotion. She must have lost the ability to feel once again, perhaps she had lost more than ever before, having undergone the terrible trial of attaining supremacy in the incandescent white abyss of the merciless sky above Godgrave. She looked at Anvil's corpse, not showing any particular reaction. After a while, Nephi said, "Somehow, I imagined that I would be the one to kill him." Sunny had imagined the same, as well. He had even considered leaving the King of Swords alive for a bit longer to let Nephi's find closure by confronting him one last time. For the first time, really. She had never faced Anvil, her father's killer, without a veil of deceit hiding her true feelings before. And now, she never would. There was little closure to find on this ravaged battlefield today. If there was, it would have been neither Sunny nor Nephi's who killed the king. It would have been his son, Mordred, instead. Actually, Sunny was quite surprised that Mordred had not shown up until the very end. He had been completely sure that the Prince of Nothing would pull some stunt or another during the battle. Perhaps something went wrong in True Bastion, preventing Mordred from playing his carefully prepared cards? Granted, he must not have expected to be forced to fight a cursed demon today. Sunny sighed. Killing him was easier than I had expected. Nephi's turned to him and remained silent for a few moments. Maybe it was because he was already dead, where it counts. You would not know because you have not spent a lot of time around hollows, but looking into his eyes felt like looking into my mother's eyes, sometimes. It was an eerie feeling. Sunny lingered a bit, then asked. What about the queen? Nephi's answered evenly. The queen was fierce. The queen was powerful. She fought until the very end. Her radiant eyes dimmed slightly. But she had a weakness, and because of that weakness, she was undone. So Qisong is dead too, then. It was really all over. They had succeeded. Things went better than he had expected. They went almost exactly as he had hoped. Almost. Sunny smiled darkly. Are you wondering if you have a weakness, as well? Nephi's tilted her head a little, looking at him with her expressionless gaze. Everyone has a weakness, Sonny. I have a couple, myself. He nodded. How do you feel? The sovereigns are dead. Your family is avenged. You must have waited for this moment for so long, and now it's here. She lingered for a bit. I don't feel much of anything, really, yet. I think I will feel more later. For now, I am simply content. A hard task is over. More arduous tasks are to come. Sonny sighed, then took a step back. There were so many things they had to do, so many things they had to discuss. Before it all, he wanted to simply embrace her, hold her, and kiss her. To share the joy of their victory with her, even if Nephi's wasn't capable of feeling that joy just yet. But, he was not destined to feel the soft touch of her lips today. Instead, he felt the cold touch of Weaver's mask as it settled on his face. Raising his black odachi, Sonny smiled bitterly and said in a cold, emotionless tone. It's time for you to die, then, changing star. Far away, his dark legion had already slaughtered the remaining abominations. The shadows did not retreat back into his soul, however. Instead, they surrounded the two battered armies, looking at the soldiers in eerie silence. The human shadows raised their weapons, the monstrous shadows bared their fangs. Nephis frowned. What is this? Sonny let out a disdainful laugh. This? It's betrayal, my lady. I would have asked for forgiveness, but really, it's your own fault. Has no one ever told you not to trust a man whose loyalty can be bought? Neither the sword domain nor the song domain had won the war. Instead, both of them ceased to exist. Sonny and Nephis had won the war instead. Changing Star was destined to become the new sovereign of humanity. However, the Lord of Shadows could not stand by her side. Because he was the fateless heir of Weaver, the demon of fate. Simply disappearing into obscurity was not going to work either. Anvil and Ki Song were able to hide their existence because they had become supreme in the darkness of the underworld, unwitnessed by anyone. Sonny, however, attained supremacy in the most flamboyant fashion. He became supreme in front of hundreds of thousands of awakened warriors, summoning a legion of shadows to save them from the flood abominations and slaying the King of Swords in full view of everyone who had the ability to see. So, there was only one solution. The Lord of Shadows had to die. And he could not simply die either, since that could potentially turn him into a revered martyr. He had to waste all the goodwill he had earned first. Far away, the soldiers grew tense as they looked at the legion of silent shadows that now faced them, ready to attack. Some gazed into the distance, as well, where the Lord of Shadows was pointing his dark sword at Changing Star. Their eyes were wide with shock, and their faces were pale. But the soft radiance still illuminated their souls and their bodies, so they were not afraid. Many gritted their teeth, grasping the hilts of the weapons tighter. Sonny stared at Nephis from below Weaver's mask and sneered. Changing Star, you are surprisingly naive for someone so exceptionally strong. But then again, you are so righteous and benevolent, disgusting, really. Did you really think that I would share the throne of humanity with anyone, when I can sit on it alone? He took a step forward. Anvil and Ki Song had the right idea, you know. There can only be one person wearing the crown. They had the right idea, but what could I do? I wanted to be that person. I could not kill them both myself, though, so I needed to use someone gullible as a distraction. Sonny chuckled. So I used you. And now? I have no use for you anymore. Nephis pursed her lips, looking at him calmly. A few seconds later, she asked. So it was all a lie? Sonny laughed. Of course. Did you think I enjoyed being treated as your toy? Did you think I wanted to spend time in your company? Ah, I hated every minute of it. Seducing you was surprisingly easy, but enduring the burden of your naive infatuation was an unpleasant chore. She tilted her head, then sighed and raised the blessing. I see. So it was like that, then. I understand. No, maybe I don't. But you are right. I should not have trusted you. Her eyes shone with blinding radiance, and she said in an even tone. I think I will feel hurt by your betrayal, later. Maybe I will even be hurt by having killed you. So, I should hurry up and kill you soon. Sunny smiled bitterly behind Weaver's mask. The two of them looked at each other, the air practically crackling with tension at the point where their gazes met. For a few moments, the entire world seemed to stand still, and the pressure continued to build until it became crushing. The shadow stirred, growing deeper and deeper. The blade of the blessing shone with radiant light, chasing the shadows away and illuminating the two supremes as they prepared for battle. Then, in the blink of an eye, both Sunny and Nephi slunk forward. There was a flash of light, and a thunderous thunderclap. And when the light dimmed, the soldiers saw the Lord of Shadows kneeling on the ground, changing Star's blade buried in his chest. Sunny groaned, struggling to grasp its blade. Looking down at him, Nephi spoke solemnly. 3 supreme warriors of humanity died today. Ah, what a waste. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips. And at the same time, Cassie's voice resounded in Sunny's head. Nephi says not to be so dramatic. You're not really hurt. Sunny shuddered, still pretending to be in pain. The blessing was indeed buried in his chest, but the area around the supposed wound had turned into an intangible shadow just before it hit, so he was not wounded. It was still a bit painful, but since Nephi's had not put any killing intent into her strike, his soul was mostly intact. Well, tell her to act her part better. Wait, no, actually, never mind. Tell her she did well. Nephi's was not known for her acting skills. She was doing her best. For a few moments back there, Sunny had wanted to reenact their vicious battle in the Crimson Spire. He had imagined losing the fight, then hearing Nephi's ask why he allowed her to win in a trembling voice. But then he realized that there was no need to deceive her into making it seem like she killed him. He could just ask. So, he had told what needed to happen to Cassie, who relayed it to Nephi's. And as a result, the Lord of Shadows was dying now. She says that you owe us a good explanation later. Sunny forced out a smile. I'll try. Would he even be able to explain? Probably yes, with some trouble. She trusts me enough to go along without asking why. Why is this so sweet? With that, Sunny pretended to convulse. And then dissolved into shadows. At the same moment, his dark legion disappeared, as well, returning into his soul. Nephi's was left standing alone, like a sole island of light in the ocean of darkness. Victorious. The long war was over. Some days later, a towering dream gate opened in the clear sky above Bastion, and the stunning silhouette of the Ivory Island slowly emerged from it, drifting among the clouds to hover high above the great castle. Millions of people had gathered on the streets of the city to watch the triumphant return of Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan. The new ruler of humanity. High above them, Nephi's was looking down at the familiar sight of the sprawling city that had grown on the shores of Mirror Lake. Then, with a sigh, she turned away and left the balcony. Descending the stairs, she walked through the corridors of the ivory tower and entered a spacious room. There, a stunning woman sat in a wheelchair, positioned in front of the window. Her face was emotionless, and her gaze was strangely hollow, as if she was not there at all. Placing a vase with fresh flowers on the table near the bed, Nephi's walked over to the window, leaned against the windowsill, and looked at the woman quietly. She did not speak for a while, then sighed. Hi, Mom. I am sorry if you are uncomfortable, it's just that it's difficult for me to come to NQSC, these days. And I don't know how much longer it will be safe for you to remain there. So, I asked Cassie to bring you here. Nephi's lingered for a few moments. I am supreme now. And I avenged Dad. His killers are in the grave, well, 2 of them are, at least. A shadow suddenly ran across her face. Oh. Right. You wouldn't know, for you, they would have been your friends, still. In that case, I am sorry. Your friends have passed away. Then, she smiled awkwardly. By the way, I guess I have a boyfriend now. He is very handsome. I'm sure you would have liked him, oh, but things are a bit complicated between us at the moment. Things are complicated in general. With a sigh, she looked in the window and said wistfully. Our world is being consumed by the dream realm. There's so much to be done before it is swallowed entirely. I am terribly busy, and he is too. She looked at the woman and smiled. We need to become gods, after all. With that, Nephi inhaled deeply and headed for the door. She did not know how much time they had left, but it was probably not as much as they hoped. Somewhere far away, a desolate land lay under a starless sky, shrouded in eternal darkness. There was a colossal crater at the heart of that land, and on its edge, a dark city stood, empty and forlorn. Nothing moved in that city. Until, suddenly, a magnificent black temple appeared there, as if it had stood in the darkness all along. Soon enough, two figures emerged from the temple. One of them was a young man with pale skin, wearing a simple black tunic. The other was a petite woman who floated a few centimeters above the ground, with a grim expression on her face. Looking around, Aiko shook her head in disbelief. Gods. I really never thought I'd ever return to this hellhole. Hey, boss, do we really need to be here? Sunny looked at her and shrugged. There's almost no nightmare creatures here anymore. It's one of the safest places in the dream realm, really, plus, can't you see in the darkness? What are you so angry about? Aiko stared at him with indignation. What am I angry about? My job. I'm jobless again. All the effort I spent on building the brilliant Emporium brand, and my boss just had to go and become a dark, desolate expanse of black dunes rested under a lightless heaven, their obsidian slopes illuminated only by the distant radiance of transient essence storms. Buried in the dust, a graveyard of serpents lay like an ivory maze, its forlorn walls awash in darkness. The silence of the dead land was suddenly broken by the sound of light footsteps. A young man with a jade face and onyx eyes was walking across the obsidian dust, his body encased in a suit of intricate black armor. Wherever he passed, the darkness grew deeper, and the winds turned colder. He was calm and at ease, as if walking across the pastures of his own domain instead of the desolate reaches of the realm of death. And in a sense, he was. The young man was sunless, the lord of shadows, the sovereign of death. Reaching the heart of the graveyard, the terrifying demigod stopped and looked down, at the badly damaged human skeleton that lay among the dead serpents, staring at the lightless sky with empty eyes. After a while, the skeleton spoke. My, oh my. Look whom we have here. I see you have survived, boy. Sunny stared at Yuri some more, then sighed and summoned the shadow chair. Placing it near the mangled skeleton, he sat down, leaned back comfortably, and crossed his legs. Well, about that, you'd be surprised. Yuri's turned his skull to stare at him. I am not sure I can be surprised by anything anymore. No, I take it back. I am surprised right now. He grinned. Of course, being a skeleton, Yuri's was stuck with a perpetual grin, so he did not have much choice in the matter. Look at you. You really did go and become supreme. How remarkable. He clicked his jaws, showing how impressed he was. I hope my humble advice was helpful. So, how did you do it? What was your act of defiance, evil boy? Did you go against your vicious nature and spare someone? Or did you kill some great, powerful being instead? Sunny chuckled. Oh, I did have to kill someone. Not sure about the great and powerful part, though. You see. I killed myself. Yuri's remained silent for a while. My, oh my, that's one way to go about it, I suppose. He paused for a few moments, and then added neutrally. Breaking the absolute law of death is no simple feat few ever managed. So, congratulations. Sunny smiled. It is odd to be congratulated on managing to commit suicide. But it is even stranger to be alive while being congratulated, I guess. He laughed. To be honest, it wasn't that difficult. A bit painful, at most. Yuri's ground his teeth against each other. Now you're just mocking me, boy. Saying such hurtful things, You do remember that I can't die no matter how hard I try, right? Why don't you rub the salt in my wounds and tell me more about how easily it was for you to die, huh? Sunny coughed. Well, when you put it that way, it does sound hurtful. Yuri's let out a creaky laugh. Ah, don't bother. I am already thankful that you remembered your promise and came back to try and kill me. Oh. But it took you long enough. Sunny shrugged. Sorry. I've been pretty busy lately. We saw each other last a little over a year ago? So many things have happened in that year. The Realm War had ended around a year ago, by now. Sunny was currently 27, a little shy of turning 28. Rain was already 22. Gods. How swift the time flies. Actually, that was not true at all. If anything, it felt like for each year that he lived, 10 years passed. The last year in particular was quite eventful. Sunny contemplated for a bit. Let's see, first, the war between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain ended. That was when I attained supremacy, actually, during the final battle, Nephi's, too. We defeated Anvil and Qi Song, the previous sovereigns of humanity, immediately after becoming supreme. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then added. It is so strange. Their shadow loomed over us for so long, unfathomable, inescapable, insurmountable. But in the end, it only took a few minutes for them to fall. I guess there were mere mortals, after all, even if they were demigods. He shook his head. Of course, those few minutes were the result of many long years of meticulous planning and arduous preparation. We really went above and beyond, our conspiracy was quite thorough. I was just surprised that everything had gone according to plan, for once, well, mostly. I did not foresee having to kill myself, obviously. He smiled. In any case, I had to disappear after our victory. Nephi's, meanwhile, became the hegemon of humanity. Yuri stared at him in amusement. That horrid girl? Goodness gracious. It feels like she was dormant only a day ago. I blinked once, and the next thing you know, that brat is a supreme. You monstrous kids are really something, you know? Good for her. Sunny smiled dangerously. You can't really blink though. You don't have eyelids. And also, did I not promise to break your remaining arm if you called her an abomination again? Yuri stared at him for a moment. Did I say abominable? Oh, my. I must have misspoke. What I meant to say was adorable, that adorable girl. Sunny glared at him for a while, then nodded. Well, it's true. She is adorable. Then, he sighed. I'll let it slide this once. Regardless, as you can imagine, we were a little dazed after attaining supremacy and defeating the sovereigns in one fell swoop. And we weren't the only ones, everyone in Godgrave was stunned. Ah, right, I forgot to mention, right there at the end, I staged a betrayal and died by Nef's blade while trying to usurp the throne. It had not been that long since most people learned of the existence of Supremes, but in the course of a single battle, 3 Supremes died. Imagine their shock. Yuri's clicked his jaw. You know I have no context to understand the meaning of these events, and on top of that, I don't understand half of the words you speak. Sword Domain, Song Domain, Anvil, Qi Song, Godgrave. I have no idea what these are. So why are you telling me all this? Sunny looked at him and smiled. Because I want to tell someone, and you can't run away. You have no feet. The skull's lower jaw fell open. Yuri's remained silent for a bit, then grumbled. Well, fair enough. Sunny laughed. So, we spent a few days on the battlefield, and by we, and I mean them, since I was busy hiding in the shadows while pretending to be dead. Usually, the healers would have been tending to the wounded, but Nephi's had already healed everyone, so all that was left was to bury the fallen. The soldiers assembled the pyres while the officers spent these days in council. And by the end of the council, it was proclaimed that the immortal Flame clan would be restored, and that Nephi's would become the ruler of a new domain, the human domain. He shook his head in amusement. Of course, things went so smoothly because we had prepared for the immediate outcome of the war, as well. Nephi's had won the loyalty of the saints during the war. Oh, and it was not like they had a lot of choice. She is considered to be the only supreme in existence now, after all. So who could defy her? Sunny let out a wistful sigh. It was very poetic, really. The war for the throne had begun because of an attempt on her life, she was the only one who opposed it, and she was the one who ended it, thus becoming the new ruler of humanity instead of the tyrants who had started the war. People were elated and happy, it seemed like divine will, for the most benevolent and righteous person to receive the crown. His smile dimmed. Of course, no one knew that it was all a meticulously crafted performance. That Nephi and I had been prepared to sacrifice hundreds of millions of lives to achieve our goal, and that all those people were only saved by luck. That we were neither benevolent nor righteous, just stronger than our enemies. Strength is the only virtue in this God-forsaken world, after all. And weakness is the only sin. Still, history will never know the truth, and therefore, it will remember changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan as the noblest of heroes. While I will be remembered as a villainous traitor who died by her blade, if at all. Sunny laughed. Right, I am officially dead now. Again. So, I took my citadel and returned to the Forgotten Shore. It is kind of fitting, don't you think, Yuris? The nameless temple is now standing on the Forgotten Shore, sheltering its nameless master, who must be forgotten. Yuri stared at him silently for a while, then offered words of consolation. I have no idea what Forgotten Shore is. Actually, I understood very little of this entire— Sunny stared at the grinning skull for a while, then shook his head. You know, Yuris, I thought you would have learned the true meaning of boredom while hanging on that tree. Can't you just appreciate me sparing time to entertain you? These are history-defining events that I am describing. The stuff of legends. When else would you get the chance to hear something as thrilling and fascinating as this? The ancient skeleton stared back at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. Well, true. He turned his skull slightly and asked in a lively tone. So, what happened next? A satisfied smile appeared on Sunny's lips. That's better. Let's see, it is hard to describe, actually. Needless to say, the entire world order was upended, and a new one had to emerge from the ruins of the old regime. Fortunately, we weren't unprepared. Jed had the government under her control, more or less, and since there was no reason for anyone there to oppose Nephi's, quite the opposite, actually, we had a vast pool of administrative talent to help us make the transition happen as smoothly as possible. In fact, there had already been established plans worked out, disguised as mock exercises until it was time to implement them. He shook his head. The government was only half of the equation, though. The other half was the great clans, Song, Valor, and Night. They had been the ones actually governing human enclaves in the dream realm, after all. We had hoped that these established powers would be absorbed into the new domain after the war ended, and to a degree, they were. Sunny sighed. The 7 princesses of Song accepted Nephi as their new queen despite the fact that she had slain their mother. That was a great stroke of luck. With them on our side, the western reaches of the dream realm experienced very little tumult during the transition. Ravenheart itself is now ruled by Kai. I think his official title is the Steward of the West. His expression darkened slightly. The West, things are more complicated in the West. Morgan had helped us salvage the remains of Valor at the start, but then she disappeared without a trace. Even Cassie doesn't know where she is now. And most of the remaining members of the branch families of Valor, those who had not perished in the war, died gruesomely soon after. It's not a big secret who killed them, of course. Mordred, that madman. Sunny let out a chuckle. That guy had always been strange, but he became outright eerie after failing to kill Anvil with his own 2 hands. No one knows what goes on in that sinister head of his these days. One thing is certain, though, he knows to hide from the new Supremes. Retaking the Stormsea citadels he had conquered was a time-consuming, but surprisingly easy affair as a result. Mordred simply abandoned them and vanished. So, both children of the fallen Valor dynasty are missing now. It is unlikely that they jumped into the fourth nightmare, but, who knows? He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Well, in any case. A great clan is far more than just those who carry the clan bloodline. There are also the knights, the spellsmiths, the servants, the craftsmen, the workers, the administrative staff, thousands of people, really. Those were either absorbed into the Immortal Flame clan or taken by Effie. Oh, Effie is now in charge of Bastion as the steward of the East. The beast farm is back in business, too. Sunny smiled wistfully. That leaves the House of Night. House of Night doesn't exist anymore. The survivors were absorbed by the government, so the government is more or less the third great clan now. They are responsible for the waking world just like before, but now their role in the dream realm is far more prominent. Oh, and they rule the Stormsea, as well. Jed is in control of the Night Garden as the steward of the South. He chuckled. Funny, isn't it? A woman who can never know rest is in charge of the ship built by the demon of repose. Well, she has her hands full. I think she is more sleep-deprived now than she had been as a government master. There are millions of settlers living aboard the Night Garden, after all. The House of Night had not had a sovereign, but now it belongs to Nef's domain. So, she can open a dream gate, leading to it from the waking world, allowing the refugees to arrive. Actually, the importance of the Night Garden is far greater than simply the third largest city in the dream realm. He looked at Yuri's with meaning. One of its components allows Nephis to connect her dream gate to two places in the dream realm, after all. So, the East and the West are not as isolated as they were before. There's the Stormsea connecting them in the south, the road across Godgrave connecting them in the north, and on top of that, Ravenheart and Bastion are a few steps away when the dream gate is opened between them. Works wonders for the logistics of the whole domain. Sunny fell silent for a few moments, then continued in a neutral tone. Actually, that is the most glaring change that has happened to the world. It is all far more interconnected now. Both geographically and politically. Everyone had been mostly isolated from each other before, but now, everyone is a part of one larger whole. Everyone is, together. The various regions of the dream realm are not independent enclaves, but territories of a single empire. Socially, too, the difference between mundane people, independent awakened, legacy clans, and the great clans have all grown thinner. And above it all is the ivory tower, quite literally. It usually hangs above Bastion. He chuckled. Oh, right. No one really knows it, but there's actually a steward of the north, as well. That's me. I mean, no one appointed me officially, but I'm the only one in the north, so. I can't be the only one without a fancy title, right? Yuri stared at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. I have no idea what these places are and who these people are, you know? A single man was sent to take care of 7 princesses as in the west, what a cruel punishment. Someone farms beasts in the east, and there are gardens in the southern sea. Sounds fun. Sunny sighed. You have no idea. Chapter 2263 Beginning of the End Plus, Turn Off Reset. Sunny remained silent for a while, then said somberly. Of course, not everyone went smoothly. Far from it, really. Nephis had managed to compel countless people, and most of the saints, to swear fealty to her. However, there were still loyalists who refused to accept her. Some were even hellbent on avenging the fallen sovereigns. So, there was a quiet purge, of sorts. He sighed. It was not as bloody as you probably imagined. Very few people were actually killed, but quite a number of them were exiled. Nephis rules both the waking world and the human territories in the dream realm, though, so it's not like they had somewhere to go. So, we allocated them a settlement in Europe and a citadel in Gograve. Old Jest is in charge of it now, spending his retirement leading those men in a perpetual battle against the Scarlet Jungle. Gilead, that buffoon, chose exile as well. What a waste. Sunny shook his head, a grim expression on his face. He did not speak for a while, then scoffed. Well, those guys are the least of our problems. Truth be told, everything sort of exploded after Nephi's took over. His lips twisted into a bitter smile. That is because her style of leadership is more or less the direct opposite of how the sovereigns used to run things. One of the first things she did after establishing her domain was give a very solemn, very inspiring speech that revealed to everyone how our world is being consumed by the dream realm. You can imagine what kind of chaos ensued after that broadcast. Sunny chuckled. We are still dealing with the consequences. It had to be done, though. Since we are not planning on leaving most of humanity behind, the great exodus must be accelerated. And we need for everyone to work together in order to make it happen, both in the waking world and in the dream realm. His expression fell. There are numerous problems facing us, of course. For example, the entire western quadrant is infected by the skinwalker now. A few cities are already lost, and worst of all, it is very hard for me or Nephis to return to the waking world for extended periods of time. Feels quite weird, by the way, to be rejected by your own world. In any case, there is a full-scale war against that damn nightmare creature going on in Australia, and most of our best saints are holding the creature back. He sighed. Meanwhile, the number of the nightmare gates opening each month only continues to grow. We had to abandon the initial plan of gradually resettling people from across the globe and concentrate on bringing away the population of the eastern quadrant first. If everything goes well, the western quadrant will be next. And finally, the northern quadrant will be last. That will take years, though, if not decades, because resettling the entire population of a world is not as easy as ushering them through the dream gate. Sunny grimaced. They also need shelter, food, and means to survive on the other side. So, we need to prepare the dream realm to accept them first. That is not an easy task, you see, although we call large swathes of that dreadful world human territories. In truth, most of these territories are still abomination-infested wilderness. Only the citadels and the immediate areas around them are truly safe. And while that is enough for a small number of awakened to get by, there is no space for cities, arable fields, and so on. The situation started to change in the aftermath of the chain of nightmares, but it is not changing fast enough. Glancing at Yuri's, Sunny added with a smile. Which is why a subjugation crusade unlike anything that has ever happened is now in process. All across the dream realm, numerous awakened are cleansing the lands from nightmare creatures and preparing them to welcome settlers. Despite how bloody and arduous that process is, the morale is surprisingly high. Well, maybe it is not that big of a surprise. The very nature of warfare in the dream realm has changed, after all. His smile turned a little wistful. That is because humans have a living goddess now. Well, a demigoddess, to be precise, but most don't know the difference. And Nephis actually answers prayers, unlike the dead gods. What I mean to say is that she can feel the distress of her subjects and bestow her blessing upon them from a distance. So, they can be saved from the jaws of death by her flames, as well as be empowered by her radiance. It's no joke, Yuri's. I'd say that the overall combat effectiveness of humanity has increased manifold due to Nephis and her domain. Just like that. Can you imagine a difference between an army that has to be cautious of each wound and an army that is not only empowered by divine grace, but also practically immortal? Sunny shook his head. She still has her limits, though. So we are still struggling, and there are still many casualties. The progress is stunningly fast, but it is also not swift enough. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. You might wonder what the Second Supreme is doing while changing star toils night and day for the sake of humanity. What I am doing? Well, I am quite busy, as well. It is just that while Nephis is in charge of governing the great exodus from the waking world, I am preoccupied with preparing for what comes after. His voice turned somber. Because what comes after is more terrifying than words can express. All the work we are doing can be rendered meaningless if we can't stop the calamity that will start once the dream realm swallows the waking world and shifts. Sunny looked at Yuri's, lingered for a few moments, and then chuckled. Well, I am also doing quite a few things here and there. Like entertaining an obnoxious skeleton. Actually. He looked into the distance and shook his head with an amused expression on his face. You won't believe it, Yuri's, but I found myself in charge of a legacy clan of my own. Chapter 2264 Two Sides of the Same Coin Plus, Turn Off Reset. Yuri's went so far as to nod. I don't know what a legacy clan is, but congratulations. Sunny smiled. Ah. Well, you see, when I was growing up, I was at the very bottom, and legacy scions were at the pinnacle. But now I am the pinnacle. You were a slave, no? Imagine becoming a prince all of a sudden. That is how it feels. Yuri suddenly let out a creaky laugh. Oh, actually, I used to be a prince before becoming a slave. So I would not know. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then looked at him with curiosity. You used to be a prince? The skull stared back at him, grinning. Did I say prince? I meant priest. Or did 17 my, oh my. Who can tell, my memories are all scattered, oh no. Sunny scoffed, then turned away. Well, in any case. The legacy clans as a whole are not what they used to be. These days, too many new awakened emerged in the wake of the chain of nightmares, so the prestige of the old families has lost some relevance. Even the great clans, the symbol of the legacy power, are overshadowed by the immortal flame clan now, which is so above everything else that it exists in a realm of its own. He remained silent for a moment. Nephice is the only living heir of the immortal flame bloodline. Of course, she has her fire keepers. In fact, the fire keepers are the most incandescent military force of humanity now. The tip of the spear. The original members of the Dreamer army are still the core, but each is leading 100 elite awakened warriors now, the best of the best. He suddenly laughed. Actually, they recruited this fresh blood through a huge tournament. Hundreds of thousands of awakened participated, but only around 4,000 were accepted into the ranks of the fire keepers. It was a very festive week. Both worlds were watching with bated breaths. A perfectly timed distraction and reprieve for the masses, as well. It will probably be held every few years from now on, I think. I had fun too, by the way. Turns out, tournaments make me feel nostalgic. Sunny looked into the distance for a while, reminiscing. I once won a tournament myself, you know? You know? Regardless, the fire keepers are everywhere, under the spotlight, serving as the valiant heralds of the new domain. But there are certain tasks that they can't perform, tasks that require a delicate approach, or have to be accomplished without anyone being the wiser. That is where the Shadow Clan comes in. My clan. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. For reasons that I won't explain, I found myself in dire need of anonymity. That doesn't mean that I have to go live somewhere in solitude for the rest of my life, though, just that my exposure to the world must be limited. So, Shadow Clan is far smaller in scale than the Fire Keepers. There are barely 200 people, and only half of those are combatants. Sunny smiled darkly. Each and every one of those combatants is an exceptional killer, though. I chose them myself. Most know a thing or two about stealth, too, and since they bear my mark, they have certain advantages when operating in the shadows. Overall, they've been very effective in dealing with various problems we faced, like terrorist cells created by the unhinged loyalists, doomsday cults that began popping up after Neff's speech, nightmare creatures that required a special approach to be surgically removed, and so on. Glancing at Yuri's, he hesitated for a few moments, and then grinned. The Shadow Clan does not officially exist, naturally. There are scary tales about my minions. I mean, about my brave subordinates, being told around campfires, but most people know nothing. He sighed. The Shadow Clan resides on the Forgotten Shore. That is where it all started, so retoming there as a ruler, instead of a prisoner, feels strangely emotional. Of course, I did not choose it simply out of sentiment. It is an important strategic location for many reasons. Sunny raised a hand and began counting on his fingers. First of all, we don't know where the pieces of the waking world will land, and after being absorbed Abson into the dream realm, so it's important to have a strong presence north of the Hollow Mountains for a variety of reasons. Second, we need a base of operations in case we decide to stage a military expedition into the Nightmare Desert. Third, I need to find an easily accessible entrance to the underworld. Fourth, I need to make my domain stronger. The burned forest is a perfect place for that. Fifth, I can stay if I owe you out of sight there. He grew quiet, and then added somberly. And lastly, it is our contingency in case everything else is overrun by the nightmare creatures once the waking world is consumed. The last stronghold. At the same time, 2 more fingers grew out of his hand. Sunny bent the 6th, stared at the 7th for a while, then dismissed both and sighed. We are in quite a predicament, you know? There are the death zones in the dream realm and the profane beings that dwell there. There is also the waking world itself, which already has at least one Category 5 gate there, and maybe even something worse on the moon. There will be more such gates in the future, perhaps soon. That means that more cursed and unholy nightmare creatures will crawl into our world before it is consumed. Creatures like that are suppressed by the laws of the war realm, but once it is swallowed by the dream realm, these laws will be no more. So, nothing will stop those horrors from roaming free. Imagine Earth's moon rising above Bastion, it will be total annihilation. Yuri's clicked his jaw. My, oh my. It certainly will. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at him with strange intensity. Eventually, he said, so, this is our deadline. In fact, we don't even know when the pieces of Earth will start popping up all across Dream Realm en masse. So there is no time to waste at all. We must become gods before our world is entirely consumed, Nephice and I. If not that, then at least sacred. The ancient skeleton laughed. Oh? Oh, that's all? You want to become at least spirit, boy? Sunny nodded and smiled pleasantly. I do. So, how about it? You knew a thing or two about attaining supremacy, Yuri's. Do you know a thing or two about the apotheosis, as well? Yuri's laughed again, then said in an incredulous tone. I might. The ancient skeleton remained silent for a while, studying Sunny with his empty eye sockets. Then, he said in an unexpectedly nonchalant tone. How is being supreme treating you? Sunny considered his answer for a while, then raised a hand. Soon, a bottle of antique wine appeared in it. Removing the cork with a blade made of shadows, he took a sip and smiled contentedly. Well, it's a bit terrifying, to be honest. The wine was supposed to taste exquisite, considering that he had pilfered it from the wine cellars of the Valor clan, but Sunny honestly couldn't tell the difference from the normal wine he sometimes used for cooking. He was not going to get drunk unless he wanted to, regardless, so drinking this relic of the bygone eras was mostly to amuse himself. Before, my power grew exponentially every time I attained a new rank. But it was still just that, my personal power, no matter how great it was, I was still merely an individual, or a few individuals, at best. But now that I am supreme, there has been a qualitative change to it. My personal power is like a natural force, and I am not merely a person. I am more of a walking kingdom. He paused for a moment, and then added, it is strange even to say out loud, but one of me is enough to conquer the world, or destroy it, should I wish. I grew up in the outskirts of NQSC, you know, surrounded by stories about valiant awakened, masters, and saints, who were so lofty as to seem unreachable, inconceivable, unimaginable. But as I am today, I could overrun NQSC with all its valiant warriors, then the Northern Quadrant, then all of Earth. It would not even take me much time, and I will only grow stronger as a result. Yuri's chuckled dryly. My, oh my. How scary. Sunny smiled. This is to say that the power of a supreme is not personal. It is territorial. Conceptual? It is larger than themselves, is what I mean to say. It is a domain. That is why Nef's own power can increase the power of the entire humanity manifold. He took another sip of wine, then offered it to the ancient skeleton. Seeing no reaction, Sunny shrugged. Well, suit yourself. Now, back to being supreme. There are a few differences. First of all, my attributes, the authority granted to me as the Lord of Shadows, has grown. I can even command the shadows of living beings now, albeit only those much weaker than myself and with great difficulty. Shadows are a very loyal sort, after all. The onyx shell has become jade shell. So, I guess I am a bona fide jade beauty now. Sunny leaned back and exploded with laughter. Yuri's looked at him with reproach. That's enough wine for you, boy. Sunny grinned. The flame of divinity has grown much more powerful, too. And my lineage, as well. Obviously, my body and soul have been reforged, becoming even closer to perfection than before. My soul especially has undergone a big change. He pointed to the bottle of wine. I can actually store physical items in my soul. See, for one, only inanimate objects, though. I haven't managed to bring a living being there yet. But that is alright, because there are plenty of unliving things in my soul already. All the lifeless shadows I've been collecting throughout the years are much livelier now. They walk around, stare at the temple, and rest on the water from time to time. They're not exactly living beings, but it seems like they retain faint traces of their former selves. If I had to describe it, I'd say that they don't possess a sense of self. They have neither will nor spirit. Sunny hesitated for a while. Which brings us to my new aspect ability. The domain ability. I guess. I call it the Shadow Legion. It allows me to open the gates of my soul and unleash all the shadows gathered there into the world. I can also control them, albeit not quite intricately. The shadows fight in my stead, and every enemy killed by them becomes a new soldier in my army. The shadows are also quite deadly, because it is impossible to destroy them. At best, they can be dispelled and sent back to my soul, where they will be restored to form after a while. He sighed. They retain most powers they possessed as living beings, as well, although that is a bit complicated. Shadows don't really have the will, for one, and neither do they have domains. Some shadows also seem to retain more of their former selves than others, so their learned skills and combat techniques are sharper. Oh, and since most of the shadows in my soul used to be nightmare creatures, they have lost those powers that were granted to them by corruption. My legion is still vast and dreadful, though. I guess all I could say is that I would not have wanted to be my enemy? Sunny smiled. Right, I also received a few other abilities, and my old aspect abilities have grown stronger. Every shadow of my Shadow Legion can serve as a vessel for my shadow sense, for example. The maximum range of shadow step has become even greater than it had been before. Actually, I guess it's limitless now. The only limitation there is how much essence I have. Shadow manifestation allows me to create far more intricate items, and I can also make them stay manifested permanently, although that will diminish their potency quite a bit. And since I am a shadow now instead of a human, I can maintain my incarnations indefinitely, although manifesting them as humans still requires some essence. He chuckled. But I have more essence than I can spend now, too. Which is to say, it replenishes faster than I can waste it. The only way for me to empty my reserves of essence is to travel a truly great distance in a single moment or summon truly powerful members of the Shadow Legion for a very long time. Even then, I'll be back to full power in a relatively short amount of time. Sunny looked at Yuri's while sipping his wine. Oh, and I can strike directly at the shadows of living beings, too. Quite an insidious power, that one, although not an unfamiliar one. I knew a guy once who could do just that. I was a bit envious of him, back then, but lo and behold. I gained the same power as a bonus while becoming supreme. Sunny turned the bottle and poured some wine out for Shadowblade Kurt. He was certainly not missed, but Sunny was going to use his newfound power well. He smiled. So, I'd say that being a supreme has been treating me quite well. Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded. I think that's it. I might be forgetting something, but overall, that is how being supreme is different from being a saint. I'd say, overall, I feel like a demigod. No, actually, I feel like a god. Because my point of reference is being a mundane human, not an actual deity. From the point of view of a mortal man, my power is no different from that of a god. Of course, from the point of view of a god, I'd probably seem like a child. He looked into the distance. But it's different. The way I am. Because of how domineering my will is, the world feels far more malleable than before. And I also feel them all, at every waking moment, my shadows. My connection to them is subtle, but it is always there. As if tens of thousands of voices are whispering quietly into my ears. I can also sense them all, moving, fighting, killing. It is as if I have tens of thousands of bodies and hundreds of thousands of eyes. It is enough to drive a man mad, to be honest. Sunny's expression turned somber. It is even worse for Nephi's, whose domain includes billions of people. The longing, their desires wash over her like an ocean, and although she rarely speaks about it, I know that she sometimes struggles not to drown in that ocean. He sighed. Sometimes, I wonder, how much we will change as time goes on. Yuri stared at him for a while, then clicked his jaw. Ah, but that is the bane of being a demigod, boy. You are not quite a mortal, but you are not quite a god either. That is the burden all supreme humans have to bear. Or maybe it is a blessing, because that burden will gradually make you less and less human. Sunny frowned, then stared at him darkly. Less and less human? What do you mean? How is that a blessing? The ancient skeleton let out a creaky laugh. Well, you asked me about the apotheosis, didn't you? The step of becoming a spirit, a sacred being, so to say. You described how different being supreme feels from being transcendent, but, boy, being sacred is an entirely different state of existence. Apotheosis is the act of becoming a deity, a god. A lesser deity and a minor god, but still something fundamentally different from a mortal. It is as much about your consciousness and your capacity to encompass the vastness of it all as it is about the quality of your soul and your power. Yuri shook his skull. A supreme is someone who expands their soul to dominate a portion of the world. A spirit is someone whose soul can encompass the whole world. Needless to say, that is not something a human mind, a human self can withstand. So, that is why becoming less human can be a blessing for a supreme, because it changes them gradually, slowly turning them into beings capable of attempting apotheosis. Very few ever succeed in that attempt, of course. Sunny remained silent for a while, trying to come to terms with what he just heard. Becoming less human. A shiver ran down his spine. Sunny cherished his humanity quite a lot. More than that, losing it sounded frightening, because it was an integral part of his being. Losing some of his humanity was no different from losing himself. And losing himself was no different from death. It was quite ironic to say, but even despite having killed himself once, Sunny was still afraid of death, just like any human would be. He couldn't help but remember Anvil and Ki Song, whose inhuman callousness had been the very reason he hated them so much. But still. It was not like he or Nephi's had a choice. They had to become sacred. They would not be able to survive or save those they cared about otherwise. He drank his luxurious wine in dead silence for a while, then asked somberly, so, how does one go about attempting apotheosis? Yuri stared at him a bit and pretended to let out a sigh. I am sorry to say this, boy, but you have absolutely no chance of becoming sacred. Sunny was surprised. He looked at the ancient skeleton with raised eyebrows, then frowned. Huh? Aren't you underestimating me too much? I thought you'd know by now that I can accomplish quite a lot, as long as I put my mind to it. Yuri's just shook his skull. No. I will be the first one to admit that you are a startling existence, boy, a singular talent even by the standards of my tumultuous era. I have no doubt that you would have had a good chance of becoming sacred, or even divine, in normal circumstances. But that's just the thing. Your circumstances are not exactly normal, are they? Sunny's scowl deepened. Sure, I guess. But what exactly do you mean? Yuri stared at him for a bit, then spoke neutrally. Why, I mean time, of course. As I already mentioned, becoming someone capable of attempting apotheosis is a slow and gradual process. There is no way to cheat that process, no way to solve the problem with brute force. The only thing you can do is spend a great amount of time preparing yourself, experiencing the world, seeking enlightenment, and learning to perceive existence as a god instead of a mortal. That can take thousands of years, centuries, at least. His tone turned wistful. But didn't you say that your world might not even last a mere decade? No matter how much of a genius you are, you won't be able to fundamentally transform yourself into a being worthy of becoming a deity in a measly decade. Let alone actually becoming one. There are plenty of insurmountable obstacles on the path to apotheosis other than simply being suitable to attempt it. Obstacles that you have neither time nor resources to overcome. So, sorry. I'll have to disappoint you today. Sunny studied him for a few moments, then sighed and looked away. He stayed quiet for a while, finishing his wine in silence. Once the bottle was empty, Sunny shook his head. You say that there is no way to cheat the process, but you are wrong. There is one way. There was the nightmare spell. However, therein lay the problem. Sunny, after all, was not a carrier of the nightmare spell anymore. Even if he wanted to attempt the fifth nightmare, he simply could not. The spell would not send him into a nightmare, and all he would get for approaching a seed was an irresistible dose of corruption. Uttering a curse, Sunny tossed the empty bottle into the depths of the ivory maze. Then, he sighed, disappeared from his chair, and returned a second later with the bottle in hand. Whether he was supreme or not, there was no excuse for littering. Sitting down once again, Sunny frowned and looked at the distant radiance of a fierce essence storm. How troublesome. His mood had turned somber. Sunny remained silent for a long time, looking into the distance with a somber expression on his pale, eerily beautiful face. His eyes were drowning in darkness. So that is how it is. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Against all odds, he had become a demigod, a being of such great and dreadful power that almost no one else could ever hope to endure its crushing weight. A walking calamity of apocalyptic proportions, a creature who was much closer to a mythical force than to a mortal man. He had gone from being a nameless slave to being a king. A nameless king, but a king nevertheless. And yet, in the age of the nightmare spell, even that great power was not enough. Simply being supreme was not enough to achieve his purpose. Which meant that he had to grow stronger, but to do that, he had to become a carrier of the nightmare spell again. He had to possess a true name again. He had to become entwined into the vast tapestry of fate, again. That was easier said than done. In truth, there was only one way that Sunny knew of, and even then, he could not be sure that it would work. That way, of course, was to hunt down the vile thieving bird and get his fate back from its talons. That odious thing was a cursed terror, though, and he had a sinking suspicion that even among the dark deities of the dream realm, the loathsome thieving bird was a singular existence. Otherwise, it would not have survived being hated both by the gods and by those who dwelled in the void. It would not have been able to steal Weaver's eye, and it would not have been able to resurrect itself by crawling its way back to reality from the depths of a nightmare, which was what had happened, most likely. Sunny had not even defeated a cursed beast, yet. But even if he could brave the nightmare desert, enter the real tomb of Ariel, which he most likely would, considering the future version of himself he had encountered in the estuary, and somehow slay the thieving bird. Sunny was not sure that he wanted to. After all, getting his fate and true name back would give him something he wished for desperately, but it would also give him something that he had strived to escape desperately. One had to be careful what they wished for. After reclaiming his fate, Sunny would be remembered by those he cared about, but he would also become chained by the shadow bond again. Ah, how poetic! He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sunny did not know if he wanted to have his fate back. He felt ambivalent about the whole ordeal. That was why he had taken steps to prepare for his eventual return to the tomb of Ariel, but also why he did not press the issue, allowing himself to go with the flow of events and remain indecisive. Natural apotheosis was not completely out of the question yet, either, precisely because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel. Yuri's had said that one needed time to become a spirit, that was what humans of the sacred rank were called, apparently, and there was a great river of time conveniently hidden in the depths of the Black Pyramid. In any case, whether Sunny would try to face the thieving bird to become a carrier of the nightmare spell once again or achieve apotheosis without its help, he would have to prepare thoroughly. There were quite a few things he had to accomplish first before leaving on this uncertain journey. So, he could make the fateful decision later. Letting out a sigh, Sunny glanced at Yuri's and smiled. Why are minor deities called spirits, anyway? I expected that title to be more. I don't know, awesome. Something like angels, for example. Yuri suddenly shivered, his teeth clattering. Angels? Goodness, boy. Why would you mention those dreadful beings? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Well, no reason, really. Why, what is so terrible about them? Aren't angels supposed to be divine heralds or something like that? The ancient skeleton slowly shook his skull. What? No, of course not, who told you that? Angels are not heralds of the gods. Angels are of the void, they are an especially harrowing kind of void beings. Needless to say, people like you and I have no business knowing of them, let alone beholding them. So, keep that word out of your mouth, boy. Better yet, keep it out of your mind entirely. Sunny stared at him with a confused expression. Well, okay. Wait, no. Then what about the Nephilim? Aren't they children of those beings you mentioned? Of those beings and the gods? Yuri's chuckled. For someone who is best friends with a Nephilim, you sure are ignorant about the Abominable, adorable kind, huh? Why, yes. They are indeed children of an unholy union between the divine and the profane, something that should not have existed, but did. It does make some sense, I guess, considering that the gods themselves were an especially harrowing kind of void beings. The most harrowing kind, maybe. He laughed. You know, it feels quite liberating to spout heresy about the gods, knowing that the gods are long dead. Huh. In any case, no one really knows for certain how the Nephilim came about, how their existence was even possible, or which god had sired them. But it must have been Sun God, who else but the god of passion, after all. His laughter died out slowly, and after falling silent for a short while, Yuri's added in a tone of melancholy. Nephilim were not welcome anywhere, so they usually kept to themselves. Still, they joined the army of the demons when Nether rebelled against the gods, and fought side by side with us against the divine host. And they died with us, one after another. The darkness nestling in the eye sockets of the ancient skull suddenly seemed deeper than before. The ancient skeleton let out a sigh and turned his skull to stare at Sunny. He remained silent for a while, then said neutrally. As to your original question, sacred beings are called spirits because that is what they are. They are spirits of places, of concepts, of laws, well, in a way. Actually, the word demon meant the same thing, originally. Because demons were the first sacred beings, and therefore the first spirits. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? Weren't demons divine? Yuri's nodded. Oh, they were. However, they were not born divine. At the dawn of the age of gods, the 7 newborn demons were merely sacred. They became divine swiftly, though, as if it was in their very nature. Weaver was the first, and Nether was the last. Quite fitting. As he said those words, a few sparks of light drifted above Sunny, forcing him to grimace. His soul was still being destroyed by the Shadow Realm. Therefore, he did not have much more time to waste. Raising from his chair, Sunny glanced at Yuri's and asked. I guess you won't simply tell me all about the demons, the gods, the Doom War, the 9, and most of all, about Weaver? The ancient skeleton chuckled. I think I already told you enough, no? Sunny grimaced, then nodded briefly. Prepare to die, then. He hesitated for a few moments, then added in a less resolute voice. Or. I don't know. Prepare to be prepared to die? I am not sure that I can actually kill you just yet. The ancient skeleton stared at him with a grin. There is only one way to find out, is there not? Sunny remained motionless for a while, collecting himself. Then, he reached into the shadows and manifested them into the shape of a fearsome black odachi. Since his essence was supreme now, the shadow sword he had created was akin to a supreme weapon, as well, and a tremendously lethal supreme weapon, at that, considering that it had been created from the ancient darkness of the shadow realm. Sunny studied Yuri's for a few moments. Killing an undying skeleton was not a straightforward task. After all, Yuri's did not have a beating heart or a functioning brain that could be destroyed. He could not bleed to death or succumb to debilitating wounds. In fact, he did not even seem to possess a soul, at least not one that Sunny could see or sense. Even his shadow was no different from the shadows cast by inanimate objects. Their surroundings were dark, but the distant light of a vast essence storm still reached them. So, the shadow of the ancient skeleton could just barely be seen, laying on the black dust beneath him. Taking a deep breath, Sunny raised his odachi and shaped his will into a slaying blade. Then, he thrust his sword down, imbuing it with tyrannical killing intent, as lethal and deadly a strike as he could muster. The blade of the odachi slid between the skeleton's ribs, passed through where his heart would have been, and plunged into the shadow below. A powerful gust of wind rose above the graveyard of serpents, and the towering pillars of ancient bones groaned, a few of them toppling thunderously somewhere in the distance. A cloud of dust rose into the air. By the time the dust settled, Yuri's was laying motionlessly on the ground, staring at Sunny with lifeless, empty eye sockets. A few seconds later, he said. Well, that was disappointing. Sunny clicked his tongue. Damnation. Hey, it's not me, it's you. I am not bad at killing things, you are just too damn hard to kill. Can you even be killed? Yuri's let out a long sigh. It should be possible. I guess you are not powerful enough to break Shadow God's curse yet, boy. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then dismissed the black odachi and took a step back. Then I'll get stronger. I am relatively new to being supreme, maybe things will be different when I learn to wield my power better. He hesitated, then asked neutrally. You are not in a hurry, are you? Yuri's did not answer immediately. Eventually, he laughed. Well, you saw those unfortunate fellows in the White Desert. They have been fighting each other for thousands of years already, and are not going to stop anytime soon. However, while they bear the same curse as me, they are different from me. That is because they have long lost themselves, turning into mindless husks. His laughter dimmed. I, on the other hand, have managed to preserve most of myself intact. Not through sheer willpower or because I am special, though, simply because I was nailed to that damn tree before the battle ended. It was the tree that kept me whole. Now that I am free, however, I'll become a mindless beast just like the rest of them soon. My, oh my. I hope to die before that happens. Sunny stared at him somberly for a little while. How much time do you have left? Yuri shrugged and responded nonchalantly. More than your world has left, I'd say. Sunny nodded. Then I'll come back to try and kill you when I am stronger. Perhaps once I become a spirit, maybe sooner. As he dismissed the shadow chair and turned around to leave, Yuri's called out to him in a creaky voice. Didn't you hear what I said, boy? You have no chance of becoming a spirit. It's impossible. Sunny grinned. I heard you well. But, says who? The world has changed a lot since your time, Yuri's. And if it didn't change enough, why, then I'll just have to go and change it more. A rat from the outskirts had become a king. If something like that was possible, then why would becoming a god be any different? Especially considering that his companion was none other than Changing Star. Walking away, Sunny raised a hand and waved. I'll kill you soon, Yuri's of the Nine. Chapter 2269 Let There Be Light Plus, Turn Off Reset. It's definitely going to work this time. A group of tired engineers, scientists, and Awakened stared at a young woman wearing a formal suit, a buttoned-up blouse, and a white lab coat with numb expressions. The woman looked just as tired. There were dark circles under her eyes, many strands of hair had escaped her messy bun, and her lab coat was charred in several places. However, her scathing gaze was still full of vigor and energy. "Chief Bethany, how about we call it a day? Please. Somebody find Master Quentin, only he can save us." Hearing the complaints, Beth frowned. "What is this I'm hearing? A mutiny?" The engineers, the scientists, and the Awakened paled. No. Of course not, Chief. We were just joking, Chief." She nodded in satisfaction, then turned to a complicated control board in front of her. Outside, Bastion was shrouded in darkness. A bright moon hung above the lake, bathing it in pale radiance, and although the streets were illuminated here and there by mundane or enchanted lanterns, most of the city was resting in the embrace of shadows. The city was too large and populous to be entirely asleep, but most citizens were sleeping in their homes, waiting for dawn to come so that they could continue their work. After all, nobody could work in darkness. Well, few people could. Beth turned her head and looked at one of her Awakened subordinates, a stunning girl with pale skin and raven black hair, barely out of her teenage years by the look of it. The girl was a recent addition to the team and worked as somewhat of an intern, assisting everyone who needed help with menial tasks while she was learning the ropes. Unlike the rest of the sorry bunch, the youngest member of the team never complained. "You there, Ronnie, you just returned from building the road across Godgrave, right?" The girl nodded with a smile. "Yes, Chief. I've worked on the Dark Road." The Dark Road stretched across the arms of the dead deity and the entire Collarbone Plain, connecting the human territories in the north. Some of its sections lay under the open sky, but most of it was shrouded by the eternal darkness that the Lord of Shadows had summoned before slaying the King of Swords and being slain by Changing Star in turn. Needless to say, building a road across a death zone had not been an easy project. Beth looked sternly at the rest of her subordinates. You see, Ronnie spent months doing arduous manual labor in total darkness while terrifying nightmare creatures and carnivorous plants were trying to eat her. So, what are you, sorry lot, complaining about? When was the last time one of you was eaten? The team members looked at each other. Wasn't Russell eaten last week, though? Yes, I was. I spent a whole minute in an abomination's stomach. Luckily, Master Quentin was there to kill the beast, thank the immortal flame. The cable-laying crews are getting attacked all the time. Beth grimaced. Whatever. We are doing another run. You guys can sleep tomorrow. As groans resounded in the control room, Ronnie summoned a leather backpack and pulled something out of it. The team members looked at a tin can with burning eyes. Wait. I'm not seeing things, am I? Is that coffee? It's coffee, guys. Real coffee. Ronnie smiled. Yeah. They are growing coffee trees in Ravenheart now, you know? I got a few cans as payment. How about I brew some for everyone while Chief Bethany does the calibrations? The team members exploded with cheers. Some even shed tears. Beth, meanwhile, was studying the control board, half of it mechanical, half etched with runes and embedded with soul shards. I don't get it, everything should have worked. She remained silent for a minute, then called for an Awakened operating the communication memories. Rivergate Hydro, its center. Are the turbines spinning? The generators are powered up, too? Okay. 1C. Keep an eye on the readings and let me know if something seems out of the ordinary. Honey. One mean, Master Quentin, you repaired the cable, right? Are you sure that there are no other burned sections? What? What do you mean, a nightmare creature chewed through the cable? Why would it? Never mind. Just let me know when you finish mending it. Fire crews, stand by. The delay was caused by a severed cable. We will make another attempt in 10 minutes. No, it's not going to explode again. There is absolutely zero possibility that it will explode again. Nothing is going to explode. But just in case it does, you know what to do. Soon, the delicious aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the control room. The team members savored the invigorating drink while Beth was staring at the panels and discussing various details with her subordinates through the communication memories. From time to time, she looked into the wide window to study the dark landscape of the city below. High above, the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower was contoured against the pale disk of the moon. Finally, Quentin sent a message confirming that the cables laid from the dam built on the ruins of former Rivergate to Bastion were mended. The team members ran to their posts, and a tense silence settled in the control room. Beth remained near the control panel, accompanied by the young assistant, Ronnie. "You're originally from NQSC, right, Ronnie?" The girl nodded. Beth took a last look at the readings, then inhaled deeply. "I'm from the southern quadrant myself. Although I spent quite a few years in NQSC as a student. Oh, and I visited later as a refugee, to pass through the Dream Gate." She lingered for a while. "The infrastructure there, it's simply divine. A work of pure genius. But..." Beth placed her hand on a large switch and suddenly smiled brightly. "In a few decades, Bastion will not be inferior in any way. And every other city in the Dream Realm, too." With that, she pulled the switch. A strange hum suddenly filled the control room, reverberating through the walls. And then, the city outside the window suddenly lit up, just like her face had. Countless street lamps shone with the bright, steady electric light. Like stars in the night sky. The darkness was chased away, replaced with pure, soft radiance. Beth exhaled slowly and smiled with satisfaction. "Told you." Chapter 2270 Food for the People Plus, Turn Off Reset. Far away, in Ravenheart, a woman with stunning emerald eyes was standing on a stone platform, hiding from the falling ash under an elegant umbrella. The lower part of her face was protected from the wind by a fluffy scarf, and she was wearing an exquisitely embroidered dress under a fashionable coat. The woman was looking down at her dainty shoes with regret. The soft leather was already covered in soot, and the silver buckles had lost their shine. She sighed. "Ah. I really hate this place." All around her, the city was boiling with life. Ravenheart had expanded greatly in the last year, spilling over the slopes of the volcano like a stone forest. The settlement on the Great Bridge had grown, as well. In fact, the length of the bridge was not enough to house every awakened anymore, so there were enormous platforms hanging from it like terraces, with their own streets, buildings, gardens, and parks. The latter were encased in glass, of course, in order to protect the fragile plants from the bitter cold. There was another platform being lowered from the side of the bridge at the moment. Its unimaginable weight was supported by enormous cables, which in turn were being held by towering nightmare creatures. The hideous abominations were grinding their fangs and growling, their hulking muscles drawn taut under their hides. Below, a swarm of awakened builders were getting ready to receive the platform and affix it to the rigid frame. Nightmare creatures were everywhere in Ravenheart, actually, performing all kinds of tasks. All thanks to Beastmaster and her eerie aspect. That was in large part why the city had been able to change and expand so swiftly. Only the magnificent Black Palace on the other side of the bridge remained unchanged. Well, the palace itself was the same, but its master was different. The woman looked at the distant palace with a dreamy smile, then caught herself and turned back to the city with a sigh. What a dreary place. Since the most readily available resource here was dark stone, most of the buildings were of the same color. In fact, there used to be very little colors in Ravenheart at all, only black stone, white snow, and ash. Now, however, there were plenty of vibrant islands in the stark sea of black and white. Here and there, crowns of crimson trees rose above the buildings, and crimson flowers bloomed along the streets. Overall, the aesthetic sensibility of the city was vastly improved. The woman looked at the splashes of vibrant crimson with satisfaction. After all, she was the one responsible for introducing color and vibrancy to Ravenheart. Even if it was just to pass the time. Soon enough, she saw a caravan climb the slope of the volcano and enter the city. Nightmare creatures were pulling the heavy carts full of precious cargo, with human guards walking alongside them with confident strides. Finally, soon after the caravan arrived, a tall figure entered the platform and looked at the woman's dainty shoes and elegant umbrella with a dubious expression. "Hey, Bliss." The woman looked at the stranger coldly. "Welcome to Ravenheart, St. Healy." Then, she smiled brightly behind her scarf, took a step forward, and gave the taller woman a hug. "You're finally here." Healy grinned, as well, then laughed. "You're going to poke my eyes out with that umbrella." Bliss took a step back and held the umbrella higher to shield both of them from the falling ash. Come. I just bought this coat. Do you know how hard it is to wash off soot?" The two saints left the platform and headed deeper into the city at a brisk pace. As they walked, Healy looked around, and then said hesitantly, "This place does not quite seem to suit you, Bliss." The other woman sighed. "Oh, I hate it here. But what could I do? Not everyone has an ancestral citadel to return to like you lofty legacies. We, newer saints, are a transient sort. Granted, Summer Night did offer me a prime piece of real estate during the war." She smiled brightly. "But I turned him down. So, when Song Saishan invited me to come here personally, there was no reason to say no. Don't worry, though, I'll be done in a few years and come back east. In fact." Her emerald eyes glistened. "You brought it, right?" Healy looked at the lively saint with a hint of resentment and nodded. "I did. You know, I just returned from the Eastern Quadrant. But instead of welcoming me from the battlefield with open arms, you sent me on a lethal errand to Godgrave instead. Have you no shame?" Bliss grinned. "What I don't have are hooves. But you do. So, you can get to Godgrave and back way faster." Healy looked at her in disbelief. Wow. Just, wow. How callous. Soon enough, they entered a large building on the outskirts of the city. It was guarded by dozens of awakened warriors and a handful of masters, all wearing tense expressions on their faces. Healy glanced at them briefly, then frowned. Somehow, it did not seem like the soldiers were protecting the building from potential threats from the outside. Instead, it seemed like they were protecting the city from the building. "Bliss, just what did Saishan ask you to do?" The other woman folded her umbrella, took off her scarf, and smiled. "You'll see." A younger woman appeared out of nowhere, looked at them, and then asked nervously. "Saint Bliss, is it here?" Bliss nodded. "Indeed. You two should know each other. Healy, this is Ascended Shakti. Shakti, this is Saint Healy." She brought the new samples. Healy studied the younger woman. She vaguely remembered seeing her among the fire keepers. "Let's go." A few minutes later, Healy was standing in front of a heavily reinforced glass dome, looking inside with a troubled expression. Inside the dome, a sea of scarlet moss was growing on the rich ashen soil. Here and there, bones of nightmare creatures protruded from the carpet of moss, growing smaller at an alarming rate. In front of the cell, there were various tables loaded with different, quite mundane plants. Bliss and Shakti were preparing to open the dome to allow Healy to deposit the plants of the scarlet jungle she had scavenged and stored in a special memory to be transported. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Can you tell me now?" Bliss looked at her, then pointed to one of the tables. "You see that? That is a common potato." Then, she turned and pointed at the glass cell. "And that is moss from the Godgrave jungle." Healy nodded. "And why is the moss from Godgrave here?" Bliss smiled. "Do you have any idea how miraculous that jungle is? How fast its flora grows, and how resilient it is?" "Well, of course you do. We both suffered that damned jungle during the war, after all." Then, she picked up a potato and showed it to Healy. "On the other hand, there are 3 billion people that need to be fed once they are all resettled in the dream realm. So, if we can just transplant some qualities of the scarlet moss to a common potato, imagine the possibilities." Healy stared at her silently for a while. "Bliss, Don't tell me that you plan to crossbreed the horrors of the Scarlet Jungle with Waking World's plants? The elegant saintess blinked a couple of times. Well, of course not. I am not planning to. As Healy sighed with relief, she added. I already did. Where do you think all those trees and flowers on the streets of Ravenheart come from? With that, she put the potato down like a precious jewel and turned back to the dome. Come. An endless expanse of tumultuous waves rested under a twilight sky, shrouded in mist and illuminated by the pale light of countless shimmering stars. Powerful winds blew above the surface of the undulating sea, while below it lay the unfathomable darkness of abyssal depths. The distant horizon was hidden behind a wall of heavy clouds, heralding the arrival of an obliterating storm. Indifferent to the daunting threat of the inevitable calamity, a colossal ship moved across the waves at great speed. At least a kilometer across from port to starboard, the ancient vessel still appeared narrow due to its great length. Its ancient hull was made of wood but had no seams, as if someone had hollowed out a branch of an inconceivable tree once to create it. The ship was like a city in and of itself, with dozens of vast decks, beautiful palaces, tall pagodas built on its surface, and great mysteries hiding in its boundless holds. It had wild groves, rushing streams, deep lakes, and gentle meadows. It was Night Garden, the great citadel ruled by Saint Jet, the steward of the south. The miraculous vessel had been mostly desolate once, back when it belonged to the House of Night. Even though thousands of awakened had called it home, their number had not been enough to crowd its many decks and countless holds. Most of the palaces and pagodas had stood empty, many of the lower decks had remained unexplored, and the groves had grown untended. Things were different now. Millions of refugees had arrived aboard the great ship through the Dream Gate, and so, the Night Garden was transformed. The palaces were now inhabited dwellings. The wild groves had turned into cultivated fruit gardens. The meadows had become fertile fields. Children were playing on the shores of the lakes and swimming in the clear water. Countless colorful lanterns illuminated the floating city, making it glow like a vibrant jewel in the dim twilight of the misty sea. Neve was observing the lively landscape of the Night Garden from a vantage point on the bow of the ship with a complicated expression on his face. It was good to see the great citadel braving the perilous expanse of the storm sea once again. It was also rewarding to see it become so lively and thriving, home to countless people. But at the same time, he could not help but remember the desolate tranquility of its former self, the starlit peace of how the Night Garden used to be under the rule of his clan. His former clan. The House of Night did not exist anymore. Daddy. Hearing a childish voice, Neve erased the melancholy from his face and turned around with a smile. In the next moment, a girl with vibrant indigo eyes and hair lunged herself into his embrace at full speed. He caught her and laughed quietly, spinning her around. Wait, you are too big now to ram you poor dad like a hungry shark. The girl frowned fiercely. I am not. Neve laughed again. His daughter was already 12, a fact he sometimes found hard to believe. His family had finally rejoined him aboard the Night Garden a few months ago. Even then, he did not get to spend as much time with them as he would have wanted to, since there were too many ships in need of guidance and too few Nightwalkers left alive. So, their lives were split unevenly between the Storm Sea, where the Night Garden and the rest of the citadels needed to be settled and defended against the perils of the Dream Realm, and the Waking World, where naval convoys had to serve as the last tenuous connection between the isolated quadrants. It had gotten somewhat better after the last of the Stormsea citadels were reclaimed, and especially after Changing Star used her Dream Gate to evacuate the last remaining humans from South America. Still, with the war raging in the eastern quadrant and the infrastructure of the Waking World slowly collapsing, nobody had time to rest. Putting his daughter on the ground, Neve patted her on the head. So, you're done with school for today? Schools were a relatively recent development. With millions of people settling in the Dream Realm and countless more on the way, there were naturally many children here now, some having arrived with their parents, some having been born under the alien sky. All these children had to be educated and taught. The sword domain and the song domain had done little in that regard in the 4 years prior to the war. There had been schools, of course, but too few, And even those that had been established lacked a unified teaching program and vision. So, most children were either homeschooled by their parents or handed off to caretakers chosen from the members of small refugee communities while the parents worked. Creating a comprehensive school curriculum for children who were destined to grow up in this strange new world was not an easy task either. After all, the dream realm often refused to follow the laws that had seemed axiomatic on Earth. Were the teachers supposed to instruct their pupils on how electricity worked, considering that it did not work the same way, or at all, here? Granted, Neve had heard that someone in Bastion managed to build a functioning hydroelectric power plant. If so, the Night Garden was certain to benefit soon, considering that the great ship itself was known to attract and absorb lightning from the endless storms. In any case, things had changed after the war. The government got involved, employing the services of many renowned Dream Realm experts. From what Neve knew, the head of the project was someone named Julius, a seasoned explorer and esteemed academic of the first generation, formerly employed as an instructor of the Awakened Academy. Under the energetic old man's leadership, the universal education guidelines were swiftly developed, iterated, and implemented. The Night Garden was largely under the government's control, so it was the first city to benefit from the education initiative. The other cities in the Dream Realm would be opening enough schools to accommodate every child soon, but here, kids were already receiving a proper education. Neve's daughter, it seemed, was enjoying school greatly. Which was why he was surprised to see her before the classes were supposed to end. She nodded with a grin. Teacher let us go early. Something about needing to return home before the transition? Neve lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Right. So why aren't you home, young lady? The girl grinned. Why would I go straight home when there's no homework? Dad, are you crazy? Then, she giggled and said. I met Grandpa on the way. He brought me here. As she did, there was a sound of uncomfortable coughing from behind her. There, a man with smooth ebony skin and perfectly white hair stood, his eyes glinting with shades of indigo and deep blue. His towering figure was broad and fearsome, but at the moment, there was a deeply somber expression on his face. Brat, I told you not to call me Grandpa. She looked at him innocently. But Grandpa Bloodwave, you're my dad's uncle. That makes you a grandpa. Saint Bloodwave looked at her silently, then sighed. Great uncle. At least call me a great uncle. Neve caught himself looking at his daughter, feeling both warm and cold at the same time. Good. It's good. It was good that she could smile, grin, laugh, and tease her elders without a second thought, still. After everything that they had gone through 2 years before, all the terror, all the loss, and all the change, Neve himself could rarely smile without forcing himself to. Children were much more resilient than adults. That was why he hoped that his daughter and her peers would build a better world in the future. A kinder world, even if it was not the world their parents had been born into. Letting out a sigh, he turned to Bloodwave. Uncle. Neve hesitated for a few moments, and then asked tentatively. Is she going through with it? He did not mean his daughter, of course. He meant Soul Reaper Jet, the ruler of the Night Garden and the de facto leader of the government. Bloodwave nodded. She is. In fact, because of the storm, it is going to happen sooner. It is going to happen now. Neve closed his eyes for a moment. The war against the Skinwalker was not proceeding smoothly, and the evacuation of the Eastern Quadrant was not happening as fast as it had to happen. After all, there was only one Dream Gate. The refugees had to be brought to a single gathering point from all across the continent first, then screened thoroughly to not let any vessels of the vile abomination pass through. The Western Quadrant was drowning in the flood of nightmare gates, as well. So, Changing Star and her steward had come up with an emergency measure. Something to tip the scales in favor of humanity, at least for a while. But their decision was not without risk. Neve opened his eyes and looked at his uncle. Are we sure that it is the best course of action? Bloodwave shrugged. I am not. But if you have objections, you can go talk to Soul Reaper yourself. Neve raised an eyebrow. Why don't you? His uncle looked at him silently, then cleared his throat. Well. It's because, that woman. I am scared of her. Neve's daughter looked at her great uncle with wide eyes. I thought you didn't fear anything, Grandpa. Why would you be scared of Auntie Jet? Bloodwave was not a very expressive man, but at the moment, he looked like someone stabbed him in the heart. He remained silent for a bit, then grumbled, how come Soul Reaper is an auntie, but I am a grandpa? Autumn was slowly surrendering to the tyranny of winter, and frigid winds were blowing across the crowded streets of NQSC. Awakened June had neglected summoning a PTV, so he had to walk quite a distance from the nearest public transport terminal to his destination. It had seemed like a good idea at first, but by now, he was regretting his choice. He found himself weary of cold weather ever since returning from Antarctica. But then again, he also found himself weary of hot weather ever since returning from Godgrave. Sinking deeper into his coat, June sighed. Truly, nature has nothing good to offer at all. People of his generation were truly unfortunate. There was a reason why he had decided to walk, though. June had not been to his hometown for a long time, so he was curious to see how much NQSC had changed. The changes were subtle, but undeniable. The buildings were the same, the roads were the same, and the crisp tastelessness of the filtered air was also the same, here in the center of the city, at least. However, the atmosphere was entirely different. It was both much more lively and much more feverish, with excitement and fear mixed together in equal measure. Most of the people seemed strangely uplifted and confident. They were full of energy. It was as if bright sparks were shining in their eyes, metaphorically speaking, for most. June found it strange that they looked so vibrant despite knowing that the world was coming to an end. But on the other hand, he understood. Even he, once a bitter cynic, felt the same. It was hard not to feel awed after having his life saved by the miraculous flames of a living goddess. People everywhere had spent decades living in a world that they secretly knew was dying. Now, its death sentence had been officially pronounced, but, at the same time, they were given hope and shown an unambiguous path to salvation. They had been given a clear goal. More than that, there was someone to guide them on that thorny path. A person who exemplified the very ideals of benevolence, virtue, and righteous power. Changing star of the Immortal Flame Clan, a living legend, someone who was known to make miracles happen. In simple terms, she had a stellar reputation and a proven track record of leading people out of impossible situations. So, instead of giving up, people were reinvigorated, throwing themselves into working toward a common goal with abandon. Of course, not all of them. That was why the atmosphere in NQSC was so feverish. There were also those who were panicking, surrendering to despair, and just plain losing their minds. As June walked, he noticed the carcasses of several burned PTVs on the side of the road. The walls were marred with scars left by the war. A crowd of protesters had gathered near a tall barrier constructed around an active nightmare gate. Police officers were wearing riot armor and staring at the protesters coldly from behind the transparent visors of their alloy helmets. They looked like a group of knights grievously outnumbered by a horde of angry peasants. June shook his head. What are these folks even protesting against? Well, it did not really matter to him. He doubted that he would spend a long time in NQSC, there were too many emergencies happening every day all across the world, and even more work to be done in the dream realm. So, his unexpected vacation would most likely be short. Finally, he reached his destination, the central government headquarters. It was a vast and heavily defended complex, built with utility in mind and no regard for aesthetics. June studied the automatic turrets towering above the walls and the awakened warriors standing guard around the perimeter, his trained eye discerning many details that many others would have missed. Being a government grunt himself, June had no reason to seek out vulnerability points and potential escape routes, but old habits died hard. He was allowed inside the complex after going through a complicated security check and eventually found himself in the depths of one of its underground levels. There, a few other awakened were waiting patiently in front of an unmarked office. When June arrived, they studied him with wary gazes. He studied them, as well, feeling pins and needles in his sword arm. Professionals. There was an imperceptible quality that those like themselves recognized in each other. A subtle mark of a specialist, of a person who had reached the hidden heights of their bloody vocation. Not all of them were consummate killers, there were those with utility aspects, as well. In fact, those were often much more precious than the combat specialists. But most of them were. Smiling amicably, June nodded at the awakened elites and took a seat. I do wonder what it's all about. The reason he had returned to NQSC and was now sitting in front of an unmarked office was a bit strange. It was a rumor, no, more of an urban legend among the seasoned government grunts like him. A scary story about an absolutely secret, untraceable elite force that operated in the shadows of the human domain. A force more elite than even the exalted fire keepers themselves, and arguably more deadly. Most people dismissed these rumors as a scary story, but some dug deeper. June was one of those who had investigated the rumors more seriously. As a result, he found himself participating in a vicious and, quite honestly, more than a little shady trial. Having ruthlessly defeated all other contenders, he finally found himself here. His curiosity was going to be sated soon. He spent about an hour in the waiting room before being summoned into the office. There, an awakened woman was sitting behind a desk, checking something on the screen in front of her. She had a petite build, with mousy hair and an unassuming face. However, her gaze was calm and confident, making June feel a little flustered. Awakened June? He nodded. I am Awakened Kim. Please take a seat. June sat on the only free chair in the office and looked at Awakened Kim quietly. After checking her screen one last time, she turned to him and said in an even tone. June, City of Origin, NQSC. Infected by the nightmare spell at age 16, awakened an aspect of the ascended rank, supposedly. Stellar marks at the academy, joined the government after awakening. Member of the 1st Evacuation Army. 2nd Irregular Company, East Antarctica. Distinguished service. Later retired from service, employed at various private outlets as a security specialist and bodyguard. In Godgrave, Soldier of the Sword Army, Vanishing Lake Expedition, Godheart, Siege of the Greater Crossing, rejoined the government forces 6 months ago. She paused and looked at June, who smiled. That's me. Awakened Kim nodded. What she said next, however, made June freeze and feel a cold shiver run down his spine. Clandestine alias, Corsair. Black market abomination hunter, enforcer, assassin. 76 confirmed contracts, actual number unknown. 94% success rate. Fallen nightmare creatures, unhinged ascended, an unsanctioned death zone expedition? Impressive. June remained silent for a few moments, hiding his shock and unease. Eventually, he coughed. That's also me. Awakened Kim, whomever the hell she was, seemed to know everything already, and in chilling detail at that. So, there was no reason to play coy. She studied him intently for a bit, then asked with a hint of curiosity. Say, the Pandavar massacre, that wouldn't happen to have been you, by chance? June met her gaze, considered his next words for a moment or two, then smiled. Those guys? Well, they got into some really appalling business for a fallen noble house. Otherwise, the bounty on their heads would not have been that high. Awakened Kim lingered for a few moments, then chuckled suddenly. A corsair hunting down pirates, huh? The irony. She paused and seemed to hesitate for a short while. Eventually, she asked. You are Vandal's grandson, aren't you? I met your grandfather in Antarctica. He was a great awakened. June looked at her for a few long moments, his expression turning stiff. He wasn't great enough, I guess. Otherwise, he would have survived. Then, he crossed his arms and asked. So, are we done with the interrogation part? How about you tell me what this is about? Awakened Kim gave him an evaluating look, then nodded. It's simple, really. There is important work that needs to be done, and you've been evaluated to be the right person to do it. It is a special kind of assignment. You won't be working for the government anymore, but know that what we do is exclusively for the sake of humanity. The only entity we report to is the ivory tower itself, well, when our boss feels like it, at least. June blinked. When the boss feels like it? What kind of boss would be audacious enough to neglect reporting their business to a literal goddess? And who would be important enough to report directly to Changing Star? Noticing his reaction, awakened Kim smiled faintly. Note that I can't tell you anything else until you agree. The next morning, June returned to the government complex at the break of dawn. He had finished his business in the city and packed a bag as instructed, informing those who still bothered to check on him from time to time that he would be gone for a while. Awakened Kim met him in the depths of the complex, looking just as plain and unassuming as yesterday. This time, however, she was wearing a dark suit of combat armor. The armor, in fact, gave June pause. It was matte black and unembellished, looking neat, but entirely unremarkable at first glance. However, there was something about the armor that made him look again. June had a good eye for these things, so he could not help but notice the subtle signs of sublime craftsmanship, how flawlessly the armor fit her figure, how well it maintained the balance between rigidity and flexibility, thus providing stellar defense while remaining relatively light and not at all cumbersome, the artistry of how seamlessly it incorporated subtle elements of modern design into the time-tested archaic framework. Peculiarly enough, he could not identify the materials that had gone into crafting the armor. All he could tell was that they had come from nightmare creatures of the corrupted rank, and that there was an array of powerful enchantments hiding beneath the unassuming surface of the plain black armor. It was, for all intents and purposes, a masterwork. More than that, it was clearly custom-made as opposed to being bestowed by the spell, which meant that Kim, a mere awakened, was wearing a bespoke suit of transcendent armor. June glanced at her with a distant expression. With her calm gaze, the mysterious woman looked quite comfortable and sharp in her black armor. She showed no sign of knowing or caring that she was wearing an entire fortune on her body. Just who was awakened Kim, really? What kind of funding did the nebulous force that had recruited him enjoy? As she turned to meet his gaze, June finally noticed something that stood out on the plain black surface of the black armor. It was a circular insignia in the shape of a coiled serpent. He studied the sharp-looking woman for a moment, then asked. Awakened Kim, if I may ask, where were you assigned in Antarctica? Was she a former member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit? Or maybe even one of the Irregulars' companies, just like him? No, if she had really met his grandfather, then she would have been in the Antarctic Center. And apart from Soul Reaper herself, barely anyone from the first Irregular company had survived. Everyone in Antarctica had gone through hell, but those people were said to have met the devil himself. Awakened Kim shrugged. Oh. I was just a pencil pusher. Yeah, no way. Somehow, June strongly doubted it. He did not press the issue, though. Instead, he pointed to the serpent insignia and raised an eyebrow. Is that the enchanter's signature? He was really curious to know which famous master had created this masterpiece. Awakened Kim glanced at the insignia and sighed. Sort of. It's our crest, I guess. Kind of defeats the purpose of being a secret organization, I know. But our boss and his foremost minion will not listen to my objections. Something about brand recognition and customer loyalty. Shaking her head with an aggrieved expression, she headed into the depths of the complex and gestured for him to follow. As they walked, June asked. Do I get to know who we are now? Awakened Kim nodded. You will learn everything in the next few days. For now, know that we call ourselves the Shadow Clan. Our purpose is to perform delicate tasks that the Fire Keepers cannot undertake themselves. Gathering information, eliminating threats, dealing with special kinds of nightmare creatures. We are also responsible for establishing a secure base in a remote region of the Dream Realm, as well as for preparations against a potential hazard in the future. June raised an eyebrow. What kind of hazard? Awakened Kim pursed her lips. I don't know. In fact, none of us know. That is because, as we were told, the nature of the hazard itself is such that simply knowing about it is dangerous. He blinked a couple of times. How can we prepare to face a threat if we don't know what the threat is? She smiled faintly. By doing what our boss tells us. You'll understand when you meet him. They reached the gate of a massive cargo elevator. Awakened Kim entered a security code, and the gate opened slowly. A few seconds later, it lowered behind them, and the elevator began to move down. June was surprised. They were already quite deep underground, but there seemed to be an even deeper layer to the government complex. He subconsciously timed the descent, calculating the depth. Awakened Kim spoke by his side. The Shadow Clan is primarily based in the Dream Realm. You will be anchored at our citadel. Our work takes us all over the two worlds, though, so be prepared to travel a lot. Needless to say, it is preferable if no one notices our presence. In case contact with other humans is inevitable, though, you will be provided with a suitable cover identity. June scratched the back of his head. Wouldn't it be problematic to be anchored to a citadel in a remote region of the Dream Realm if we need to travel a lot? She chuckled. Don't worry about it. Our boss can bring you to where you need to be. The citadel itself can travel, as well. So the mysterious boss was a saint. Only saints could transport people between worlds, after all. But more importantly, a citadel that can travel? June suddenly had a suspicion. The Nameless Temple? The citadel of the Lord of Shadows was known to be able to move. It had disappeared mysteriously a few days after the sinister man's death. People assumed that Lady Nephi's bestowed it to one of her saints, but nobody knew for sure. The Lord of Shadows. Shadow Clan. June glanced at Awakened Kim with suspicion. No one knew where the Lord of Shadows had come from. Considering his great power and vast resources, though, there had to be some sort of faction standing behind him. It was simply unthinkable for a solitary Awakened to achieve all these feats alone. The Lord of Shadows was dead now, having without a doubt left behind a masterless faction. People assumed that it had been quietly obliterated by the Ivory Tower, but what if Lady Nephis assumed control over its members instead? That would explain a few things. How many members does our clan have? Awakened Kim glanced at him calmly. Around 200. Half of us are operatives, the other half is involved in information gathering, logistics, and construction. Don't worry, though, most of us are friendly people. You'll fit right in, Corsair. Just, apart from the boss, you need to be wary of 3 individuals. June tensed a little. They are? At the same time, he shook his head slightly, bewildered. The elevator was still descending. Just how far down are we going? Awakened Kim spoke in a serious tone. First and foremost, our mayor, Aiko. Also known as the Shadow Fairy. If she starts demanding rent money or charging you for mission supplies, come find me. I can't guarantee that I can stop her, but I'll at least try to distract her. June stared at Kim, trying to understand if she was joking. Surely, she was. But why was her tone so somber? Meanwhile, she continued. Second is our princess, Rain. She's actually wonderful, but our boss might kill you if he catches you looking at her funny. And just so that you know, being killed by our boss is not an escape from suffering. It is merely the beginning. June coughed. Don't look at the princess funny. Got it. But what if she began looking at him funny? June was not very self-absorbed, but he knew that he was quite a handsome man. Tall, cold, with black hair and blue eyes, he had been known to get a lot of attention from women. Which was actually a bit of a detriment in his profession. So, June suddenly felt uneasy. Princess of Shadows, yeah, I'd better stay away. Who's the third? Awakened Kim gave him a long look. The third is a man called Luster. If you hear him talk nonsense about the female members of our clan, come tell me immediately. June's expression soured. Why? Does he have unsavory habits? He hated people like that. Awakened Kim lingered for a bit, then suddenly let out a laugh. No, he's my husband. I'm going to give him hell at home. June's calm and collected expression cracked for a moment. At that moment, the elevator finally stopped. The gate slowly opened, revealing a vast underground chamber. The chamber was cylindrical in shape, the ceiling towering somewhere far, far above. June guessed that it used to be a water reservoir, now empty and repurposed for some other use. The scale of the underground reservoir was still quite daunting. However, he was in no mood to pay any attention to the size of the secret chamber. Because at its center, something that should not have existed stood, towering at hundreds of meters in height. It was a black rift in the fabric. The dark fissure in the fabric of reality was a dream gate. But a dream gate could not be hidden in an underground reservoir beneath the central government HQ. Because there was only one supreme in the world, and only one dream gate, the radiant dream gate of Changing Star, the living goddess of humanity. This gate, however, was out of place. It brimmed with an impenetrable darkness, making June shiver as if chilled to the bone. He was not someone to deny what he saw, however. A second dream gate? If there was a second dream gate in the world, that meant that there was a second supreme in the world, as well. He almost staggered. Awakened Kim patted June on the shoulder. Relax, Corsair. This secret is fully sanctioned by the Ivory Tower. June gulped. But, the Lord of Shadows, he's dead. I saw him die with my own 2 eyes. She smiled. Did you? With that, Awakened Kim left the elevator and entered the reservoir. It was only then that June noticed that there were various cargo containers placed chaotically here and there on the floor of the underground chamber, as well as several people busy unloading building materials and supplies from them. Kind of creepy, isn't it? He flinched, hearing a friendly voice speaking into his ear. Turning around, June noticed a young man looking at him with an amiable smile. Quite disturbingly, he had not sensed the young man's approach at all. It had been years since anyone had managed to sneak up on June. He still had scars from that near-fatal encounter. The young man pointed to the dream gate. A creepy black portal hidden in a secret underground chamber. I nearly fainted the first time I saw it. June glanced at the towering fissure once again, trying to regain his composure. The Lord of Shadows is alive? Not only was the sinister fiend alive, he was also in charge of an elite clandestine force that supported the Ivory Tower from the shadows. So, Lady Nephice and him had staged their fateful duel, for whatever reason. June tried to come to terms with that fact. Somehow, it made a comforting sort of sense. One supreme was like a radiant sun, shining upon mankind from the heavens. The other was like a vast shadow hiding in the eternal darkness deep underground. Both were working hand in hand to protect humanity. The goddess and her shadow. June exhaled slowly, then froze. Wait, that's our boss Awakened Kim kept talking about? He suddenly felt dizzy. Who went around calling a supreme boss? Wasn't that sacrilege? The young man turned to Awakened Kim and saluted her respectfully. She smiled. Oh, Ray, are you and Fleur back from the Eastern Quadrant? He nodded. I am, but she stayed behind to treat the civilians. Oh, by the way, will Master Quentin be returning any time soon? She wanted to thank him for his guidance. Awakened Kim shook her head. You know that he mainly stays in Bastion. Now that our princess is there as well, he won't be back for some time. The young man, Ray, sighed. I don't get it. I really don't. When I first learned that Rain was royalty, I was honestly a bit envious. But she went straight back to a road crew after the war. And now she's delivering coffee in Bastion. Isn't our boss a little too ruthless to his sister? It was only then that June noticed Ray wearing a suit of black armor similar to that of Awakened Kim. Everyone in the underground chamber was, in fact, all emblazoned with the coiling serpent insignia. That suddenly made his heart flutter. Does this mean that I'll get one, too? Would he be getting a bespoke suit of transcendent armor? She did say that our benefits were stellar. Awakened Kim, meanwhile, pointed to June and said neutrally. This is our new recruit, Corsair. Corsair, this is our best stealth specialist, Ray. Be nice to him, his girlfriend is a healer. June looked at the young man and smiled. Let's be friends. Anyone who knew anything understood that befriending healers was a matter of first priority. After saying their goodbye to Ray, June and Kim walked past the cargo containers and passed through the Dream Gate without much fanfare. June had been wondering what he would encounter on the other side with a bit of trepidation, but to his surprise, he saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. He was surrounded by impenetrable darkness, the kind one rarely encountered in a world that was full of stars, moons, and city lights. All June could feel was the wind on his face, hinting that he was not underground anymore. He could also hear various sounds reaching his ears from a distance. Awakened Kim was somewhere near. Her voice reached him from a few meters away a moment later. You will receive the mark soon. For now, I will use my aspect ability on you. It will help you see. Then, suddenly, June could see again. The darkness did not disappear, but he was somehow able to see through it clearly. The world was devoid of color, but other than that, it was as if he suddenly received perfect night vision. A vast starless sky was above him. All around him were the crumbled, dilapidated buildings of a dark, ancient city. He was standing in the middle of a spacious square that rested under the black branches of an enormous tree. The Dream Gate towered behind him, while a wide road led into the depths of the city in front of him. Awakened Kim spoke calmly. This is Saint Square. Apparently, this is where our boss met Saint for the first time. June hesitated to ask. Which saint? She shook her head. Not a saint. The Onyx Saint. She is the general of Shadow Legion, as well as the combat instructor of the Shadow Clan. She'll be training you, too. He trembled. Wait, she doesn't mean that alarming living statue? June was actually quite familiar with the Lord of Shadows and his infernal servants, having followed the Sellsword Saint into battle during the conquest expedition of the Vanishing Lake. The graceful Onyx Knight, the towering Steel Fiend, and the shape-shifting Serpent. Weren't they easy echoes? Apparently, they weren't. And one of them would be training him soon. He sighed. I'm looking forward to it. Awakened Kim nodded. First, you will need to meet the boss and receive the mark. We'll settle you in the Dark Castle after that. June raised an eyebrow. The Dark Castle? Instead of answering, Kim simply pointed. Turning around, June looked up and froze for a few seconds. Out there, standing on a tall hill above the city, was a sinister castle built of black stone. It was grand and magnificent, with dozens of towers rising into the air, each supported by a number of elaborate arches and columns. Grotesque gargoyles were staring down on the ruins from under the eaves. A grandiose staircase led to the castle gates. In front of it, there was a vast stone platform, meant to serve as the gathering ground for the soldiers in case the adversary was to somehow scale the hill. Now, however, a radiant temple of black marble was perched on it instead. The Nameless Temple. It was at this point that June finally asked. I am sorry, Awakened Kim, but where, exactly, are we? She glanced at him in confusion, then smiled faintly. Where else? This is the Forgotten Shore. June inhaled sharply. The Forgotten Shore. The nightmarish crucible where Song of the Fallen, raised by wolves, Nightingale, the Fire Keepers, and Changing Star herself had been forged. The cradle of humanity's goddess. A subtle frown creased his brow. Wait, but wasn't there a bright castle here, ruled by a bright lord? Awakened Kim laughed quietly. There was. Now, however, we have a dark castle, ruled by a dark lord. June blinked a couple of times. That's a little on the nose, isn't it? She coughed. Oh, it is. Don't say it to the boss's face, though. Granted, he probably heard you already, he hears everything, after all. June paled. What I meant to say was that it is, gorgeously poetic and highly symbolic. Yeah. Kim glanced at him with a hint of contempt and shook her head. In any case, let's go. I need to get back to NQSC soon. They walked across the dark city together as she explained a few more things. June was a little bit distracted, however, by the sight of innumerable dreadful nightmare creatures, or rather, their silent shadows moving along the desolate streets, clearing them of stone debris or transporting building materials. It seemed like the entire city was being slowly restored to its former glory. At some point, they passed a magnificent ruined cathedral. Rhythmic sounds of a hammer striking an anvil could be heard from the inside, ringing far and wide in the silence of the desolate city. June looked at it with curiosity. The insides of the transcendent devil were oddly no different from the interior of an actual castle. The place did not even seem haunted or especially sinister. In fact, it was clean and neat, almost cozy. Naturally, that was only because awakened Kim had granted June the ability to see through the darkness that drowned the spacious corridors. He would not have wanted to wander them alone while carrying something as unreliable as a lantern. Overall, everything he had seen so far, the abyssal chasm of the hidden dream gate, the crumbling city resting under the dark expanse of a starless sky, the silent shadows populating its ancient streets, the black edifice of the magnificent temple, the towering black castle that possessed a malevolent life of its own, was more than worthy of being the domain of a dark deity. And June was about to meet that deity. Naturally, he knew that supremes were not really gods. However, from the point of view of a mundane human or a mere awakened, for that matter they might as well have been. The King of Swords and the Queen of Worms had mostly kept their power hidden, but the Lady of the Ivory Tower was far more generous with her grace. She was rarely seen, but there was hardly a person in the world who had not felt the presence of her radiant power. Those of them who had fought in that fateful last battle of the Realm War knew how miraculous it was, especially well. The power to nurture, the power to destroy. June had no doubt that, if Changing Star wanted to, she could annihilate the entire world in the luminous inferno of her flames. She could also embrace all of humanity and carry them all to salvation. If that was not a god, then he did not know what was. The Lord of Shadows was a comparable existence. So, June, who more or less had ice flowing through his veins, found himself struggling to remain calm. His composure was crumbling with each step he took. It's going to be all right. After all, I've already met the Lord of Shadows. Right? Out there in Godgrave, he had seen the fearsome saint countless times. Granted, June had been creeped out by him even then. Who wouldn't be? That fearsome black armor, the sinister mask, the cold and insidious presence, the oppressive force of his dreadful killing intent, the frightening mystery of it all. The thought of looking directly at that hideous mask made June shiver. People had speculated that there was something inhuman hiding behind it even when the Lord of Shadow was merely a saint. No one had ever seen him bleed, after all. He was not a saint anymore. How much more frightening had he become after attaining supremacy? Penny for your thoughts. June flinched slightly and glanced at awakened Kim. He hesitated for a few seconds, then said, I'm a bit nervous to meet my new employer, to be honest. She smiled faintly. I was too the first time I met him. He raised an eyebrow. If I may ask, what is he like? Awakened Kim remained silent for a bit, then said with a neutral expression. Well, his waffles are to die for. The corner of June's eye twitched. What in the world? What did she mean? Before he could continue the conversation, though, they reached tall wooden gates. The heavy doors opened by themselves, and awakened Kim ushered him into the throne room of the dark castle. The great hall was grandiose and majestic in appearance, its vast expanse drowning in impenetrable darkness. The walls were decorated with intricate carvings that spanned dozens of meters like a regal tapestry, depicting scenes of fearsome battles and fantastical landscapes. At the far end of the hall, a set of stairs led to a dark alcove. And there, on a raised dais, stood a black throne. Sitting on that throne, June stumbled, momentarily stunned. All this time, he had been mentally preparing himself to face the Lord of Shadows, the fearsome figure encased in an intricate suit of dark armor, wearing an eerie mask that depicted the face of a snarling demon, with long white hair cascading down its back. Reality, however, was very different from his imagination. Instead of the familiar, if deeply frightening, visage of the Lord of Shadows, a slender young man was sitting on the throne in a relaxed pose, wearing an easy black tunic. The young man had skin as pale as flawless white jade, silky black hair, and eyes that were like two onyx gems. His delicate gorgeousness was almost sublime, making June feel like he was looking at a piece of art, not a human being. What was more, he could not sense the cold indifference, disdainful arrogance, and dreadful bloodthirst that people had associated with the Lord of Shadows. Instead, he felt nothing at all, as if the young man had no presence whatsoever. No, wait. This was the Lord of Shadows? The Lord of Shadows was this young? More importantly, he had been hiding this face behind a mask all this time? June was stunned. He was dazed. But only for a moment. When the moment passed, June realized that he had been staring at the Shadow Sovereign with wide eyes. But even knowing that, he still had to force himself to look away. Stop ogling your boss, fool. At the moment, June wanted nothing more than to find the bastard who had said that the Lord of Shadows was constantly wearing the mask due to being horribly disfigured, and drown him in a puddle. The silly rumors that the mysterious Saint and Lady Nephice had been lovers suddenly did not seem that silly anymore. In fact, they made too much sense. Boss. Awakened Kim bowed slightly. The Lord of Shadows glanced at her and smiled. His smile was radiant enough to stop hearts, but sadly enough, Kim seemed to be immune to it, while June was not in the mood to appreciate radiance. In any case, he was quite scared. Arg, Kimmy. Is this the new recruit? She nodded. Yes. Only one from the latest batch passed the selection. The Lord of Shadows shifted his gaze and looked at June. Surprisingly enough, his gaze wasn't alarming, suffocating, or oppressive. It was quite friendly. Which only made June tense up more. After all, people in his field of work knew that there was nothing more dangerous than a being that was supposed to be threatening, but did not feel like a threat at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly raised a hand. What is he going to do? And waved at June lazily. You must be Corsair. Welcome, wow, your dossier? Damnation. You are so cool. June froze. Excuse me? The Lord of Shadows shook his head dejectedly. The black market, huh? Why didn't I think of that? More importantly, why didn't I think of that? I should seriously deduct her pay. June blinked a couple of times. Huh? And that was how he met his new boss, the Dark Lord, for the first time. Sunny woke up from the warm touch of sunshine on his bare chest. Sunlight was pouring through the curtains, the white fabric murmuring quietly as the gentle wind made it stream and flutter. He remained motionless for a while, basking in the warmth and the softness of the bed. It was truly one of life's greatest joys, to wake up with a smile on his face. A few seconds later, he turned his head and glanced at Nephice, who was sleeping peacefully by his side. Her silver hair was scattered across the pillow, and her gorgeous face was blissfully calm and endearingly vulnerable as she slept. He enjoyed the view for a few minutes, not in a hurry to wake her up. Opening the dream gate for the night garden had taken a lot out of her yesterday. So, she deserved some rest. He would have loved to share the burden of yesterday's undertaking, but sadly, that was something only Nephice could have done. Both of them could accomplish unique feats while opening dream gates. Sunny, for example, was capable of opening 7 of them instead of 1. Meanwhile, Nephice could open a dream gate that allowed passage in both directions. Nightmare gates led from the dream realm into the waking world, while dream gates led from the waking world into the dream realm. However, Nephice was a dream spawn, a being existing on the edge between nightmare and reality, and therefore belonging to both worlds, and maybe because of that, her dream gate was special. That was why only she could have sent the night garden to Earth. As Sunny wondered what would happen to her power when the two worlds completely fused, Nephice stirred and opened her striking gray eyes. Sunlight reflected in them, making her pupils spark. She turned her head sleepily and glanced up at Sunny, then smiled. Were you staring at me again? He nodded shamelessly. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I stare at the most beautiful woman in the world? Nephi lingered for a moment, then scoffed and pushed his face away. Sunny laughed, surrendering to her gentle push. He did not fail to notice the slight blush appearing on her cheeks, though. Rising from the bed, Nephi summoned a light tunic from a storm of radiant sparks and raised her hands above her head, stretching with a satisfied sigh. Sunny climbed out of bed, as well, manifesting easy clothes from the shadows. The uppermost chamber of the ivory tower was spacious and permeated with golden light, but where there was light, there were also shadows, so he never had trouble summoning them to do his bidding. That said, Sunny appreciated Nephi's graceful figure for a few seconds, then said in a pleasant tone. I just had a luminous idea. How about, we climb back into bed? He did not really need to say anything, really, because she could sense his desire. Nephi glanced at him scornfully over her shoulder. Unlike you, I only have one body. Sunny tilted his head. What was that supposed to mean? Was she hinting that he had worn her down last night? But she was capable of recovering from any strain in seconds. Her single body was literally inexhaustible. Had he exhausted the inexhaustible? Sunny was suddenly torn between pride and disappointment. At that moment, Nephi frowned slightly and threw a pillow at him. I meant that I can only be in one place at a time. I'm already late to a meeting with Effie. Erase whatever lewd thoughts you're thinking from that dirty head of yours, scoundrel. Sunny allowed the pillow to hit him in the face and smiled innocently. Welp. I guess I have a grudge against Effie now. Nephi stared at him sternly for a few seconds. He could see that she was suppressing a smile, though. Eventually, she shook her head. I need to get ready. Soon enough, Nephi left her living quarters and descended the steps of the ivory tower. Sunny, naturally, was hiding in her shadow by then. That was where this incarnation of his spent most of its time while his other avatars were busy with their own tasks. That way, he could both stay close to Nephi and be aware of all important developments happening on her side without having to use Cassie as a messenger. If there was one unfortunate side to this situation, though, it was that Sunny could not be with her in his human form all the time. After all, he was officially dead. It was all right to appear in front of the people who knew the truth, at least. Effie was waiting in a parlor on one of the lower levels of the ivory tower, enjoying the plentiful tray of snacks. Hearing Nephi's approach, she smiled and waved a hand. Damn, princess. These are to die for. Who's your chef? Please tell me. I am definitely not going to steal them. Then, she frowned for a moment and then looked at Nephi with a mischievous smile. Oh, I guess I can't call you princess anymore. Our princess is more of an empress now. Arg, they grow up so quick. Nephi smiled faintly and sat down opposite Effie, the wide desk separating them. Sunny made the snacks. Effie froze. The vivacious huntress had been affected maybe the most by the revelation that the menacing Lord of Shadows was, in fact, none other than charming Master Sunless. Sunny still could not help but laugh wickedly every time he remembered the array of mortified expressions that had flashed across her face at that moment. From stunned silence, to the slow realization that it was the sinister saint who had been pampering her son with ice cream, to a sudden horror at the memory of slandering him in front of Nephi to win points for the delicate, gallant enchanter. And so much more. No, really, it was a priceless memory for Sunny now. So priceless, in fact, that he generously forgave half of the times Effie had forced him to listen to the talk about the birds and the bees on Alethia's island. In any case, she had been acting uncharacteristically subdued and borderline meek around him ever since. Now, too, Effie grew tense at the mention of his name. She cleared her throat. Right. About him. Listen, princess, I know that you are a big girl now, but... Effie froze for a moment, then asked cautiously. He's not behind me, is he? Nephi glanced at her in confusion. No. Effie instantly turned into her usual lively self. That guy. The Lord of Shadows. I know that he is stupidly hot, rich, charming, powerful, and stupidly hot, as well as an amazing cook who was also great with his hands. Wait, did I say hot twice? Whatever. What I mean to say is that there's plenty of fish in the sea. You should find yourself a kind and honest man instead of settling for the first random supreme you met on the street. But Nephi's was not done talking. Technically, he's under the desk. Effie froze. Sunny chose that exact moment to assume his human form and sit down on a chair next to Nephi's. He smiled pleasantly at Effie, remained silent for a moment, and then said in a pleasant tone. Yes, you did say hot twice. She let out a groan. Eventually, Effie gave Sunny a glare and grumbled. I liked you more when you were Master Sunless. He chuckled. I am still the same man, though. She sighed and leaned back, picking up a pastry from the tray. Well, yeah. But you are also a powerful supreme who goes around beheading sovereigns. Sunny raised an eyebrow, then shrugged nonchalantly. You are the world's sweetest mom, but also a transcendent powerhouse who goes around tearing great nightmare creatures apart with bare hands. A person can be more than one thing. Effie swallowed the pastry and gave him a satisfied look. Then, her eyes gleamed dangerously. More than one thing, you say? That reminds me. Princess, does he ever? Luckily, whatever she wanted to say was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Cassie entered the parlor, carrying a stack of documents with her. Oh, you are all already here. Let us start. Nephi's has to move on to the next item on her schedule in 34 minutes. With that, their brief meeting began. As the supreme ruler of humanity, Nephi's was endlessly busy. If she was not on the battlefield, she was usually drowned in an endless parade of strategy meetings and discussions. Every day, she had to make innumerable decisions, many of them having the potential to affect the very future of mankind. Naturally, the benefit of being the highest authority in the world was that there were vast resources at her disposal, human resources, most of all. Humanity's best and brightest were ready to answer her call, advise her on the best course of action, and take various tasks off her hands. In fact, with Cassie's help, Nephi's had built a greatly efficient pyramid of delegation. The great apparatus of the human domain worked as a well-oiled machine. The most precious resource in the world was talent, and there were innumerable talented individuals working together to accomplish the goals she set. Still, even that was not enough. So, one of the most important priorities of the new regime was to seek and nurture talent. Administrative talent, scientific talent, engineering talent, all kinds of people were recruited and given ample opportunities to realize their varied talents, as well as grow. But most of all, naturally, what Nephi's wanted was to nurture strength. Humanity needed warriors more than it needed anyone else, after all. So, everyone was encouraged to grow stronger. Awakened were encouraged to become masters, masters were encouraged to become saints. Saints were encouraged to reach the very peak of their potential, or even challenge the fourth nightmare if they wished, not that anyone had, yet. As a result, the number of champions of all ranks had been speedily growing in the last year. The fact that myriad inexperienced awakened had returned from Godgrave as seasoned veterans was helping greatly, too. And, naturally, mundane people were encouraged to become awakened. Now that people were migrating to the dream realm en masse, the nature of awakening had transformed. Before, only those chosen by the spell could challenge the first nightmare, but now, anyone who passed through the dream gate could. All they had to do was request it. They did not even need to return to the waking world with the help of a saint or leave the boundary of Nephi's domain. All they needed to do was wish for it sincerely in their hearts. Sensing their strong desire to challenge a nightmare, Nephi's could release them from the protection of her domain. Oddly enough, people tended to do it communally. The places where they gathered to prove their longing were solemn and quiet, with people meditating in silence for hours, or sometimes even days. To Sunny, they looked similar to believers kneeling in a temple to pray. It was quite eerie, actually, to see how readily people forgot that Nephi's, too, was a person, and treated her as some kind of goddess instead. He knew for a fact that this odd development had nothing to do with what Nephi's and Cassie themselves wanted. If anything, they wanted the opposite, since believing in a benevolent deity would eventually instill people with a subconscious belief that they would be saved instead of inspiring them to seek enough strength to save themselves. What Nephi's wanted was to become someone whom people believed they could become, not a heavenly existence that was forever out of reach. In any case, there were more and more mundane humans awakening every month. They did not have to wait for the winter solstice anymore. Passing through the dream gate and anchoring them to a citadel was enough to become an awakened, even if some still chose to pass the second trial of the spell without any help. There were unintended consequences to that new reality, as well. For one, the Awakened Academy had to change and open its doors to mundane youths for the first time since its establishment. Since anyone could become a sleeper as long as they willed it, withholding the best education from the aspiring youths had no point. Another side effect was far more somber. People were encouraged to become stronger, but not forced to. Still, there were more and more mundane people challenging the first nightmare, more and more awakened challenging the second, and more masters challenging the third. The number of human warriors of the awakened ascended, and transcendent ranks was swelling. But not all the challengers survived. In fact, for every one who succeeded, there were several who did not. The grim harvest of lives the nightmare spell collected was more plentiful than it had ever been, with the exception maybe of the first days of its descent. At the same time, there were more nightmare gates opening in the waking world, and more youths being infected by the nightmare spell naturally every day. Sadly, there was little Nephi could do about the latter even if she wanted to. The sword domain and the song domain had stood on a foundation built by the nightmare spell, the citadels. Her domain, however, had no boundary, existing in the hearts of those who were inspired by her. It spanned both worlds, but Nephi and Sunny rapidly found out that the suppressing effect domains seemed to have on the tiny seeds of corruption hiding in the hearts of aspirants was not, in fact, an expression of a sovereign's power. Instead, it was a function built into the citadels by the spell, just like nightmares themselves were a function of the spell that gave humans a chance to destroy the seeds before they blossomed. So, only those followers of Nephi who lived in the area of influence of her citadels could escape the first nightmare. That was why the population of the Night Garden could cross over to Earth and be spared the deadly trial, but the infected youths of the waking world could not rely on their goddess to save them from having to face it. All they could do was pass through the dream gate to postpone their nightmares, if they wished to do so, and had enough time to flee. In the end, humanity was reinvigorated and inspired to strive for greater heights. However, there was still a mountain of broken dreams hiding in the shadow of its rise from the ruins of a crumbling world. Sunny had little to do with most affairs discussed this morning, so he only listened to the meeting half-heartedly. Cassie was delivering a concise report on various issues. I received the initial status update from the Night Garden. It is indeed being somewhat suppressed by the laws of the waking world, but not outside of our expectations. Jet managed to get it under control with relatively little trouble, so she proceeded along the planned course. Their speed is greatly diminished, though. Clearing the northeastern corridor and reaching Australia will take them no less than a week. What is more, the vessel seems incapable of replenishing its fuel, whatever it might be, in the waking world. They will have to return to the dream realm before the end of the month, at least for a few days. The agricultural research in Ravenheart is proceeding smoothly. St. Bliss has requested additional reinforcements stationed at the laboratory in case of an unexpected containment breach. Healy is there at the moment, so I asked her to stick around. It should be fine, but the seismic readings coming from the depths of the volcano are somewhat concerning. We know that a powerful nightmare creature emerged from it once in the past. Kai is monitoring the situation and will let us know if there is a real threat. Hopefully, we can deal with whatever comes before an earthquake or an eruption happens. Oh, and I'm not sure if you noticed, but last night, the test run of the Rivergate facility finally succeeded. People all over the city are celebrating. Nephi, you'll need to congratulate Chief Bethany personally. I scheduled it for tomorrow. Sunny smiled faintly. So, Beth had finally fulfilled her bold promise. He was glad. Wait, last night? How did he miss the entire city glowing with electric lights? In any case, Rain would probably be sleep-deprived when she visited the Ivory Tower today. Effie reported on a few issues next. Most of them had to do with the development of the citadels east of Godgrave, but there were a few interesting pieces of news, as well. Both Eastern subjugation campaigns are proceeding smoothly. We are cleansing the interior of the domain at a good pace. The progress is especially great on the Chained Isles. Tyrus and Roan have also come up with measures to prevent more islands from falling into the sky below, something about pulling the Ebony Tower up from the depths and using it as an anchor. And just so you know, it took all my willpower to hold back the joke about plugging a huge rift with a, never mind. In any case, the exploration teams surveying the territories in the Far East have not discovered any new citadels after those first two. From what they report, we might reach the edge of the landmass in the next few months. We'll move north from there along the coast. The situation in the eastern quadrant is still dire. Skinwalker, that damn thing, it's learning faster than we are coming up with countermeasures. There were 3 outbreaks in the last week. The casualties are not as countless as before the latest security protocols were put in place, but our saints are growing tired. We need to rotate them more often now. The cohort that had conquered the 3rd nightmare last month improved the situation somewhat, but just barely. In addition, Skinwalker seems to be growing stronger. I'm afraid he is nearing an evolution. If that was not bad enough, a Category 4 gate opened in the western quadrant last night. I'll be going personally, but before that, we'll need to redeploy the wolves from Australia. Princess. I will be counting on you for that. Due to the unique quality of Nef's Dream Gate, it could serve as a means of rapidly shifting troops across the waking world. All they had to do was enter the dream realm through the gate, then leave through it once Nephi's repositioned its entrance. Therefore, Bastion had become a transit point for countless soldiers. Of course, only Awakened could use that method, since mundane soldiers would be thrust into the first nightmare as soon as they returned to the waking world from the dream realm. Nephi nodded. As long as the Dream Gate schedule is adjusted properly, there should be no problem. They continued to discuss various matters having to do with logistics and countless fires that needed to be put down across the 2 worlds. Soon enough, Sunny grew a little bored. Or rather, he grew a little lost. It was happening to him from time to time these days, in the moments when his concentration waned. The sensory input he was receiving from the numerous shadows serving him overwhelmed his sense of self like a sea, making it hard to remember that he was human. Of course, he wasn't really a human anymore. Even though Sunny drew a line between himself and the shadows, in truth, he was no more than a shadow himself. Even if that shadow was a divine one. Things were even worse for Nephi. Not only was she enduring the weight of 3 billion souls, but she was also acting as a guardian angel. No, Yuri's told him not to use that word, a guardian deity for the warriors of humanity battling the nightmare creatures across 2 worlds. Even if her powers struggled to reach Earth, she still persisted. Which meant that she was almost constantly using her aspect, and therefore almost constantly experiencing excruciating pain. That was the price people worshipping Nephi did not know she was paying to be the shining beacon of hope for them. If there was one silver lining to it all, it was that she was not prone to losing her own humanity in the process anymore. That was because of Sunny's help, Nef's own efforts to ground herself in all things human, and the odd connection she was sharing with numerous people and their human desires. Still. I hate it. He did not like the self-sacrificial nature of Nef's effort, whether people saw her as a messiah or not. And what about you? Don't you have anything to report? Hearing Effie address him in a teasing tone, he belatedly turned to her and scratched the edge of his nose. Oh, well. I'm still busy up north, in the burned forest. The information network of the Shadow Clan is spreading, but there is still no sign of Mordred. My people are monitoring the known Category 4 gates, though. Oh, right. I'll need to send someone to Western Quadrant now. And things have settled down on the Forgotten Shore, so I won't need to pay it as much attention anymore. I'm thinking of heading to Ravenheart. Effie raised an eyebrow, surprised. Ravenheart? What did you forget there? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then smiled faintly. Let's just say that it's a piece of my inheritance. Sunny found himself in his current predicament due to Weaver's lineage, the forbidden inheritance of the nebulous demon that Anvil had described as a detestable curse. Because of it, he had to hide himself from the world and avoid gaining attention. However, since he was already cursed, it would be foolish not to take full advantage of the nebulous demon's tainted inheritance. Having more of it than he possessed already would not make any difference. Additionally, it was not like Sunny had to disappear without a trace and spend the rest of his life alone in obscurity. The demons themselves were known to myriad humans, after all. It was just that they had been mysterious and distant. Additionally, they existed in the shadow cast by the gods, other creatures of the divine rank, and unholy horrors. The 7 demons had not stood out too much in the crowd of mythical beings. It was only when hope descended to a mortal realm and got close to humans that the real trouble had ensued. The problem was that humanity only had 3 supremes now, with no one above them. So, if Sunny were to reveal himself, he would gain far more attention than even hope had attained. In any case, he had already found 3 of the 7 pieces of the forbidden lineage: blood weave, bone weave, and soul weave. Each had made him far more powerful, saving his life on innumerable occasions. 4 pieces remained. These 4 pieces had been on his mind ever since he read the runes that Nether, the demon of destiny, left on the walls of the Ebony Tower. Sunny remembered them often. Gods created all living creatures, but not all creatures they created carry a divine lineage. Only those born of the gods do, and those born of their descendants. Why have the gods forbidden us 7 to sire offspring? Why are we destined for loneliness? Is it because we are of the forgotten one, who slumbers in the void? Now, Sunny had the answer. It was odd to realize that he knew something that even the demons had not known, at some point in the ancient past. Naturally, Nether had been harboring a suspicion about the truth even back then, already, and the demon of fate had to have known all about it. After all, the next part of the inscription was about Weaver. Where is the void, and where is its gate? How did Weaver enter it, and what did Weaver see? Why did Weaver decide to break the will of the gods and create a lineage? Sunny was just as clueless about Weaver's goals and motivations as their siblings had been. What he did know, however, was that Weaver had scattered 7 pieces of his forbidden lineage across the tapestry of fate, leaving them to be found in the distant future. Blood, bone, flesh. Soul, spirit, mind. And shadow. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. A piece is lost to sorrow, a piece is lost to rot. And finally, a piece is stolen by a thief. Sunny had found the piece stolen by the vile thieving bird, Bloodweave, on the forgotten shore. He found the piece lost to the rod of corruption, Boneweave, in the Ebony Tower. He also found the piece lost to sorrow, Soulweave, in the nightmare version of the Tomb of Ariel, near the final resting place of oblivion. Flesh, spirit, mind, and shadow remained. He was confident that the first 3 were hidden somewhere in the 3 great citadels left behind by the demon of dread, the demon of repose, and the demon of imagination, Ravenheart, Night Garden, and Bastion. The fourth one seemed to have been found by Broken Sword, becoming his doom. Therefore, it was somewhere in the underworld, near Broken Sword's remains. Now that the initial chaos of becoming the rulers of humanity had been somewhat dealt with, and various tasks Sunny had to perform were on track, he could finally spare an incarnation or 2 to begin his search for the lost pieces of Weaver's lineage once more. Underworld was full of true darkness, and therefore a natural foil to Sunny's power, so, he was considering venturing there last. On the other hand, the mirror maze under True Bastion seemed even more eerie. After all, Sunny knew a lot about true darkness by now, but he still knew too little about the others. He was of the mind to start from Ravenheart or the Night Garden. The latter was currently in the waking world, which made the choice easy. Sunny had to start from Ravenheart, the Jade Palace built by the Demon of Dread. And when he collected all remaining pieces of his lineage, then, he would be ready to return to the Tomb of Ariel. While Sunny was considering all that, Effie stared at him with a dubious expression. Inheritance? Aren't you already loaded, Shadow Boy? Who would leave you an inheritance, anyway? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Shadow Boy? That's a new one. He frowned. Listen. I am not a boy. First of all, I am a full-blown man. Secondly, I am a supreme literal king. Effie narrowed her eyes and glanced him over. You're still a shorty, though. Sunny's eyes twitched. He glared at her for a few seconds, then inhaled deeply and looked away. Wicked beanpole. It was not like he couldn't change his height if he wanted to. He was a shadow now, and shadows were inherently formless. So, he could assume whatever form he wanted, short or tall. His original appearance simply felt the most natural. Plus, he liked himself the way he was, his own form was great. It was awesome. Oh, and Nephi's liked it quite a lot, too. And although Effie would die denying it, so did she. Sunny smiled pleasantly, the pain of his flaw reminding him that he had not answered her initial question. Yeah, I'm loaded. As for who would leave me an inheritance, let me tell you, gods and demons competed to make me their heir. Actually, pieces of my inheritance are scattered all over the world, one is Ravenheart, but another one is right here in Bastion. His smile widened a little. So, you and I will spend some quality time together soon, too. In the next moment, his smile faltered, and Sunny flinched a little. That was because Nephi's kicked him under the table. What was that for? Looking just as impassive as usual, Nephi said in an even tone. I think what he meant to say was that his exploration would lead him to Bastion in the near future. Your support would be appreciated, Effie. Effie glanced at her, then at Sunny, then back to Nephi's. Eventually, she smiled. Why, naturally. I am nothing but a proponent of responsible exploration. At that moment, Cassie cleared her throat. Can we get back to discussing matters on the agenda, please? Since Sunny will be visiting Ravenheart, the volcano issue can be put to rest. However, that still leaves us with. As the discussion resumed, Sunny found himself getting bored again. So, using the chance, he decided to shift his attention and concentrate on what his other incarnations were doing. Now that his original body was no more, Sunny's existence was split between 7 incarnations. He could maintain all 7 avatars indefinitely or release control of some, returning control to his shadows. One incarnation remained in Bastion, accompanying Nephi's and keeping an eye on Rain. It also served as a point of contact between Sunny and the Ivory Tower, allowing the public and the clandestine forces of the human domain to coordinate their actions better. Human domain. As far as Sunny was concerned, it was a name that lacked necessary gravitas, and he was a known authority on giving things great names. No one had listened to him on this issue, though, for some reason. In the beginning, people used to call Neph's domain all kinds of things, the star domain, the light domain, the immortal flame domain. However, Nephi's had consciously chosen to renounce these names in favor of a more general title, separating the identity of the new human empire from her own. Names held power, after all. More importantly, she was looking toward the future. In the future, more human sovereigns would emerge, while Nephi's herself could ascend to a higher rank, or perish while trying to. The human unity she and Sunny had won in Godgrave had to be able to withstand their absence. In any case, while one of Sunny's incarnations was hiding in the very heart of the human domain, the rest of them were far away, on the forgotten shore. His main avatar was playing the role of the Dark Lord, residing in the gloomy throne room of the marvelous mimic. He controlled the shades working on the restoration of the city and dealt with issues having to do with the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was a force made up of exceptional elites, each possessing an array of rare talents. For example, there was Corsair, their newest recruit. He had a service record that would make most people faint, a good reminder that while Sunny and the members of his cohort had been having their dreadful adventures, innumerable outstanding people all over the world had been living their own storied lives in the harrowing reality of the nightmare spell as well. Despite how exceptional Corsair was, however, he was not an outlier among the members of the Shadow Clan. Most of them had a dossier as thick and as unbelievable as his. Sunny had chosen each and every one of them himself, after all. Despite that, the overall power of the Shadow Clan was not that great, not in comparison to the renowned awakened forces like the Fire Keepers, the Wolf Army, the Nightsingers, and so on at least. Most of its members were merely awakened, for one, with a handful of masters leading them. There were several reasons for that. The most important of them was that it was easier to maintain secrecy while recruiting awakened. There were far more masters in the world these days, but they still were in the public eye. So, Sunny wanted to build a solid foundation out of talented awakened, prepare them to the best of his ability, and then help those who were ready to climb the path of ascension. If all went well, in a few years, he would have dozens of masters at his disposal, all trained and raised by the Shadow Clan. And eventually, who knew? Maybe he would even have his own saints. In fact, perhaps he would be able to recruit a couple of transcendent acquaintances even before that. For now, though, the power of Shadow Clan was sufficient. His warriors were not supposed to involve themselves in prolonged battles. Anyway, they were supposed to strike from the shadows, eliminate the adversary in one fell swoop, and disappear without leaving a trace. The Mark of Shadows gave them additional advantages, and he could even personally amplify them in case they were in danger. Combat power was not what made the members of Shadow Clan valuable, though. In truth, Sunny needed them for another purpose. Just like his Shade warriors, people bearing the Mark of Shadows were conduits of his supreme shadow sense. Wherever they went, Sunny's perception followed. And since it was quite difficult for him to enter the waking world these days, the Shadow Clan agents served as his eyes and ears there. They were spread across all 3 remaining quadrants, completing missions while gathering information. Better yet, the Mark of Shadows allowed Sunny access to their soul seas, which meant that the Shadow Clan was a force immune to Mordred's insidious powers. The Prince of Nothing had vanished into thin air, and there was no sign of him anywhere. However, Sunny could not sleep easy knowing that he was somewhere out there, no doubt concocting another frightening scheme. Even if not, it was better to be prepared for the worst. There was another threat the Shadow Clan was supposed to be a weapon against, perhaps not a sword, but at least a sharp and expertly hidden dagger. It was the 3rd sovereign of humanity, Asterion. The Dreamspawn. Very little was known about him, and even now that Nephis and her cohort had become rulers of the world, they could not find a lot of information about the mysterious Supreme. Andal and Qi Song had been quite thorough in eliminating all information about him, as well as his followers. There was some knowledge about him left in the printed books, which were themselves quite rare in the modern day, but nothing detailed. Cassie was hard at work searching for the traces of Asterion, but even her formidable information-gathering talents were not bearing fruit. All they knew was that the 3rd sovereign had been isolated and imprisoned on the moon. He could have very well perished there, but somehow, none of them believed that he had. Which meant that he could return one day. The lack of knowledge about a threat of that scale was quite infuriating, and the person who knew Asterion best, Mordred, was nowhere to be found. Without him, they were facing a dead end. In fact, they did not even know if Asterion was a threat. He could harbor no hostility toward Nephis and her domain, even if he had played an instrumental role in her father's death. But just like none of them believed that Asterion was dead, they did not feel like he was a friendly force either. From everything Sunny had heard about the Dreamspawn, he was an eerie and sinister existence. So, the Shadow Clan was preparing to deal with the consequences of Asterion's return, should it ever happen. Even Sunny himself did not know what these preparations should look like, though. All he knew was that Asterion's domain seemed to have something to do with knowledge of him, and therefore, depended on followers to spread. Asterion himself was not someone members of the Shadow Clan could fight, but his followers were. That was why the Dark Lord was sitting on the throne, his consciousness spread across myriad shades and various members of the Shadow Clan, absorbing information and watching out for signs of danger. Needless to say, he was quite busy while appearing to be very lazy. At the moment, Sunny was just about to send Kim and Corsair away. Sunny was sitting on his throne, looking down at Kim and Corsair. The former had just finished delivering the report, while the latter was looking at him with a somewhat distant expression. Corsair, Master Randall's grandson, was lowering his gaze from time to time, studying the tattoo of an onyx snake that now coiled around his arm, peeking from under the rolled sleeve. The new addition to the Shadow Clan was a tall man with black hair and piercing blue eyes. He had chiseled features and an aloof expression, exuding a sense of calm confidence and lethal danger. All in all, if there was one word Sunny had to use to describe Corsair, it would be cool. No, really, Sunny would have killed to look like that as an awakened. It was like looking at the hero of an awakened action flick. Corsair was going to fit in with the other members of the Shadow Clan, no doubt. They were a colorful cast of characters. Naturally, the new recruit had lost some of his cool after meeting Sunny. Most people were shocked to face the Dark Lord for the first time, although not everyone could hide their bewilderment quite as thoroughly. That was because they all expected to see the fearsome Lord of Shadows, but met a carefree and eccentric young man instead. There was a reason why Sunny went by boss, insisted on being called the Dark Lord, and acted like an overgrown child sometimes, though. First of all, because he wanted to. Now that he was a supreme, there was no reason to put on a mask, so Sunny could be his true self instead of playing some sinister role. And his true self, well, it was very far removed from the solemn majesty expected of a sovereign, as far as people were concerned. So, the question was not why he would call himself the Dark Lord. The question was why wouldn't he? It sounded awesome. There was another reason, as well, the peculiar way people treated Nephites. The meditation halls that resembled temples, the solemn silence that felt like a prayer, the reverence that smelled of religious zeal. Sunny did not want to be worshipped like a deity. It was peculiar, and on top of that, Weaver's blood was flowing through his veins. So, he acted the way he did to kill any inclination his subordinates could have to treat him as some sort of half-baked god. His act seemed to have worked wonderfully on Corsair, who had entered the throne room with a subtle hint of awe in his cold blue eyes, but was leaving it in pure bafflement instead. Sunny yawned, then waved a hand at Kim. I see, that is good to hear, Kimmy. And yeah, I do know that we need more healers than just Quentin and Fleur. But, you know, luring a healer into a shady clan of murderous spies is not easy. He looked at her with a smile. Oh, I have an idea. How about you tell our guys to just do better and not get wounded, in the first place? Kim glanced at him nonchalantly. This shady clan of murderous spies has spent 3 million credits on medical supplies this quarter, boss. Sunny froze for a moment. Let's poach some healers, Kimmy. Let's do it soon. Those Song sisters have too many, how about we steal a blood sister or two from Saishan? She took a deep breath and glanced at him silently for a bit, then lowered her gaze. I'll try. A few minutes later, the report was over, and he sent them away with a lazy smile. Welcome to the Shadow Clan, Corsair. Rest well today, your training will start tomorrow. Naturally, there is no sun here on the Forgotten Shore, a friend of mine sort of destroyed it, so day and night are exactly the same, which makes the concept of tomorrow feel vague. But you'll get used to it. Oh, and don't disappoint your teacher. I practically raised her since she was a wee little awakened monster. Arg, how time flies. Corsair paled. Destroyed a son? No, wait, boss, you raised a monster? Sunny glanced at him in confusion. Well, yeah. Why, have you never destroyed a son? Corsair slowly shook his head. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then scratched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Oh. No. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You are still young. The new recruit turned to follow Kim with a pained expression on his face. Before he left, though, Sunny suddenly called out to him. Hey, Corsair. You used to be a professional killer, right? Corsair glanced at him and frowned a little. To be precise, boss, people hired me to solve problems. If the problem was some scumbag, though, or a group of scumbags, well, then I had to solve them instead. Sunny glanced at him with an expression of deep contemplation, then smiled. Wow. That sounded so cool. I had to solve them instead, I'll seriously need to steal that. But anyway, give me some professional advice then. How would one go about killing a sea? Corsair blinked. Killing a sea, boss? Sunny nodded a couple of times. Yes. You see, there is this sea, a very vile sea. We have a score to settle, but I haven't quite figured out how to kill a sea, yet. So I thought perhaps you would know, being a professional and all. The new recruit remained quiet for a while, then said evenly. I have to apologize, boss. That's a bit outside my area of expertise. I mostly specialized in dealing with humans, nightmare creatures, and an occasional rogue killer robot or two. Sunny sighed. I see, well, no matter. I'll figure something out. With that, Kim and Corsair left. Sunny remained on his throne, staring at the ceiling with a bored expression. Naturally, there was a lot happening in his mind. Hundreds of shadows were moving across the dark city, clearing it of debris, preparing less damaged buildings for repairs and reconstruction, and marking unsalvageable ones for demolition. Things on the surface were going well, but the catacombs were still presenting a problem, requiring him to oversee the process personally, not only because of the delicate nature of working underground, but also because the devastating light of the sun had never reached the extensive network of tunnels below the city. There were still nightmare creatures there. Gaining control of the catacombs was a vital task, though. A good city began from a robust sewage system, after all. What made people different from beasts? It was the fact that humans had plumbing, naturally. He needed to decide where and how to bury the innumerable bones resting in the catacombs, too. He also needed to decide what to do with the collapsed lighthouse of the Dark City. Restoring it was possible, but every member of the Shadow Clan could see in the darkness. They did not need a beacon of light. Potential settlers would be different, though. Then, there was the issue of the 7 enormous statues. The priestess was right in front of the Dark City, heavily damaged. Sunny could return its broken arm to where it belonged, but then that posed the question, was he supposed to put the severed heads of the statues back where they belonged, as well? There was so much work. Additionally, he also kept an eye on the members of the Shadow Clan. A cohort was hunting down the members of an eerie cult in the bowels of NQSC. Another cohort was preparing to eliminate a terror that had made a nest in the sewers below a small town in the western quadrant and seemed to be targeting children. Yet another cohort was preparing to rob a bank, or rather, extract a seemingly cursed book from a private deposit box there. Why did I never think about robbing a bank? With his aspect, it would have been easy. Sunny sighed. Then, he froze. Wait. Why have I never thought about opening a bank? His eyes twinkled in the darkness. Aiko. Far away, a mountain of shattered black stone towered above the sea of dust like a titanic gravestone. The ground around the gravestone was littered with the bones of myriad nightmare creatures that had perished here. The human bones were buried some distance away, protected from the elements by a barrow. A stone colossus was kneeling on the ground, unmoving, holding its severed head gently in 2 titanic hands. These were the ruins of the Crimson Spire. Sunny, another one of his incarnations, was in the very heart of the ruins, sitting on the edge of a deep well with a thoughtful expression on his face. At the bottom of the deep well was a vast pool of black water. Its surface was perfectly still and flat, like that of a dreadful mirror made from pure darkness. Subtle ripples spread across the surface of the imprisoned ocean of darkness from time to time, as though it was straining to spill over the edges of the pool and break free. It was the Dark Sea. Once, a long time ago, the Dark Sea had seemed like a force of nature, as in something so inconceivably vast and overwhelmingly devastating that Sunny could not even fathom confronting it. He could barely survive battles with scavengers that hid from the sea and fed on the morbid gifts it left behind, while facing the beings that actually dwelled in the dark waters was a death sentence. But things were different now. Now, Sunny knew that the Dark Sea was a great titan, a profane being born from the darkness that once dwelled in the radiant figure who had fallen to this land, before this land was called the Forgotten Shore. That radiant figure had most likely been a Nephilim or perhaps an angel wounded in one of the battles of the Great War between the gods and the demons. The inhabitants of the land where it had fallen killed the radiant being and unleashed the curse of darkness onto their entire realm. That curse later became the Dark Sea. In any case, the Dark Sea was a great titan now, and Sunny himself was a supreme titan. Peculiarly enough, they were equals. It was a peculiar thought. But no matter how odd being equal to the Dark Sea, which had once been like a symbol of inevitable and inescapable death, was. Sunny knew that he could kill it. He was just not sure how to go about it. There were the myriad nightmare creatures dwelling in the sealed sea, slaughtering them would greatly enhance Shadow Legion's capacity to participate in naval battles. But those abominations were not the great titan itself. In truth, Sunny could sense that there were 7 great masses of darkness hiding somewhere in the impenetrable depths. He did not know what they were, but finding and destroying them would probably result in the death of the Dark Sea. He was contemplating if he wanted to dive into the black water and try his luck. One thing was stopping him, though. Curses. The problem was not the Dark Sea itself. The problem was the seal that imprisoned it below the ruined Crimson Spire. Even if Sunny managed to destroy the Great Titan, he would just end up being sealed in the bottomless well instead of at one incarnation of his would, at least. So, he had to either be willing to sacrifice an incarnation or solve the sorcery of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore before diving into the depths of the Dark Sea to destroy it. Arg. Damnation. Even after studying the well for a year, he still did not have the slightest idea about how the seal had been created. It was neither weaving nor runic sorcery, and he was pretty sure that it was not shaping, either shaping was a sorcery of the moment, after all. It never lasted, or at least it was not supposed to. There were exceptions to everything, naturally. His own sister was one such exception. But Sunny still did not believe that the 7 heroes had been shapers. He went through everything he knew about the creation of the Crimson Spire, which was not a lot, to be honest. All he knew was that an enormous human sacrifice had been involved in its creation, thus giving birth to an artificial sun. At the same time, the curse of darkness had been sealed below the spire. He also believed that one of the 7 heroes, the Builder, had been a big fan of Nether. There were signs of him trying to emulate the Demon of Destiny all over the Dark City. The Black Knight of the ruined cathedral had been one such pale imitation. For example, Sunny was quite sure that the damned devil was the result of the Builder's attempts to create his own version of the Stone Saints. The titanic statue of the Builder which was now kneeling behind him was another attempt, albeit a far more ambitious one. Which was why Saint had treated both the Black Knight and the Walking Colossus with scorn. So, what kind of sorcery did they use to create the seal? There was no answer, for now. Which meant that Sunny could not kill the Dark Sea, for now. How frustrating. Why was killing one measly great titan so difficult? If Sunny were still, fated, he would have probably tripped and fell face first directly into the solution of the mystery. He could not even ask for Cassie's help, because there were no runes for her to study. Shaking his head, Sunny threw one last look into the depths of the well and stood up. Count yourself lucky. I'll come get you one day. The Dark Sea did not answer. Scoffing, Sunny took a step back, and disappeared. A moment later, he was somewhere far away. To be exact, he was far east, in the heart of the great crater that lay between the Dark City and the Ash Barrow. The ruins of the Crimson Spire, meanwhile, were west of the Dark City. Back when the Dreamer army had set out to besiege it, it took them a whole week to reach the ominous tower, but now, he could cover that distance in an instant, without even spending much essence. Alright. Next on the agenda. Here and there on the bottom of the gigantic crater, bones of hideous sea creatures lay like mountains of dirty ivory. Closer to the center of the crater, though, the ground had turned into black glass, and at its very heart, an ominous round hole led into the depths of the earth. That was where the Dark Sea had once come from at night, and where it had retreated to at dawn. There were vast caverns below the Forgotten Shore, accessible through several such gaping wounds on its surface. Sunny had a theory that there was at least one entrance to the underworld hidden somewhere in these caverns. So, he had been exploring them leisurely as of late. Turning into a shadow, Sunny plummeted into the darkness. Chapter 2283 Deal with the Shadow plus, Turn off Reset. The exploration of the caverns below the Forgotten Shore was proceeding smoothly, but slowly. The Dark Sea and the corrupted abominations populating it had spent thousands of years hiding from the obliterating sun there. So, the ground was covered in innumerable layers of mud, shards of pulverized coral, shattered bones of dead nightmare creatures, and everything else that the receding tide had pulled with it underground. All of it was resting in eternal, undisturbed darkness, and there were distressing things hiding in the darkness. Powerful abominations that had not been swallowed by the Crimson Spire when the Great Titan was sealed, swarms of microscopic parasites that could consume a human in seconds, pockets of true darkness that rendered Sunny blind, and so much more. None of it posed a serious threat to him, but he had to proceed with caution. After all, despite his great power, Sunny was not immortal. He could deal with any abomination dwelling on the Forgotten Shore as long as he put his mind to it, but a few seconds of carelessness could still cost him an incarnation. He was also quite resistant, but not immune to soul and mind attacks. On top of that, no matter how powerful one was, there were still all kinds of eerie and bizarre beings in the dream realm that simply escaped logic. So, it paid to be careful. For now, Sunny had not discovered anything too valuable in the vast darkness of the hidden caverns. He did find more than a few interesting historical artifacts belonging to the extinct civilization of the Forgotten Shore, but that only satiated his curiosity as a dream realm explorer, not furthered his goals as a supreme. Still, he continued patiently. Every abomination he killed made his Shadow Legion stronger. After all, plus, every pool of true darkness was a valuable discovery, since Sunny was contemplating ways of helping Saint attain a higher rank and class. While he explored the caverns, another incarnation of his was laying on the cold marble floor of the nameless temple, breathing hoarsely. His body was a map of vicious wounds, and while his jade skin had long repaired itself, the muscles and tendons below were in a sorry state. Arg, damnation! Groaning quietly, Sunny winced and sat up. He summoned the endless spring, drank deeply from it, and then rose to his feet unsteadily. This particular incarnation of his was recovering from a task that each of them undertook every few weeks or so. That task was battling Slayer. Sunny kept the murderous Shadow in the dungeon below the ruined cathedral of the Dark City now, in the stone cell where he had found Weaver's mask once. Every 7 days, he summoned her to the lower hall of the nameless temple and had a duel with her. That had gone on for an entire year. The duels were unfailingly vicious, brutal, and educating. Every week, Sunny barely managed to defeat Slayer, and every week, he ended up in this pitiful state. As a result, one incarnation was always recovering, while a healed one challenged the Shadow the next week. The recovering avatar performed the role of the Nameless Temple's custodian. Wincing again, Sunny headed toward the back garden. I should take her on a picnic north of the city one day. She'll probably appreciate the Slayer statue, even if that Slayer is missing her head. 2 Slayers in one place, will that be funny? Or will that be too much? I wonder. A pained smile illuminated his face. The pain was real, but the duels were showing results. Initially, Sunny had not known what to do with the murderous Shadow. He had not wanted to destroy her, but he had also been reluctant to compel her into servitude against her will. That went against his principles. Unlike the silent shadows, the shades, as he called them now to avoid confusion, who lacked the sense of self, his shadows had their own identity. They were as much individuals as they were parts of him. Saint, serpent, nightmare, fiend, and mimic seemed more than willing to follow his command, but Slayer did not. So, he would not force her. But he could not set her free, either. She was a being of dreadful lethality and malice, after all, so Sunny was not going to unleash that calamity upon the world out of moral discomfort. Hence, he fought her every week instead. Their duels had begun as an attempt to communicate. Sunny had hoped to come to some sort of understanding with Slayer, but instead of listening to him, she immediately attacked. So, instead of words, they ended up communicating with sharp steel. Sunny had been frustrated with her single-minded aggression at first, then indignant, and eventually angry. Slayer remained doggedly defiant, always aiming to kill and hurt him in any way she could. And as much as Sunny was learning from fighting her, she was learning and adapting from fighting him as well. So, none of his victories had come easy thus far. At some point, he had grown unsure why he was even continuing with these painful weekly thrashings. But they had become a habit by then, almost a ritual, so he decided to simply enjoy them as valuable lessons. He was regularly sparring with Nephites on the Ivory Island, and with Saint or Slayer here on the Forgotten Shore. Truly, life was spoiling him with wonderful training partners. But then, something unexpected happened. After a long string of losses, Slayer seemed to have begun to treat him with a kind of begrudging respect. A sense of kinship, even. She was still unwilling to submit to him, but she was at least willing to strike a deal with him. As long as Sunny defeated her that week, she would follow his command for a week. Additionally, she demanded payment for each time he summoned her. Being a shadow, Slayer naturally had no need for money or worldly treasures. What she wanted as payment instead was Sunny's blood. Slayer did not speak, but she easily managed to express her desire with poignant silence. It was a bit peculiar, and more than a bit creepy, but she seemed to have developed a taste for Sunny's blood or at least an interest in it ever since a few drops of it fell on her, and were absorbed by her, from Sunny's torn knuckles during their battle in the Shadow Realm. Absorbing his blood almost made her seem more alive, somehow. In any case, that was their deal now, and that was the price Sunny was paying to benefit from the power of his sixth shadow. That, and the pain. Groaning, Sunny limped across the halls of the nameless temple, entered the garden hidden behind the magnificent black citadel, and used the endless spring to water his tree. Then, he looked up at the starless sky and sighed. I wonder when the next storm is coming? We haven't had rain in months now. His expression dimmed, and he grumbled. Am I going to have to worry about water supply, too? More work for me, damn it. While the battered incarnation was tending to the nameless temple, another one was in the great hall of the ruined cathedral, which had become somewhat of a forge now. At the far end, under the watchful gaze of the nameless goddess, the somber shadow of the King of Swords was forging an enormous breastplate. He was using the altar as an anvil, while the material he forged to create the giant suit of armor was manifested shadows. His hammer rose and fell, shaping the shadows into form. The former king's face was still and impassive, and his gaze was strangely both full of cold intelligence and empty, lacking the spark of life. He still retained his sublime skill as a blacksmith and artisan, as well as the keen judgment necessary to employ it, but not the will and spirit that made one a person. The shadow of Anvil had neither desires nor emotions, existing in a tranquil state of silent emptiness. Still, he looked at peace, almost content, having been given a chance to dedicate himself to his craft even in death. At least Sunny thought so after observing the shadow of Anvil for countless days. Initially, he had wanted to destroy it. Sunny knew that losing the shadow of a supreme being would be a great loss for the Shadow Legion, even if it lacked the will. But he had still wanted to get rid of Anvil's shadow purely out of spite, feeling that its mere presence was tainting his soul. Yet he eventually decided against it. Then, he wanted to send the royal shade onto the battlefield. In the end, Sunny decided that the best use for Anvil's shadow was this, toiling as the blacksmith for the growing Shadow Legion. Sunny crafted the memories for the members of the Shadow Clan himself, but the Shadow Legionnaires dwelling in his soul were too many, and different from awakened humans as well. None of them possessed the ability to own and summon memories. Many of them, however, needed weapons and armor, the human shades like Salvain, Dayron, and the 7 saints of the Song domain he had slain especially. They had lost their own memory arsenals before coming to rest in his soul, after all, and were therefore forced to fight barehand as his shadow soldiers. The shadows of the nightmare creatures were less disadvantaged in that regard, being that their main weapons were their fangs, claws, talons, mandibles, and various limbs that Sunny did not know the names of. That did not mean that they could not benefit from forged equipment, though. What was worse than a monstrous beast? A monstrous beast clad in an impenetrable suit of armor was, for sure. And while being torn by a claw was quite bad, being sliced apart by a claw encased in a sheath of sharpened steel was worse. Sunny's solution to this problem was to make the former sovereign a weapon master and armorer of the Shadow Legion. So, the Shadow of Anvil now resided in the ruined cathedral, forging shadows into weapons and suits of fearsome armor. Sunny had moved his own workshop and laboratory here, as well. There was plenty of space, and someone had to guard Slayer in her underground cell, anyway. Crafting the memories for the Shadow Clan had been a big undertaking, not because they were particularly hard to craft, but simply due to the sheer volume. Some of these exquisite memories, like the Black Canteen, the Heir of Rain's trusty green canteen, were standard issue and given to each member of the clan. Others looked similar, but were actually carefully designed and tuned to fit the aspects of the Shadow Clan members, like the suits of armor Sunny created, each containing a reservoir he personally filled with shadow essence, thus allowing even Awakened to use powerful life-saving enchantments in cases of emergency. The set of memories for Corsair was already complete. The Shadow Clan had been watching the prospective recruit for some time, after all, and Sunny already knew all about his aspect with Cassie's help. So, at the moment, Sunny was busy with something else. He was slowly walking across the dark expanse of the ruined cathedral's great hall, looking up with a look of contemplation on his face. Above him, an infinity of black strands created a vast, mesmerizing pattern, a pattern that was as grandiose as it was daunting, filling the entire length of the great hall and reaching all the way to its ceiling far above. The pattern was not made out of strings of shadow essence. Instead, it was made simply from manifested shadows. It was a model of the weave Sunny had been developing for a long time, made visible to ease the burden on his overly taxed mind. Looking at a particular area of the intricate pattern, Sunny sighed. The last solution caused more problems to reveal themselves, huh? The weave he was designing was meant to become the foundation of his own shadowbound memory, a charm that all his incarnations would be able to use. Unlike how it had happened with the blessing, there was no spell to help finish the process this time. So, Sunny had to oversee the entire process himself from start to finish. Considering how many precious resources would go into crafting the charm, he wanted to be extra confident that they would not be wasted. Looking at the problematic element of the vast weave, Sunny allowed the measured ringing of the dead king's hammer to wash over him and commanded the stands of shadows to rearrange themselves, forming a new pattern. Then, he scrutinized it with a somber expression. Eventually, a faint smile illuminated his face. That's better. Now, on to the next problem. There were still many problematic areas of the immense and astoundingly complicated weave, but he was nearing the completion of the ambitious design. Once he did, his power and versatility would hopefully be substantially enhanced. Far away, the last two incarnations of Sunny were busy doing something else. They were waging war on the burned forest. The burned forest sprawled under an ashen sky like a dark and desolate reminder of total devastation. Here and there, the charred trunks of titanic trees rose into the sky like crumbled towers, their branches gone, their leaves long turned to ash. Below them, an impenetrable maze of blackened deadfall rose hundreds of meters above the ground, obscuring it completely. Sunny was standing atop one of the few burned trees that had stubbornly remained upright even in death, looking down at the vast expanse of charred tangle from a great height, two of him, really, one clad in a beautiful suit of black jade armor, the other wearing easy garments of dark cloth. The one in the armor glanced down with an arrogant expression. I think we are going to lose again. The one in the easy clothes smiled faintly, a naughty glint in his eyes. Don't sell our legion short. Below them, an alarming battle was taking place. The charred tangle had come alive, frothing with a glistening black substance. That substance was myriads of hideous millipedes, ranging from several to dozens of meters in length, their bodies covered in glossy black chitin. The millipedes crawled from the depths of the fallen forest, flowing to the surface like a frenzied tide. Each was a corrupted beast, at least, and some even of the great rank. There were eerie champions among them, as well monsters, demons, and devils, the latter defending the vague shapes of the swarm's elusive tyrants. Some had carapaces that stood out against the black tide with vibrant colors and dreadful patterns, drawing attention to their sinister forms. The sight of the hideous vermin was a bit frightening even for someone like Sunny. And away we go. There was another army facing the tide of loathsome millipedes, surrounding the towering tree he was standing upon like a wall, just as tenebrous, but much more eerie. This one consisted of silent shadows who faced the frightening tidal wave of abominations without showing any sign of fear, doubt, or hesitation. Just then, the first rows of the Shadow Legion moved forward to meet the adversary and break its momentum. In a morbid twist of fate, this vanguard consisted of the same grotesque millipedes. They were the shadows of nightmare creatures slain by Sunny and his legion here in the burned forest. Despite his great power, Sunny and his undying army were not nearly fearsome enough yet to invade the charred remains of the Heart Realm. In the first months of his insolent invasion, he could barely set foot into the burned forest without having to retreat. After all, most of the shades under his command belonged to beings of lower ranks. There were only a few hundred great nightmare creatures among them, and although the silent shadows could not be destroyed, they could be sent back to his soul sea to repair themselves. The restoration was not instantaneous either, taking longer the more powerful a shade was. So, in the early days, the Shadow Legion had been easily wiped out by the nightmare creatures populating the outskirts of the burned forest. Their sheer number was enough to overwhelm the undying army of the newly risen sovereign. Once most of his shades were vanquished, Sunny had no choice but to escape. Progress was not just slow, it was almost non-existent. However, there was an insidious quality to the Legion of Death. With each battle, even the ones they lost, Sunny and his domain were only growing stronger. Every nightmare creature slain by him or his minions in these hopeless battles joined the ranks of silent shadows. At first, there were a dozen shadow millipedes fighting for him. Then, 100. As days passed, their number swelled to thousands, and the Shadow Legion began to advance into the depths of the burned forest, gaining ground meter after meter. Now, a year later, he had ventured far enough to draw close to the nests of the grotesque millipede tribe. That was why their elusive tyrants were showing up on the battlefield in person now. Sunny's goal was to locate and destroy the nests. Once the nearby nests were conquered and destroyed, the outskirts of the burned forest in the south, at least, would fall into his hands. He even had a faint hope that one of them would reveal a hidden citadel. Naturally, these were merely the outer reaches of the Heart God's fallen realm. Deeper into the harrowing land, beings far more alarming than the hideous millipedes dwelled, so, it would take Sunny years to subjugate the death zone completely, if he could manage that astounding feat at all. But that was all right. Conquering the burned forest was not his primary goal, after all. The primary goal was to make the ranks of his Shadow Legion swell with powerful shades, and in that regard, he was doing quite well. Down below, the tide of millipedes collided with the shadows of their fallen brethren. An ear-piercing cacophony of chitinous scraping and inhuman screeches washed over the charred wasteland, and the ground shook slightly. Sunny had never thought that he would one day command a force of thousands of corrupted nightmare creatures, or rather, transcendent shadows of thousands of slain nightmare creatures. And yet, today, that same force was swallowed by the terrifying flood of his adversary in less than a minute, disappearing without a trace. The shades of the millipedes returned to his soul sea, obliterated. Almost a full minute today. Not bad. His armored incarnation looked at the smiling one and scoffed. Not good either. Still, the shadow swarm of grotesque millipedes had done its job. They had served as a sacrifice to break the momentum of the terrifying flood, inflict heavy casualties on it, and gain him a few hundred new shades. Now, it was time for the cavalry to honor their sacrifice and crush more enemies. The armored incarnation smiled darkly. There she is. Far below, a graceful knight in fearsome onyx armor nudged her harrowing steed forward. Her sword cut the air, and the Shadow Legion stirred, coming alive in a dreadful veil of dead silence. Even if they lost again today, they would triumph eventually. Death was patient, after all. And above all else, it was inevitable. As Nightmare leaped across the tangled surface of the charred deadfall and landed on the fallen trunk of an enormous tree, easily hundreds of meters across, champions of the Shadow Legion surged forward. The rushing millipedes cowered as the aura of dread surrounding the black steed washed over them like a cold wave. A split second later, Saint's dark blade fell, slicing the chitin like paper. Not far behind her, something massive moved. The ground shaking as it did, as if a dark hill was moving across the fallen trees. Then, the towering figure opened its 4 arms wide and let out a low, alarming roar that reverberated across the battlefield like the voice of an erupting volcano. Infernal flames ignited in the depths of the steel giant's maw, and his eyes blazed with fire. Fiend had hit a growth spurt in the wake of the war in Godgrave. The tiny imp used to be no taller than Sunny's knee, but now, he towered above the battlefield at more than 40 meters in height, his powerful body encased in an impenetrable steel carapace and littered with innumerable sharp spikes, like a hellish colossus cast from many great swords. As the red flames burning within him flared to life, Fiend lowered his torso and lunged forward, crushing the millipedes under his feet and slicing them apart with his enormous, dreadfully sharp claws. A moment later, King Dayron entered the fray, wearing a regal suit of armor forged of shadows and wielding a heavy mace. Windflower, twin shadows of Solvane, and the 7 saints of song were not far behind him, some as humans wielding sharp weapons, some having assumed their transcendent forms. The latter, too, were wearing armor forged to fit their bestial forms by Anvil's shadow. So were the shades of the great nightmare creatures Sunny had slain in Godgrave. The old predators of the detestable jungle had always been powerful and deadly, but now that their terrifying bodies were protected by armor forged of shadows, their claws and fangs turned to even deadlier weapons, they were both more resilient and far more annihilating. Every other elite of the Shadow Legion rushed forward, as well, the defiled Seeker of Truth, Goliath, remnant of the Jade Queen, the Azuras of Condemnation. And following them, a sea of corrupted shades tore into the tide of hideous millipedes too. A scene of alarming violence took place under the watchful gaze of Sunny's incarnations. Myriad millipedes were being destroyed only to join the ranks of the Shadow Legion seconds later. His shades fell, as well, disappearing from under the ashen sky in indifferent silence. "Do you think we will win today?" Sunny looked at himself and answered his own question with a shrug. "It's indecisive." Then, he glanced at the battlefield and smiled chillingly. "Today's harvest will be just fine, though." He laughed at himself, shaking his head in amusement. "Look at you, talking like the Grim Reaper." The Shadow Legion stood its ground against the overwhelming flood of loathsome black millipedes. Despite the fact that the adversary vastly outnumbered them, Sunny's shades were ruthless and fearless. His champions, Saint, Fiend, and the remainder were especially destructive, leaving a trail of severed and crushed bodies in their wake. Still, it wasn't quite enough. Soon enough, his forces would be exhausted, most of them sent back to his soul sea, and Sunny would have to retreat once again. Not yet, though. The ground trembled. His armored incarnation sighed. "I told you. They are getting smarter. It used to be that they simply attacked us like a mindless mob, but their strategies are growing more and more nuanced." Just then, another flood of millipedes suddenly crawled from under the deadfall behind the Shadow Legion, encircling it. A moment later, his shades were attacked from the rear, numerous of them crumbling and dissolving into streams of darkness. The millipedes had already shown signs of intelligent behavior once the demons and devils of their profane tribe began participating in the battles. Now that the tyrants were involved, their tactics had become even more complex. For example, they used the nature of the tangled terrain of the burned forest masterfully, moving unseen in the depths of the charred deadfall to stage destructive ambushes and appear unexpectedly behind the adversary. The armored incarnation chuckled. "Isn't it time for you to act?" Sunny smiled. "Indeed." Taking a step forward, he leapt off the edge of the towering trunk and plummeted down, toward the distant ground. A river of darkness escaped from the shadow lantern, surrounding his body. By the time Sunny landed, he was enveloped in the shadow shell of the dark colossus, at least 100 meters high. Finally, he was just as tall as Effie's transcendent form. Reaching into the shadows to manifest a alarming Odachi, Sunny summoned the jade mantle to cover his titanic body and lunged at the enormous centipede that threatened to swallow a dozen of his shadows in one bite. His appearance on the battlefield caused a stir, forcing several of the great devils leading the millipede tribe to rush in his direction. Left alone on the charred trunk, Sunny inhaled deeply. He was far more powerful than any of his champions, naturally. However, unlike the Shades, if his incarnation was destroyed, it would be gone forever, so he had to be cautious about entering a battle as disadvantaged and doomed as this one. Especially since he was using himself as bait. As dozens of millipedes climbed up the legs of the Shadow Colossus, seeking the cracks in his armor to crawl inside and sink their mandibles into the shell, Sunny slowly exhaled. I already gave you my blood. So, if you will. A moment later, he stepped into the shadows, appeared hundreds of meters away, and wrapped himself around Slayer's lithe body. Go and hunt. The murderous shadow moved. By now, she was armed with a sinister bow that Sunny had personally crafted for her, carried a quiver of eerie arrows, and had 2 frightening short swords sheathed at her waist. Rising from the shadows of the burned forest, Slayer moved like a ghost and drew the string of her bow in one smooth, elegant motion. A moment later, a sharp arrow pierced the head of one of the great tyrants leading the swarm of hideous millipedes, causing thousands of them to shudder and lose cohesion. Slayer was an odd being. She was a shadow whose dark depths were illuminated by the silver light of pure soul essence. She was not quite supreme, but also not quite transcendent, and while she fought under Sunny's dark banner, she was not loyal or devoted to him. Her prey, the great tyrant controlling a vast swath of the detestable swarm, was quite a peculiar creature as well. In fact, Sunny had been convinced that the black millipedes were no different from a mindless mob at first, ruled by no one and only beholden to their bestial instincts. It was only after suffering several crushing defeats recently that he guessed the existence of a guiding force behind them. Even then, it took him a long time to discover the tyrants. Which was too long, considering how nearly omniscient he was when his shadow sense reached far and wide. As it turned out, the great tyrants of the Black Millipede tribe were elusive creatures. It was hard to catch a glimpse of their blurry forms, and even harder to ambush them. That was because they, too, existed in a transient ambivalence of being split between 2 states. Only, unlike Slayer, who was torn between 2 ranks, the Millipede queens seemed to exist in the fleeting gaps between 2 seconds. At least that was what Sunny deduced after failing to kill them on several occasions. These great tyrants did not exist in the present, remaining forever hidden a moment in the past and a moment in the future. And since it was impossible to destroy something that did not exist, Sunny had failed to slay them time after time. It was a strange and paradoxical ability, to say the least. However, it was also the kind of unreasonable power Sunny expected from beings of the great rank. Apart from the defensive camouflage of time, the Millipede queens were massive, encased in a fearsome carapace of impenetrable chitin, capable of giving birth to an endless flood of lesser abominations, and usually safely hidden inside their fortress, like nests on top of that. There were 7 of them, from what Sunny could tell, and today, his goal was to kill at least one. Facing 6 destructive swarms was not going to be much easier than facing 7 of them, and the orphaned millipedes would most likely be simply absorbed into the armies of the remaining queens, thus making them stronger. However, it would still be a breaking point in his war against the Black Millipede tribe. That was because once one of the grotesque queens joined his Shadow Legion, she would be able to exert control over the thousands of shades of their fallen offspring that were already there. Thus, his own growing swarm of detestable millipedes would become numerous times deadlier in an instant. So, being thrashed by Slayer and feeding her his blood was a small price to pay. While one incarnation of Sunny distracted the devils who guarded the queens, Slayer had been laying in ambush. It was not an easy feat to conceal herself from the endless tide of nightmare creatures, many of whom were immensely powerful and possessed senses that humans had not even heard about, but she managed to remain hidden even under their noses. Or whatever it was the grotesque millipedes had instead of noses. In any case, Slayer had risen from the shadows and sent an arrow flying. She had always been a dreadfully powerful being, and now, her power was amplified by Sunny as well. He shared Slayer's senses, feeling the deadly precision of her movements, her calm and merciless determination to kill, the cold lethality of her willpower. A great tyrant was a fearsome existence, just one of them was enough to obliterate an entire continent in the waking world, turning great cities to ruin and consuming hundreds of millions of unfortunate souls in a matter of days, if not hours. Everything about them was the epitome of tyrannical power and inescapable dread. Their towering bodies could crush mountains, and their impenetrable armor could easily shake off even the most awful of attacks. And yet, Slayer's arrow easily pierced the millipede queen's head, as if not meeting any resistance. That was because her will was stronger than the great tyrant's will. Not only was it stronger, but it was also sharper, shaped into a penetrating blade instead of falling like a hammer. Oh, so it can be done like that, as well. Even in the middle of the battle, Sunny did not miss the chance to learn a new lesson. He had completed his transcendent battle art, already. His swordsmanship did not require further breakthroughs, however, a transcendent battle art as a whole could still be elevated to a supreme battle art. The difference between the two was easy. A supreme battle art contained an entirely new dimension, an unseen and abstract one, but vitally important nevertheless. The dimension of will. To master it, Sunny had to learn how to infuse his will into his every movement and strike, wielding it with just as much finesse and precision as he could exert when wielding a sword. He had already made the initial breakthrough during his battle against Anvil, learning from the supreme battle art of the King of Swords, and made great strides in mastering his will in the past year. But there was still room to improve, and there was no better example than Slayer. After all, Slayer was an ancient and supremely accomplished killer. She had existed for far longer than Sunny, had hunted far more beings than Sunny, and had honed her will to a much deadlier blade than Sunny. Otherwise, she would not have persisted for thousands of years in the Shadow Realm, refusing to succumb to death. Curious. The arrow had pierced the millipede queen's head, but it did not kill the horrible creature. In fact, the damage it dealt was far more modest than Sunny had expected. He contemplated for a split second. Arg, so that is why. I see. In a battle of this level of power, the will was both a weapon and an armor, playing a role that was just as important as the actual items. However, it did not exist in and of itself. The will needed a medium to be expressed, and that medium, naturally, was the individual to whom the will belonged. But things were more complicated than that. It seemed that the will had to be expressed directly. The fewer intermediaries there were between the source and the target, and the closer the point of contact was, the more effective the result. In this case, the source of the will was Slayer. Sunny was involved, as well, not because he was augmenting her body, but because he had crafted her bow and arrow, imprinting them with his own will. However, the sum of their willpowers that should have overwhelmed the millipede queen had merely wounded the creature lightly. That was because Slayer had not expressed her will directly. Instead, her will had been delivered across a great distance by an arrow. It was as if the force of her will was dissipated by the distance and the involvement of an intermediary. In other words, an attack would have carried the most will if Slayer had struck with her bare hands. Using a sword would have also been quite effective, since she would have held it in her hand, channeling her will through it. However, a ranged weapon was an inferior vessel for one's will. A bow was somewhat better than other weapons in that regard, since it at least had to be drawn by the archer's own hand, using the archer's own strength. A crossbow would have shown a worse result, and a bullet would have contained very little will, if any at all. No wonder contemporary weapons lost most of their effectiveness when used against nightmare creatures of the fallen rank and higher. Even at that level, the will already played an important role. Impersonal attacks could not penetrate the armor of latent will these beings possessed. A sword wielded by an awakened warrior, however, could. Sunny whistled. This is quite curious. Entirely unscientific, naturally. There was also an interesting conundrum to be solved about his will as the Lord of Shadows, the manifested shadows, and their capacity to channel his will. That was something he would have to ponder later, though. For now, there was still a wounded great tyrant they had to kill. Even though ranged weapons seemed to be less effective in the battle of truly powerful beings, that did not mean that they were useless. It was just that great skill was required from the one wielding them, skill that Slayer possessed with plenty to spare. That was why her arrow had pierced the millipede queen's head without much trouble. And even though it did not deal too much damage, that was not its purpose either. The arrow Slayer had chosen to begin her barrage was a special one, crafted by Sunny while inspired by the, in case of emergency, memory that belonged to Rain, a sash that could fix her position in space, and which was meant to save her life in case the cloud veil in Godgrave broke without warning. The arrow's purpose was quite similar, it was to root the adversary in place. Naturally, the Millipede Queen was far too powerful, and possessed too terrifying of a will to be slowed down by the enchantment for long. In fact, she broke free of the sorceress binding a moment later. But in that short moment, the great tyrant was completely exposed, rooted not only in space, but also in time, and therefore robbed of her odd camouflage. In that short moment, 3 more arrows slid between the cracks in the queen's indestructible carapace. These ones dealt far more damage. In fact, the damage they dealt was catastrophic. The gigantic millipede's neck exploded from the inside, whole chunks of flesh and cracked chitin flying into the air. Rivers of blood plummeted down like crimson waterfalls, and innumerable lesser abominations shuddered, losing cohesion. The Millipede Queen let out an earth-shattering screech and swayed, expressing its pain and fear. The great devils who had moved to deal with Sunny rushed back to answer their matriarch's path. The moment Slayer's first arrow hit the Millipede Queen, Sunny saw the great tyrant clearly for the first time. She was quite enormous, her bulbous body encased in glistening black chitin and decorated with beautiful patterns of orange-red, as if inlaid with burning embers. The first segment of her carapace flared at the back of her head, making it seem as if the appalling creature was wearing a crown. She had no eyes, so the front of her armored head was flawlessly smooth before opening into a hideous, eerily human-like maw. That maw was now open, the last scream dying in its depths. The Millipede Queen was at least 100 meters long, her segmented body quite thin in relation to its great length, and had been flowing across the tangled surface of the burned forest like a river of glistening darkness, her innumerable legs shredding the dead wood into splinters as she did. But now, the giant creature had come to an abrupt halt and fell in a mess of towering black coils. Her severed head was yet to hit the ground by the time Sunny heard a voice whispering into his ear. "You have slain an adversary." He sighed in regret. Sunny had always missed the nightmare spell when the handy bracelet announced his kills. After all, unlike the spell, this memory of his was not omniscient, it did not know the names of the nightmare creatures he slayed, thus robbing him of the tantalizing tidbits of knowledge that were hidden in them. It was to the point that Sunny sometimes regretted that kidnapping Cassie and forcing her to whisper the names of all abominations he killed into his ear at all times was not an option. And now, the handy bracelet could not even gauge the rank and class of the slain nightmare creatures. That was because Sunny had built this particular part of the enchantment on an easy principle. The bracelet sensed how countless shadow fragments he received from the kill, and determined the nature of the slain nightmare creature accordingly. However, Sunny did not receive any shadow fragments when the Millipede Queen died. Not because it had perished to Slayer instead of him, but simply because all 7 of his cores were already fully saturated. If he bothered to summon his runes, he would see a radiant shadow fragments, 7,000/7,000. That had happened quite speedily after the Shadow Legion was unleashed upon the world, considering that every being killed by one of his shades was counted as his own prey. Well, and he had ventured into the Shadow Realm as well, hunting down shadows on its outskirts to hasten the process. Sunny was already as powerful as he could become. Now, killing enemies enabled his Shadow Legion instead of his soul. I should probably redesign the handy bracelet. There had to be a way to enchant his bracelet into drawing knowledge directly from the newly arrived shades instead of counting the shadow fragments. Who knew? Possibly it would even be able to learn more about them, that way. But now was not the time to contemplate interesting enchantments. The Millipede Queen's severed head fell to the ground in a rain of blood and broken chitin. Thousands of lesser abominations seemed to lose cohesion for a few seconds, then exploded into a mindless frenzy. The other great tyrants took note of their sister and rival dying, as well. Most importantly, Slayer had revealed herself to the adversary swarm. Now, she and Sunny were alone behind adversary lines, facing the frenzied flood of grotesque millipedes in solitude. Nevertheless, he was satisfied. He was ecstatic. I won. His victory over the Black Millipede tribe would not be cemented for a while, a few months, most likely, but it had been decided the moment the hideous queen died. Now that her shade was in his soul sea, the power of the Shadow Legion would increase, and it would continue to increase exponentially as more black millipedes joined the ranks of silent shadows. The nests of their detestable tribe would fall. He considered summoning the Ember Queen, a name Sunny gave the slain great tyrant in the absence of the nightmare spell due to the fiery patterns on her black carapace right now, but then decided against it. After all, the shades of lesser millipedes had already been dispelled. They would not be restored for a few days. So, her presence would not shift the scales of the battle in his favor today. Sunny watched the traumatic flood of powerful nightmare creatures rush at Slayer as a tide. I think, they might be angry? He smiled internally, happy with his harvest. Finally, after all this time, one of the millipede queens was in his grasp. Slayer lowered her bow and allowed it to turn into a slender black chain, which wrapped itself around her wrist like an intricate vambrace. Then, she unsheathed her short swords and faced the frenzied swarm with cold, fearless malice. As if fighting thousands of corrupted and great nightmare creatures something worthy of her trepidation. You can retreat now. He had already accomplished the main goal of today's battle, so letting his shadows sustain damage served no purpose. Slayer lingered for a few seconds. Her lips were hidden behind a veil, but he could sense her smile faintly. There was no joy in that smile, naturally, just a hint of cold and sinister scorn. Throwing one last look at the approaching millipedes, she sheathed her swords in one smooth motion and turned her back to them, moving with the elegance of a graceful dancer. The skirt of her light armor swayed, and a moment later, she was gone, summoned back to her cell in the dark replica of the nameless temple. Sunny himself stepped through the shadows and appeared by Saint's side, wrapping himself around her to bestow more power on the general of his Shadow Legion. The battle raged on for some time after that, even though the outcome was already clear. Saint and Nightmare slayed a few champions of the Black Millipede tribe, while Fiend made a show of picking up handfuls of desperately struggling abominations and throwing them into his infernal maw. The gluttonous giant seemed quite happy. The most powerful shades distinguished themselves in the carnage, as well. Naturally, no one was more deadly than Sunny himself. His towering shell clashed with the giant great devils, some of them even larger than their tyrants. He had to kill a few, since his own millipede queen was going to need powerful protectors. And he did manage to destroy 2 of them before things turned for the worse. At some point, one of the devils opened its maw and spat a long jet of boiling orange-red liquid, which splashed across Sunny's jade breastplate like a stream of radiant lava. To his shock, the surface of the mantle actually began to melt, as if being eaten through by acid. Another devil breathed out a cloud of ash that surrounded Sunny, then turned into a swarm of ghostly worms that wriggled their way into the cracks of his armor, penetrating the mass of the shadow shell to find his own shadow hidden deep within it. A third devil emerged from the tangle below, wrapping its revolting body around his legs. The 1,000 scythe-like legs of the great abominations were like a chainsaw, biting into the jade mantle with traumatic force. There were lesser millipedes burrowing into the flesh of his shell, as well, having found paths inside through the cracks created by the devils. Somewhat regretful, Sunny had to abandon the crumbling shell and continue the battle as himself instead. Soon enough, the battle was over. His Shadow Legion was largely annihilated, and those of its champions that remained were drowning in the endless swarm of abominations. No matter how powerful they were, and how powerful Sunny was, they simply could not resist the sheer numbers of the Black Millipede tribe. So, not wishing to have to wait until his most powerful shades restored themselves, Sunny simply summoned them back into his soul, dismissed his shadows, and escaped by using Shadow Step. Damn it! All those soul shards. If there one regret he had, it was that he would not be able to harvest the carapaces of the slain millipedes and their soul shards today. Instead, they would be devoured by their own kin, making the surviving abominations stronger and giving the remaining queens enough fuel to birth more monsters. It was all going to be his in the end, though. Reaching the edges of the burned forest, both incarnations of Sunny stepped out of the shadows and smiled, satisfied despite suffering another defeat. Sunny's incarnation stood at the very edge of the charred tangle, looking out on the rows of ancient barrows beyond. The land of barrows separated the forgotten shore from the burned forest, serving as the boundary between these two dark realms. One of the incarnations dismissed the heavily damaged jade mantle, allowing it to retreat under his skin, or rather, into his skin. Then, he smiled mischievously. How much are you willing to bet that whatever is sleeping in these barrows will one day wake up and make us regret having turned our backs on it? The other avatar shrugged arrogantly. When it does, we will kill it, then bury it properly this time. Sunny had not ventured inside the barrows after that ominous first time, preferring to keep watch on them from a distance. Naturally, he would have to deal with that threat sooner or later, but for now, he was willing to let the mystery of the ancient burial ground rest, since it wasn't actively bothering him. There was a reason why he suspected that the tall barrows represented a threat, and it wasn't just the eerie feeling they gave him. More important was the fact that the dark sea had never reached past the barrows, meaning that it had been wary of them. Naturally, it could just as well have been because of the sky above. Here, on the boundary of two realms, the starless sky of the forgotten shore gave way to a sky that still enjoyed the company of its sun, and was therefore infused with sunlight. But Sunny still was wary of the eerie barrows. Letting out a sigh, one of the incarnations asked. So, what do you think? The other pondered for a few minutes. It wasn't bad, I guess? We did manage to kill the queen, and the harvest of the lesser shades was quite bountiful. However, I am not satisfied. We are still lacking. The first incarnation nodded. Indeed. This invasion of the burned forest served several purposes. One was to strengthen the Shadow Legion, another was to search for unclaimed citadels, the third was to explore the Dream Realm in preparation for the eventual integration of the waking world. However, no less important was the fact that Sunny learned how to wield his supreme power here. His supreme ability, Shadow Legion, was in a sense an ultimate expression of his aspect. He was not even sure if it was really an ability in and of itself, it could have been a logical conclusion of his other abilities reaching their pinnacle. Instead, the Legion of Silent Shadows was his domain. It granted him power, nurtured his soul, and gave weight to his will. The Shadow Legion ability, meanwhile, allowed him to unleash his domain upon the world. He could summon the shades from the depths of his soul, give shape to them, and control them as his loyal soldiers, which felt like an evolution of his Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, and Shadow Control abilities. The shades also served as vessels of his consciousness, inheriting some traits from his transformation ability as well. However, there were limitations to this power. Unlike the puppets of Qi or the swords of Andal of Valor, the silent shadows were independent entities. Therefore, Sunny could not control them directly, he could only give them commands, which the shades followed to the best of their ability. Their ability to follow commands varied greatly among the members of the Shadow Legion, though. After all, most of his legionnaires were beasts and monsters, creatures lacking intelligence and awareness. And even those of the shades who were truly sentient lacked the cohesion one would expect from a trained army. In other words, even though Sunny was calling his army the Shadow Legion, in truth, it was more of a shadow mob, not much different from the mindless swarm of the black millipedes, and even inferior to it in some regards. The situation was somewhat improved by the presence of certain champions. Saint could act as a general, helping him control the Shadow Legion better. Dayron of the Twilight Sea was capable of rallying the human shadows behind him. The remnant of the Jade Queen seemed to hold authority among the weaker shades. But each of the champions could only truly control a small number of shades in their vicinity. There was no overall unity, let alone discipline and cohesion. And even Sunny's formidable mind could not command each shade individually, guiding them with intricate precision. So, things like orderly battle formations, complicated maneuvers, and fine tactics were beyond the scope of what the Shadow Legion could do, for now. Sunny had been learning how to lead it into battle better for the entire year, but he was still far from achieving acceptable results. One of his incarnations smiled and patted the other on the shoulder. Well, at least we have the Ember Queen now. She alone should be able to control the millipede swarm. So, you'll be fine. The other glanced at him arrogantly. Naturally. Why wouldn't I be fine? Sunny laughed, then let out a sigh and threw one last look at the burned forest. He was not going to miss this place. Especially because he was staying in that place. One of his incarnations was, at least. Then my job here is done. I guess I'll get going. His other incarnation looked at him with no compassion. Get lost, then. Sunny glanced at himself, a betrayed expression on his face. Wow. How heartless. Don't you have any pity on your poor self? I'll be all alone out there, surrounded by gorgeous princesses and hanging out with Kai. His other incarnation scoffed. Bastard. Go before I change my mind and volunteer myself. Sunny smiled naughtily. All right. Gods, can you at least lend me a shadow? I probably can't take Saint, and Fiend will draw too much attention. What about Nightmare? The other incarnation stared at him chillingly. You can take the feral one. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Slayer? Well, it might work, I guess. Like a field trip. A paid vacation? With that, he chuckled and headed for the distant barrows. As Sunny was walking away, he waved at himself. You're going to miss me when I'm gone. Then, he stared at his own back and snarled. As if. And why are you walking, idiot? Just turn back into a shadow. Soon, one of the incarnations disappeared from view. The other studied the eerie barrows, then sighed and turned around to the charred expanse of the burned forest. Say hi to Kai when you get there, fool. Godspeed. Despite the quiet grumbling, he couldn't wait. Far away in Bastion, the morning meeting was coming to an end. Effie gave Sunny one last glare and left, while Cassie whisked Nephice away to attend to her imperial duties. This time, he did not follow. Instead, Sunny closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, concentrating on his shadow sense. So, I'm finally off to Ravenheart. He was not going to have to cross the Hollow Mountains again to reach it, but the journey would still take some time and be unpleasant. After all, he had to return to the waking world and endure being rejected by it. Still, Sunny was in a good mood. He was looking forward to finally exploring the Jade Palace, and on top of that, he was curious about the city itself. Ravenheart did not exactly feel like home, but Sunny had spent almost 4 years there, hiding in rain's shadow. There were numerous places in that Stark city he felt nostalgic about. He was also curious to see how Ravenheart had changed in the wake of the Raven Queen's fall. But most of all, he missed Kai. Sunny had reconnected with Nephice and Cassie after being erased from the memories of the world, and he had also become somewhat close to Effie again, first as Master Sunless, then as Neff's shadow consort. But he had barely spent time with Jet and Kai in the past 2 years. They only knew him as the cold and sinister Lord of Shadows, a mysterious ally who had joined their cause not long before the war began. I wonder how he is doing? Sunny knew that Kai had managed to conquer Ravenheart without spilling a single drop of blood. The local population was quite fond of him, well, obviously. But it still had to be difficult, dealing with the Song sisters in the wake of the dissolution of their mother's domain. Well, I'll see soon. As he shifted his attention, Sunny felt Bastion boiling with life far below him. His shadow sense enveloped most of the city, allowing him to monitor various things and learn of any potential dangers in advance, not that there had been any threats here, yet. Apart from the nights when the moon was full. But they had that particular danger under control. There were too many people and too much movement in the city to fathom it all. Sunny could try, but his senses would be speedily overwhelmed. His mind had grown much more powerful over the years, however, both because he climbed high on the path of ascension and because he had plenty of practice handling countless tasks at the same time. He was not the same person who had almost collapsed after spreading his shadow sense across the outskirts of NQSC. Sunny was even tempted to summon Weaver's Mask and activate the "Where is my eye" enchantment one more time. It had almost killed him the last time he used it, but who knew? Maybe he would survive its lethal burden this time. What would he see in the endlessly vast, overwhelming, terrifying tapestry of fate? Would he see himself severed from its infinite complexity, existing separately from all that had been, was, and ever would be? Was he going to recognize the events of the future and of the past in the complicated weave of the strings of fate? Or would he die a miserable death, all 7 of his heads exploding into a bloody mess at the same time? Sunny did not know, and he was too wary to attempt it, for now. Somewhere out there, one of the 4 remaining pieces of Weaver's lineage was waiting for him, the Mind Weave. Sunny had decided not to tempt fate before recovering it. For now, though. Even though he could not actively pay attention to everything happening in Bastion, he could sense it passively and turn his attention to any unusual disturbance. He could also focus on particular places and individuals selectively. Right now, he was searching for Rain. His sister was especially easy to discover due to the mark of shadows. Because of it, he was almost always aware of where she was as long as she remained in the vast area his shadow sense enveloped. Sunny did not actively follow Rain most of the time, though, preferring to give her some space. After all, he was not an utterly overprotective brother. And even if he was, who could blame him? His sister was in the habit of enlisting in suicidal wars and brawling with deadly nightmare creatures. And if some slimy profligate bothered her, she couldn't even kill him. She couldn't hurt a fly. Well, actually, she could hurt a fly quite gruesomely. But she couldn't end its vile, lecherous life. Who would not be protective of a sweet, kind sister like that? Where is she? Wait, why is she dressed like that? Sunny opened his eyes wide. Far below, Rain was making her way across the crowded streets of Bastion. She must have worked through the night with Beth and her team, but instead of wearing her usual practical clothes or the puppeteer's shroud, she was wearing a pretty black dress instead, its hem barely reaching her knees. She was also wearing earrings, not even enchanted ones, and completely impractical, cutesy shoes. Her hair was done up and held together with an onyx pin. Sunny could not tell through shadow sense, but he was sure she had also applied light makeup. His face paled. Alarm! Oblivious to the turmoil in her brother's heart, Rain was enjoying the morning sun while humming a melody with a happy smile. Soon enough, she reached her destination, a luxurious cafe situated on the most beautiful stretch of the lakefront promenade. Walking through the door, she paused for a moment and looked around. Then, her smile widened, and she waved. There you are. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Oh, it's them. False alarm. 2 gorgeous young women were waiting for Rain at a table that had the best view. One had tanned skin and ashen hair, her off-shoulder gray dress revealing the smooth line of her delicate collarbone. The other had fair skin and glistening blonde hair, her amber eyes burning in the golden light of dawn. Her white dress was light and tastefully adorned with lace, making her look like a fairy tale princess on an outing. They were, naturally, Tamar of Clan Sorrow and Tell of White Feather. Today, the 3 noble girls had discarded their usual enchanted armor, donned pretty dresses, and dolled themselves up to the best of their ability to have a nice breakfast out on the town and remind themselves that they were, indeed, girls and not awakened battle machines. Rain reached the table and sat down with a radiant smile. Sorry I'm late. Tell stared at her for a while, then shifted her gaze to Tamar's bare shoulder. Her eyes narrowed. Did you guys get matching tattoos? She pursed her lips, looked at them with a peculiar expression, and added in a small voice. Without me? Chapter 2291 An elegant and noble outing plus, turn off reset. Rain laughed and glanced at the intricately inked snake that coiled around her arm and shoulder. Tamar wore a dress with long sleeves, so hers was mostly out of sight, only its tail could be seen, resting on her smooth caramel skin. Sorry, Tell. I can get you in touch with the artist, but I doubt that your parents will approve. Tell leaned back with a sour expression. My mom has a wild side too, you know? One time, she went and killed a valor saint. Our entire family was sent to Antarctica as punishment. But, whatever. She threw one last look at Tamar's shoulder and turned away with a haughty scoff. I wouldn't want a snake tattoo, anyway. Birds eat snakes. She didn't quite manage to hide the hint of envy from her voice, though, which almost made Rain giggle. Tel and Tamar were quite similar in the sense that they both had been raised by stern legacy rulers, and tended to present a stony facade of reserved poise to the world. However, while Tamar's grim composure came quite naturally to her, Tel's attempts to maintain an aloof exterior were often clumsy, transparent, and very cute. Rain barely suppressed a smile. Naturally, that was only true if one knew her well. To a random stranger, Tel of White Feather would appear as the personification of stark and severe legacy pride, and to those who were misfortunate enough to find themselves on the other end of her sword, she would be like a cold and merciless nightmare. But that only made the haughty young woman more endearing. Rain looked around and waved for a waiter. Soon enough, the three of them were staring at gorgeously served cocktails. Each was like a still life painting captured in a glass, decorated so exquisitely that drinking them seemed like an act of vandalism. Tel glanced at her two friends hesitantly. "So, we're drinking alcohol?" Despite her confident exterior, the breathtaking Feather Knight was actually quite inexperienced in worldly matters. It was quite possible that she had never tried alcohol before, so she seemed unsure. Tamar shrugged. "I guess. I am confused, though. Why is there so much ice?" "It's more like we're drinking ice with a few drops of alcohol." Rain looked at them with indignation. "You guys don't understand anything. I thoroughly studied the gourmet section of the Bastion Gazette. This place is the most fashionable spot on the lakefront promenade these days, and these three cocktails are supposed to be sublime. They are themed after the fallen sovereigns. See, these are the Bloody Queen, the Old Valor, and the Sweet Shadow." Tamar's cocktail was bright red, Tel's nearly transparent with sharply cut ice cubes, while Rain's own was entirely black. She grinned. "There's also the fourth one, the White Flame, which is the most popular. They make it with the best Beast Farm cream and strong spirits, so it's both smooth and fiery, warming the body and soothing the heart. Well, at least according to the Gazette. Anyway, cheers." They raised their glasses and clinked them gingerly. Then, each of the three girls tasted hers. "Oh, so it's black because of coffee liqueur." Rain was pleased. The Sweet Shadow was, indeed, delicious. She decided to trust the Bastion Gazette from now on. Tamar put her glass down and smiled. She did not smile often these days, so it was a rare and welcome sight. "Oh, aren't congratulations in order? I saw the street lamps light up last night." "You guys actually did it?" Rain grinned. "Sure did." Tel glanced at them, took another sip of her cocktail, and sighed. "I'm envious. You guys already have electricity. It will probably only reach the chained isles in a decade." After the war, the paths of the three awakened girls had forked in different directions. The White Feather clan had regained their original domain, so Tel returned to the sanctuary of Noctis with her parents. She spent most of her time on the chained isles now, only returning to Bastion once every few months to represent her clan and conduct official business. Tamar's fate, meanwhile, was almost exactly the opposite of Tel's. Her father, the Saint of Sorrow, had fallen in the final battle of the Realm War. Humanity had lost countless valiant warriors on that dark day, and she was one of countless who had lost friends and family to the ruthless crucible of battle. Rain had wanted to stay by her friend's side for a while, but sadly, Tamar did not receive a lot of time to grieve. As the only surviving child of the Saint of Sorrow, she had to assume responsibility over her clan and in its darkest days, no less. Tamar might have become the new Lady of Sorrow, but she was merely an awakened. As such, she could not claim ownership of the ancestral citadel of the Sorrow clan, and therefore, her family had to relinquish their lands to someone who could. That someone was none other than Saint Xianxia, the former commander of the 7th Royal Legion. Xianxia had treated the family of the former master of the Lake of Tears with respect, but although they were not forced to leave, they still chose to abandon their former domain. Thus, Clan Sorrow became one of the many fallen noble families in the wake of the war. Naturally, Rain knew Tamar well, so she was certain that her friend's clan would rise once again in the future. In fact, its reputation was already climbing up. Tamar had joined the Shadow Clan first. Then, she participated in the tournament organized by the Fire Keepers and distinguished herself in the arena, defeating myriad powerful awakened in a most brutal and spectacular fashion. She performed well enough to end up in the final round, no less. So, now, Tamar was somewhat of a double agent. Granted, the forces she served were deeply allied instead of being hostile to each other. Officially, she was a rising star among the newer members of the Fire Keepers. Unofficially, though, she served as the Shadow Clan's team leader in Bastion, as well as Rain's personal bodyguard, on occasion. Life was truly unpredictable sometimes. As for Rain herself, she had stayed in Godgrave for a while, then came here to Bastion to learn shaping from Lady Nephice and civil engineering as a member of Chief Bethany's team. Oh, and somewhere along the way, she had also unsealed her aspect. Rain had really expected that her aspect would reveal itself during the war, maybe even at the last possible moment, in her most dire moment of need, so that she could turn the tables and save the day in the most dramatic fashion. In hindsight, it could have never happened that way. Rain not quite sure how the world worked, no one was, really, but she could sense that there was subtle poetry to the nebulous crossroads of fate. People and their choices rhymed with each other, so did the circumstances that people could not control. So, in a sense, lives were like poems. Not all of them were, naturally, or at least not in equal measure. But the lives of those who wielded immense power or were exceptional in some regard usually were. Rain did not wield immense power, and while she was somewhat special, she would not go as far as to call herself exceptional. True, she had achieved something astonishing once she had become awakened without relying on the cruel graces of the nightmare spell, but most of that accomplishment belonged to her brother, not herself. Still, there seemed to be some poetic inclination to her life, as well. And while the poem of her life described war and bloodshed, that was not its theme. Her flaw, the crown of thorns, proved as much. What was the theme, then? The conclusion of the Great War had been a confusing affair for Rain. She had barely come to terms with the fact that she was a legacy, a princess in the making, no different from Tamar. But then, in the blink of an eye, her brother betrayed everyone and died. So, instead of a princess, she became the sister of a dead traitor, the most despicable villain in the world, no less. Luckily, Rain was merely an awakened, so she had not seen Lady Nephice strike her brother down herself. Her sight was not keen enough for that. In fact, she did not know what had happened until much later, when Cassie's voice suddenly resounded in her mind, telling her not to worry. She learned that her brother was alive, and only then that he was supposed to have died, as far as everyone was concerned. So, she did not even get an opportunity to feel worried about him. And even more fortunately, no one really knew that Rain, or rather, Ronnie of the 7th Royal Legion, was in any way connected to the Lord of Shadows. In any case, the world began changing at a horrible speed after that. When everything was said and done, Rain decided to stay behind in Godgrave to participate in the construction of the road across the Collarbone Plain, the road that was supposed to connect the former Sword and Song domains. She made that decision for no other reason than out of fondness for building things, not that it carried little weight. In fact, it carried great weight, and she made that choice after contemplating what she wanted to do with her life both gravely and for a long time. Rain was sick and tired of war, sick and tired of destroying things, and sick and tired of seeing things be destroyed. So, she returned to her role as a member of a road construction crew. Granted, this time, she was not a mundane laborer but an awakened elite. And it was when the construction of the road was finished a few months later that her aspect was suddenly unsealed, not on a battlefield, but in the middle of a construction site instead. It was quite fitting, especially for someone whose flaw made all her battle experience and years of bitter training more or less meaningless. Rain had spent innumerable hours wondering what her aspect would be, but in the end, it turned out far too peculiar for anyone to have guessed. Honestly, it was unlike any other. As an awakened, Rain could command 2 aspect abilities now. She also had 2 pools of essence, a pool of soul essence, and a pool of spirit essence. Her dormant ability allowed her to give names to things. Or rather, names. They were not quite true names, but also not quite mundane ones either. Because these names were permanent, and wielded power of their own, a modest power, considering that she was merely an awakened, but quite a real power nonetheless. Bestowing a name required a single-time infusion of spirit essence. The more spirit essence she infused, the more influence the name would have on the named object and the world itself. The problem was that Rain had yet to figure out how to expand her pool of spirit essence. Despite that, by the time the road across Godgrave was finished, she had somehow managed to gather quite a lot of it. The sky of her soul sea, which had once been vast and clear, was entirely covered in stormy clouds by then, drops of rain falling to the surface of the restless sea in constant drizzle. So, Rain infused all of that essence into the finished road, naming it the Road of Shadows. The skies of her soul sea cleared when she did, bright sunlight shone upon the glistening water once again, and something miraculous happened. Before, her brother had taken his citadel away, but he left the Shadow Realm fragment, whatever that was, behind. As he explained to her, he could control the fragment a little as a supreme, but not enough to make use of it where he was going. The dome of impenetrable darkness sprawled at the center of the collarbone plain, covering a rough sphere dozens of kilometers across. When Rain gave the road a name, though, it stirred, moving to stretch into a thin line that enveloped most of the road's length. Just like that, the Road of Shadows became safe from the merciless radiance of the white abyss above Godgrave. And Rain passed out from essence exhaustion, causing quite a stir among the members of the Shadow clan hidden among the road builders to protect her. In any case, it worked out great. Sadly enough, Rain had not been able to achieve something quite as monumental again. With the road across Godgrave built, Rain traveled to Bastion to participate in the construction of the Rivergate Dam and begin her lessons of shaping. She had been carefully experimenting with names and trying to understand her own soul better all along. She discovered a few interesting things, for example, that giving names in the runic language that the nightmare spell used was more efficient, consuming less spirit essence to achieve the same result. Rain also discovered that naming something that already possessed a true name seemed to be impossible. She learned how to use her awakened ability better, as well. Her awakened ability allowed her to assign descriptors to things, epithets, as they were called. Unlike the names, the epithets were not permanent and only existed for as long as she could sustain them with her soul essence. For example, she could assign an epithet to a shield, making it the indestructible shield. As a result, the shield would become vastly more durable until Rain's essence ran out. Actually, as an awakened, she could assign two epithets at the same time. So, she could turn it into the indestructible magnetic shield, making adversary weapons stick to its surface after failing to break it. Naturally, more powerful epithets consumed more essence. The indestructible descriptor was more potent, but also more costly than the durable descriptor. There were many factors affecting how potent and how expensive epithets were, in fact. For one, the more an epithet conflicted with the nature of the thing, the more essence sustaining it consumed, so, making a shield extra durable was easier than making it brittle. Assigning epithets to living beings was always more expensive, as well. But Rain still could make a person attacking her an immobile person if she wished to, especially if she knew the person's name or even better, their true name. At least for a few seconds, if their rank was not too high. In fact, assigning epithets to things that had true names or had been named always cost less essence. It worked the other way around, too. Assigning true names she had learned as epithets consumed less essence and produced far greater results than simply using words of the human language. For example, assigning the true name of burning to an adversary sword would easily melt it, while simply assigning it the burning epithet would heat it up enough to make the adversary drop it, at best. In that way, using her awakened ability was sometimes far more useful than using shaping itself. After all, a shaper has to speak the names and channel them to perform sorcery. As soon as the sound of their voice fell to silence, the power of their sorcery would start to be dispelled. However, an epithet remained in effect for as long as Rain had essence. She could even sustain a few minor epithets indefinitely, as long as she chose them wisely. She could even assign epithets to herself. Rain took a sip of her cocktail and grinned at Tel and Tamar. Her friends did not know, but she was not promise of a distant sky at the moment. In fact, she was sober, well-rested promise of a distant sky. Granted, that second epithet was devouring her essence at quite an appalling rate. Even the combined power of her aspect and shaping were no match for Chief Bethany, it seemed. Chapter 2293 Finer Things in Life Plus, Turn Off Reset. After the cocktails, it was time for the pastries. The pastries were pretty and delicious, granted, they were not as delicious as what Rain was used to, having been pampered by her brother's pancakes and waffles. His repertoire was somewhat limited, though. Enjoying a gorgeously glazed eclair, Rain couldn't help but smile in delight. Should I introduce him to custard? Everything about this morning was wonderful. Their pretty clothes, the sophisticated interior of the cafe, the glistening vista of the mirror lake, the lavishly served cocktails, the delicate and delicious pastries. Arg, that is what I've been missing. Her later teenage years had been spent in Ravenheart, hunting down nightmare creatures. The city had been in the process of being built from the ground up back then, as well, populated mostly by displaced refugees. There had been a lot of work to be done, but not a lot of refined culture. Later, Rain ended up on the front line, and after the war was over, she spent her time among busy engineers and laborers. The finer things in life had mostly escaped her until now, so she was enjoying the rare chance to feel like an actual girl for once. Plus, young cities in the dream realm had places like this one now, as well as theaters, operas, dancing halls, and much more. People wanted to enjoy leisure and entertainment after working hard, so local leisure culture was developing speedily. Rain, Tell, and Tamar chatted lazily as new delicacies and pretty cocktails arrived. It feels peculiar, really. Now that there is no crushing, the chained aisles are completely different. It is much safer there, and we can actually fly as high as we want. Naturally, the nightmare creatures feel just as liberated, so even those of them who used to stay in place are moving around. It's a proper mess, but once we cleanse the islands in the immediate vicinity of the sanctuary, we will be ready to receive settlers. They are working on building more flying ships. There are several thousands of fire keepers now, but only one chain breaker. Sadly, while building a flying ship is not that hard, building one that is not going to turn to splinters at the first sign of danger is a big problem. So, not much luck on that front, for now. Our spellsmiths are trying to create flying echoes as a temporary measure, instead, but they are not creating them rapidly enough. Only the masters get one. Oh, I don't know. I am pretty busy these days. Right, have you heard, girls? Saint Thane is apparently working on a new version of Dreamscape, this one designed specifically for the dream realm. It is supposed to serve as a communication space between different cities, as well as a training tool to prepare mundane citizens for the first nightmare. Tell couldn't help but let out a sigh. Really? Oh. That would be wonderful. I love the chained aisles, but being stuck all the way up north is so boring sometimes. She sipped her cocktail, looking at the mirror lake with a distant expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, then turned to Rain and Tamar. Speaking of nightmares. The festive mood turned a little somber all of a sudden. The blonde girl hesitated for a few seconds. I am thinking of challenging the second nightmare in no more than a year. What about you two? Although she did not ask directly, her underlying question was transparent. Tell was asking if they wanted to challenge the second nightmare with her. For an awakened, there was no question more intimate than that. There was also no clearer indication of how much the person trusted you. Rain felt both touched and wistful. She glanced at Tamar briefly, then smiled softly. Well, I can't, for various reasons. But Tamar was actually thinking the same. Rain would have loved to challenge the second nightmare with Tell and Tamar, however, she was not a carrier of the nightmare spell, and therefore, she couldn't. She was walking a different path from them. Tamar nodded calmly. Actually, I already have the core of the cohort assembled, including a healer, as well as a few people in mind I want to recruit. If you are not going to assemble a team out of retainers of your clan, then we will be happy to have you. After all, it is hard to find warriors of the same caliber as Tell of White Feather. A corner of her mouth curled upward faintly. Tell remained motionless for a moment, then cleared her throat to hide a shy smile. Oh, well, you aren't wrong. I am indeed quite formidable. She hastily picked up her cocktail, took a long sip, and then added in her usual calm tone. There is no one else in White Feather who can go into a nightmare with me, at the moment. So. I am very interested in that cohort of yours, Tamar. Are they fire keepers, too? Tamar shook her head. No. But we train together, I guess. And our instructor is a real devil. Rain pretended to be busy with her glass. Tamar was talking about the Shadow Clan, naturally. It was no secret that her brother and his graceful shadow, Saint, were preparing his subordinates for the dangers of the second nightmare. Tamar, Tell, Ray, and Fleur, two fearsome warriors, an elusive scout, and a healer. That was a good core for a cohort of challengers. With a few more talented people involved, they would stand a very good chance of becoming masters. When will I become a master? Rain did not know, since things on that front were vague and progressing slowly. She finished her cocktail, called a waiter, and smiled at him, making the young man blush. Can we get the check? Then, Rain looked at her friends and grinned. You do know what comes next, right? Tamar and Tell looked at each other with uncertainty. What? Rain sighed languidly. Arg, these sheltered legacies. Shopping. Despite the fact that Rain's current circumstances were far more unusual than those of her friends, unlike them, she had actually enjoyed a more normal childhood. Apart from that, she had more worldly experience. Tell and Tamar might have known how to navigate high society better, but for this elegant outing, Rain was their guide. And her guide was the Bastion Gazette. Following the plan she had been meticulously researching since the last time Tell visited Bastion, they enjoyed a walk of the lakefront promenade, went on a humble shopping spree on the fashion street, and ended up in a park with her purchases safely stored in the bag of withholding. Rain's mood was bright, and the weather was warm. The three of them rested on a bench and basked in the sunlight, enjoying the breeze. Tell sighed. Why don't we go to a beach and swim a little? Tamar looked at her, then shook her head. We can't go to a public beach. More precisely, we can't allow anyone to see Rain in a swimsuit, otherwise, we'll have to fend off a frenzied crowd of admirers. It'll be worse than Godgrave. Rain laughed. Tamar might have been joking, but she was also somewhat correct. If the three of them donned swimwear and appeared on a public beach, it would probably cause quite a stir. After all, most people there were mundane. Tell looked Rain up and down and sighed. True. Rain grinned. You two aren't so bad yourself. In fact, a couple of guys have been staring at us for the last 10 minutes. Tamar raised an eyebrow. Huh? Where? She seemed a little embarrassed. After all, she was supposed to be the bodyguard, and yet Rain noticed that someone had been watching them first. There were indeed two young men not too far away, seemingly enjoying a picnic. They were not very obvious about it, but Rain had not missed the intense gazes the young men were throwing in their direction from time to time. Tell looked around, then frowned, her expression darkened a little. Oh. I think I know one of them. Let's go somewhere else. Please? Neither Rain nor Tamar had any objections, so they left their bench and headed for the park exit. The two young men just happened to catch up with them a minute later, though. Rain glanced at them with curiosity. They were a little older than the three girls and seemed earnest enough. They were quite handsome, too handsome to be mundane or merely awakened, even. Their figures were lean and athletic, and their light summer clothes did nothing to hide the defined lines of their sculpted muscles. She would not have minded sparing them a little time, but Tell's negative reaction had already created a bad first impression. Can this be? One of the young men smiled and bowed slightly. Greetings, fair ladies. I am deeply sorry if my friend and I are intruding upon your stroll, but we could not help but admire your sublime radiance from afar. Truly, it can only be compared to the alluring wonder of the mirror lake glistening under the radiant sun, fresh and vivacious, full of promise so enchanting that no honeyed words can describe. Rain blinked and stared at him with wide eyes. What is he saying? The other young man froze, then paled and furtively raised a hand to cover his face. And thus, captivated and bewitched by the 3 breathtaking fairies that must have descended from heaven to illuminate this dolorous world with their youthful charm, we cannot help but hope that you would join us for a humble picnic. Please, I beg of you, will you bestow the precious gift of your sweet company upon us? My heart is like a bird trapped in a cage, beating wildly in anticipation. The peculiar guy finally finished speaking, glanced at their startled expressions, and then added hurriedly, "Oh. Forgive my lack of manners. I was so enamored by your spectacular beauty that I forgot to introduce myself. I am Master Tristan, and this is my friend, Master Mercy." Arg, now, how do I refuse them politely? Rain blinked a couple of times, Tell shifted slightly, and Tamar just stared at the 2 young men with a deadpan expression. A few seconds later, she said dully, "Tristan? You're Tristan of Aegis Rose?" The young man beamed. "So you've heard of me? Well, I can't say I'm surprised. The stories of my martial prowess have spread far and wide, after all." Tamar nodded. "Oh, I think I killed a cousin of yours at Gotthard." The young man froze. Pardon?" Tamar studied him for a few seconds, then shrugged. "Well, who knows? I might have. I am Lady Tamar of Sorrow, formerly a centurion of the 7th Royal Legion. And these are my friends." Tristan's expression changed. 7th Royal Legion? 7 Royal Legion? The other young man opened his eyes wide and reached for his friend. "Tristan, wait." But Tristan did not wait. "The army of that dishonorable, diabolical wench, Xianxia of Song? Bah. I take it back, then. I have to. My honor will not allow me to stay quiet. You are no fairy, my lady. You must be an evil seductress, instead." But he could say anything else. There was a loud sound, and Master Tristan was suddenly facing the other way, the silhouette of a delicate palm clearly imprinted on his cheek. Rain shook her hand in the air with a pained expression. Ouch. Her hand hurt, but she was satisfied. This was a full outing experience now. Granted, it would have been better if the person she slapped was not a master. Masters really had hard jaws. Looking at the stunned Ascended, Rain smiled. "That was not very chivalrous of you, don't you think, Master Tristan? After all, you approached us first, how can you call my friend a seductress?" She shook her head. "I am sorry, but we will have to refuse your invitation for a picnic. Now, if you'll excuse us." Giving the other master a slight bow, she grabbed Tell and Tamar and dragged them away. Rain waited until they were far enough away before exploding into laughter. Tristan and Mercy, meanwhile, were left behind to their own devices. Tristan massaged his cheek, a confused expression on his face. Did this slap feel peculiarly familiar? Eventually, he sighed and glanced at Mercy with reproach. "The worst thing they can say is no, huh?" Mercy took a deep breath, shook his head, and walked away in dejected silence. Sadly, everything good had to come to an end. After enjoying a fun and exciting morning out with Tamar and Tell, Rain bid them farewell. Tamar was on leave today, so she returned to the manor her family was renting in Bastion. Tell, meanwhile, had an appointment with the head of a merchant group that wanted to establish a trade caravan to the Chained Isles. Rain herself changed out of her cute dress into the puppeteer's shroud. The dress, the pretty shoes, and the earrings went into the bag of withholding. A thermos full of steaming coffee came out instead, and she let out a deep sigh of satisfaction after taking a sip, her back leaning against a wall in a secluded alley. A few seconds later, her brother stepped out of the shadows and gave her a peculiar look. Rain raised an eyebrow. "What?" He lingered for a bit, then shook his head. "No, it's nothing. Just, good job." That only made her more confused. "With what?" He grinned. "Slapping that buffoon, naturally." "Arg, you really made your big brother proud. I guess it's true what they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Rain blinked a couple of times. Did her brother know that bizarre guy, Tristan? Well, in hindsight, that was only to be expected. The world of legacies was quite small, after all, and the Aegis Rose clan was prominent. Tel seemed to be familiar with at least one of the two young masters, too. It was a bit concerning, though, to hear that she was starting to behave like Sunny. That would be a disaster. Only Sunny could pull off being Sunny. Clearing her throat, she offered him her hand and smiled. In any case, I am ready to go. He pulled her into the shadows, and a moment later, they were on the Ivory Island. The emerald grass moved softly in the warm wind, and the sun was shining on the glistening surface of a small lake. The radiant white pagoda rose into the sky behind them, embraced by the white bones of a dragon that coiled around it. No matter how many times Rain visited the tranquil island, she could not help but feel a sense of awe. She could not help feeling out of place here, either, as if she was a mortal who had accidentally found her way into heaven. Rain glanced around carefully. We're outside? Her business on the Ivory Island was of a clandestine kind. So, her brother would usually bring her directly into the tower in order to avoid prying eyes. He nodded. We had visitors earlier, but they have already departed. So, you can relax. They headed toward the Tower of Hope at a comfortable pace. Before too long, Rain looked up and asked suddenly. By the way, I've always been curious, what is that dead dragon doing here? At first, she had simply assumed that everything on the Ivory Island was mysterious and mystical. But as she grew more familiar with the place, the sun-bleached bones of the great beast began to look out of place. Her brother glanced at the ancient remains and smiled. Oh, him? His name was Severus, the Ivory Lord. He was the ruler of a place called the Ivory City, a descendant of Sun God, and one of the 7 immortal saints who guarded the Demon of Hope. Well, before he went insane and died. Rain looked at her brother in surprise. Really? Wait, how do you know all of this? He lingered for a moment. Arg, well. Some people you know met him in their second nightmare. How do you think Nightingale got that fancy title of his, the Dragon Slayer? Rain's eyes widened a little. Saint Kai? He killed this giant dragon? Her brother chuckled. Sure. Naturally, he was not Saint Kai back then, merely awakened Kai. That crazy fellow. He literally jumped into the dragon's maw to kill him. Nightingale, he might look like a softie, but let me tell you, that was not even the only dragon he has killed. He grew silent for a moment, then added in an incredulous tone. Now that I think about it, despite all that, he doesn't just look like a softie, he is a softie, a dragon-slaying softie. What a paradox. Rain giggled and glanced at her brother sideways. Oh? Just out of curiosity, how numerous dragons did you kill? He frowned, remained silent for a while, and then confessed reluctantly. None. I did get into a fistfight with a dragon once, though. She groaned. Why did I even ask? Soon enough, they arrived in a spacious chamber on one of the higher floors of the ivory tower. Lady Nephice was waiting there, looking into the window. Hearing them enter, she looked around and smiled. Rain. Rain bowed respectfully, momentarily blinded by her breathtaking gorgeousness. Teacher. Lady Nephice sighed. I told you not to be so formal. Just call me big sister. Rain paled a little. I wouldn't dare. How can I call you that, teacher? You are a sovereign. Her brother stared at her, mouth agape. Hey, wait a second. I am a sovereign, too. How come you have no problem calling me big brother? As well as all kinds of other, far less flattering things. Rain and Nephice both glanced at silently. Right. Her brother was a sovereign, too. She scrunched her face for a moment. Well, it's his own fault. Who told him to act so, unsovereignly? Lady Nephice, Sunny, and Rain, the relationship between the three of them was a bit peculiar. Rain knew that her brother and the gorgeous goddess of humanity were an item. To be honest, she was more than a little bit proud of him in that regard. Way to go, brother. Of all the astonishing deeds he had accomplished, charming the radiant changing star, quite literally the most outstanding woman in the world, was maybe the most outrageous. At the same time, it also felt rewardingly fitting. Who else was good enough for her brother, after all? Nobody. Meanwhile, Rain and Lady Nephice had shared a brief connection in the past, as well. Lady Nephice even seemed to remember her. She also knew that Rain was her partner's disciple. However, Sunny was keeping the fact that Rain was his sister a secret, for some reason. At least that was how it seemed. Sometimes, it felt like Lady Nephice was aware that they were family, but sometimes, it felt like she was not. Rain had tentatively tried to bring it up in the past, but to no avail. In any case, she could not bring herself to act informally around her breathtaking sister-in-law. Shall we begin the lesson? Luckily, Lady Nephice saved her from having to answer. Her brother sighed and left them, saying that he would come pick up Rain in a few hours. The lesson began. Lady Nephice glanced at Rain calmly. Your channeling has become sufficiently stable now, Rain. You are progressing very rapid, so, starting today, I will teach you names that are far more perilous than what we have learned so far. These names can destroy a shaper if the shaper loses control of them, so you must never waver while invoking them. Rain listened, her eyes glistening with lively interest. Rain knew that she had a talent for the sorcery of names. In fact, she was more or less born to be a shaper. Humans all spoke the same language these days, but before the dark times, people of Earth had spoken all kinds of them. Pieces of these languages still remained, passed down among family members for generations, and academics had to learn the basics of a few if they wished to study the past. Naturally, there were powerful machines capable of translating ancient texts for them, as well. Then there was the dream realm and the nightmare spell, which translated the dead languages of the fallen civilizations for the awakened. There was the language that the nightmare spell itself used, too. Rain had not understood why her brother insisted on teaching her these dead languages, but in hindsight, it was a very useful skill to have. She had noticed that numerous of the dream realm languages were similar to each other a long time ago, almost as if they shared a common source. The runic language of the nightmare spell was the closest to that source, but it was still merely an adaptation of it. Having studied shaping for a while now, Rain had come to believe that there was one true language out there, woven into the very fabric of existence, a language where every word was a true name. The language of the gods. Unlike the human languages, which had been invented, this one was inherent to reality, both shaped by the world and shaping the world. Therefore, speaking the words of that language was no different from reshaping the world. That was what shapers did. By channeling true names and assembling them into verses, they could change the world in accordance with their will. However, not just anyone could become a shaper. The knowledge of true names was esoteric and lost. Anyone could learn the true names as long as they found one, though, and yet, very few could actually speak them. After all, these names were never meant to be spoken by a human. They were meant to be spoken by the gods. Most people simply did not have the talent to master the true names, but rare individuals like Rain and Lady Nephice could, to a degree. Still, it wasn't easy. The true names were elusive. Even learning one did not mean that you could know it. The knowledge of a true name was effervescent, straining to erase itself, as if something that was not supposed to be retained by a human mind, like an object placed into an ill-fitting vessel. Speaking the true names was difficult, too. Even if one had the talent, they had to practice relentlessly in order to realize it. Then, there was the act of invoking the true names itself. Channeling them required a deep well of endurance, soul power, and a firm will. Faltering during an invocation could not only ruin the sorcery, but also harm the sorcerer. And finally, there was the process of assembling the verses. That aspect of shaping was not particularly hard or punishing, but demanded a lot of creativity from the shaper. That was the part Rain enjoyed the most. Lady Nephice was the only other shaper she knew, and it was interesting to see how different their talents were. Overall, Rain judged herself to be a more talented shaper, which did not mean that she was a more powerful one, though. Due to her innate attribute, poet, Rain could learn and speak true names easily. Building verses came naturally to her, as well. However, Lady Nephi's was indomitable. Once she learned a true name, that name could never escape her, therefore, she carried an astonishingly broad library of them in her mind. And while Rain had an easier time speaking the names, her teacher could channel them much more effectively due to how uncompromising her will was. Rain not really sure, but she strongly suspected that neither of them was an ordinary shaper. True shapers of the ancient past could neither have invoked the sorcery of names as easily as Rain could nor have known as countless names as Lady Nephi knew, most likely. Therefore, they would have probably been astonished by the speed with which both of them were absorbing shaping. Today's lesson was, honestly, a bit alarming. The true names Lady Nephi spoke were so violent and destructive that Rain wasn't sure she could channel them without destroying her own soul. Her teacher, naturally, had no such problem. There did not exist a name that Lady Nephi would not dare invoke, and no name she would fail to tame. After a while, Rain was covered in sweat and trembling from exhaustion. Her essence was on the verge of running out. "Let us finish here." Nodding, Rain collapsed on the floor. There was no furniture in the spacious chamber, but she was happy to feel the cool touch of the stone plates. After a while, she sat up and smiled. "I am not sure I will ever need to speak such horrible names, teacher. After all, I want to be a builder, not a natural disaster." Lady Nephi smiled faintly. "Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, Rain. You can't neglect one if you want to master the other." Rain frowned a little, contemplating her words. Well, it made sense. If she wanted to build a bridge, she had to know all the ways in which the bridge could collapse, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to design it solidly enough to weather the burden of its own weight. Still, she didn't want to focus on learning true names that could be of use in a battle too much. Rain lingered for a while, then summoned the bag of withholding and pulled out a stack of paper, each page filled with neat, pretty handwriting. "Here is the new revision." She touched her hair in embarrassment. I did my best to expand on the points you asked for. It is a bit hard to put into words, though. I am sorry." Lady Nephi took the papers from her, studied them briefly, and nodded. "Thank you, Rain." Her expression grew a little wistful. After a few seconds of silence, Lady Nephi sighed. "You must be curious about how things are going, right?" Rain would lie if she said that she wasn't. In truth, she had come to Bastion not only to learn. She had also come here to teach. The knowledge of how to awaken naturally was too precious to keep for herself. Rain was the only person for now who had managed to not only awaken, but also unseal her aspect and flaw without the help of the nightmare spell. If she could teach other people how to achieve the same, far fewer of them would have to face the first nightmare, and far fewer of them would die. Like the first child of her parents had. Lady Nephi and Cassie wished to see more awakened in the world, as well, so they promised to support Rain fully. Due to the inherent danger of reshaping the very foundation of the world, her identity was kept secret for now, and the Immortal Flame clan served as her proxy in this endeavor. They were proceeding carefully. At this stage, only a select number of volunteers had been chosen to attempt natural awakening in secret, people of various ages, backgrounds, and professions, all united by the shared desire to help humanity grow stronger. But things were progressing slowly. It had taken Rain 4 years to awaken, but she was a pioneer. Those who would follow in her footsteps were supposed to enjoy a faster journey, and yet none of the volunteers were showing great results. Lady Nephi shook her head slightly. None of them have learned to control their soul essence yet, let alone attempted to form a soul core. However, there is good news as well. 2 volunteers are now showing initial signs of being able to sense their essence, a promising result, to say the least. I am sure we will have our first success eventually. She looked into the window. Naturally, by now, we have no choice but to admit that natural awakening will never be as speedy as the path offered by the nightmare spell. And the awakened who do emerge that way in the future would most likely never be as fearsome as those forged and tempered by the spell. Still, their power will supplement the power of humanity just as well, we just have to be mindful of the cost. The easiest way to help a mundane person awaken naturally was to let them absorb soul shards of awakened nightmare creatures. However, there were more and more carriers of the nightmare spell in the world these days, and all of them needed to saturate their cores in order to reach the pinnacle of their power. So, natural awakening did promise to produce a tectonic shift in the fate of humanity. However, it was not a panacea to the problems that plagued it. Lady Nephice glanced at the papers in her hand and smiled softly. Still, thank you, Rain. One day in the future, when the world becomes kind enough, children will not have to become fearsome warriors anymore. When that day comes, this effort of yours will save myriad lives. No words can express my gratitude. Rain glanced away and blushed. That is all right. All I did was hunt a few nightmare creatures with Big Brother's help, fall into a canyon, and trek across a muddy plain. It was not a big deal. Lady Nephice chuckled quietly and patted Rain on the shoulder. I hope you didn't include this observation in your notes. We wouldn't want our volunteers to start jumping into random canyons, would we? Chapter 2297 A Night in Bastion Plus, Turn Off Reset. The sun was already setting above Bastion by the time Nephice returned to her spacious chamber at the pinnacle of the ivory tower. The horizon was burning with a beautiful conflagration of red and golden hues, while the sky above the mirror lake had already turned a deep shade of indigo, countless stars glistening on its satin canvas like silver jewels. The pale disk of the full moon was already rising, too. The shadows had grown deep and vague, embracing the world. As Nephice walked to the balcony and looked down, Sunny rose from her shadow and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Long day? Nephice inhaled deeply, then let out a long sigh. Yeah. Both of them watched the reflection of the moon move across the surface of the water in silence. After a while, Sunny tightened his embrace a little. You can rest easy tonight. I am keeping watch. In truth, Nephice did not always stay in Bastion. Most of her time was spent on various battlefields, in the nebulous waters of the Storm Sea, in the dreadful reaches south of Godgrave, in the lethal cold of the frozen hell west of Ravenheart. If not there, she was leading humanity to war in the waking world, even if the world itself suppressed her powers and rejected her presence. She was fighting hard to postpone the collapse of human civilization on Earth and prepare the dream realm for the arrival of countless refugees who would flee their dying world. Above all else, she was relentlessly searching for more citadels, those of them that had not been discovered and conquered yet, all in order to empower the human domain as much as she could and pave the way for the human sovereigns who would come in her wake. Sunny was fighting, too, albeit in a more clandestine manner. But every month, when the full moon rose above Bastion, both Nephice and Sunny had to be here. That was because the cursed demon they had unleashed upon the true Mirror Lake to stop Mordred was still there, hidden in reflections. It stayed safely contained on the other side of the Great Mirror most of the time, but on these few days when the boundary between the two versions of Bastion grew thin, its dark influence sometimes escaped the reflection of the moon. That was why they had to keep watch. Nephs put her hands on his and leaned back a little in his firm embrace, allowing herself to be supported by his body. I am not that tired. I slept well last night. As Supremes, they did not have to sleep every night, or even often, in theory. However, Nephice was under constant strain because of her flaw, so Sunny encouraged her to rest and recuperate as much as her impossibly busy schedule allowed. As the last light of day was drowning in the encroaching darkness, she asked, "How did your battle go?" Sunny chuckled. "It went fine, I guess. I managed to kill one of the tyrants, so I will get to their nest soon. However, my shell was dismantled in no time. I was completely overwhelmed. Even though I was stronger than any individual abomination there, and none of them possessed a will more firm than mine, the collective willpower of the swarm was like a dark tsunami. The more I moved, the more it felt like I was drowning in a mire. It was as if a great weight was pulling me down, making my steps slower and my arms weaker. Even though I could cut them, I struggled to land my strikes." Nephice remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully, "It is probably because you wield your will like a blade." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" She considered her words for a moment. I only realized it recently, but the will, it is not a uniform force. Rather, everyone wields their own version of it. Your will, Sunny, is especially biased. It is built entirely around your killing intent. I am not even sure if there is a difference between the two. So, you wield your will like a weapon. He chuckled. What is wrong with that? What happened to the essence of combat is murder? Nephi smiled softly. It is murder, not a weapon. The sword you wield is important, but so is the hand that holds it. Ultimately, the true weapon is your body. What I mean to say is that you should wrap your will around your entire self, not just infuse your blade with it. That way, you might find it easier to move even when facing an overwhelming foe. Sunny thought about it. Will was a force, and like any other force, there was a difference between simply wielding it and wielding it effectively. That difference was technique. Both he and Nephi were novices in that area, so they often shared their insights and helped each other improve. I should not be too biased toward killing in order to be a better murderer, huh? He smiled, amused by the contradiction. I'll try it the next time I have a chance. Then, Sunny pulled her back gently. Come inside. Even if you are not going to sleep, at least meditate a little. With what is happening in the Western Quadrant, you will most likely have to return to the East. We both know how draining it is to linger at home. They returned to the chamber and soon found themselves on a sofa, his hand still wrapped around her waist. Nephi relaxed, closing her eyes, while Sunny stared at the wall. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, she asked. What are you thinking about? Sunny chuckled. Me? Oh. I was just thinking how boring our lives have gotten. Nephi shifted and looked up at him, her gray eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Boring? Our lives? He nodded. Well, true, we are probably the busiest people in the world, 2 worlds, even. Apart from Cassie, that is. But thinking back to how I lived before becoming awakened, actually, there was much more entertainment involved. Bread and circuses, right? Free food and entertainment, that has been the formula for pacifying a restless population from before the dark times. Only it's synth-paced and network comics now, I suppose. The government wisely made both easily accessible even to people in the outskirts. Sunny let out a sigh. But when was the last time we read a fun book, enjoyed a comic, swooned over a drama, or watched a movie? I can't even remember. Most of these things can't even be done in the dream realm. Granted, we seem to have electricity now. Who knows? Maybe there will be a movie theater in Bastion soon, or at least a radio station. Nephi studied him for a few moments, then smiled and closed her eyes again. There might not be a movie theater in Bastion, but there are plenty of theaters. There are also printing presses in most citadels now. Nobody has published a novel yet, but there are already newspapers and magazines. Some are even publishing serials. Oh, and there will be the dreamscape here soon, too. As long as we can figure out how to ward off the horrors who keep invading it. She paused for a moment, then added wistfully. But I get what you mean. To be honest, I can't remember the last time I simply listened to music either. Having a radio station would be nice. Sunny laughed quietly. 3 billion people are pouring their longing onto you, but little do they know, all their goddess wants is to be able to fangirl over her favorite idols in peace from the safety of her heavenly island. Nephi smiled sleepily. Yeah, that'd be great. Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then carefully unwrapped his hands from around her and reached into the shadows. Instead of a sword, however, what he pulled out of them this time was a black flute. Bringing it to his lips, he blew into it tentatively and then placed his fingers on its smooth body. Soon, a soothing melody spread across the chamber gently, lulling Nephi to sleep. Night settled over Bastion. Sunny continued to play the flute while watching over the city below. Somewhere in the city, Rain was sleeping soundly, having shunned her dormitory bunk for the lavish guest room of Tamar's family manor. Beth and Quentin were having a romantic dinner on the deck of a restaurant boat. Effie and her husband were tucking little Ling to sleep. Sunny's thoughts were peaceful and lazy. I might not be Knight of Night and Gale, but if she wants to listen to music, I can make her wish come true. And speaking of Kai, back in the waking world, he was about to meet the dashing saint for the first time in a long while. Then, the two of them would go on an adventure. It will be like the good old times. Nothing bad or terrible will happen, I am sure. Now a demigod, Sunny returned to the outskirts of NQSC once again. Standing in a desolate alleyway formed by the crumbling walls of decrepit buildings, he inhaled the toxic air deeply and grimaced. The smell was definitely nostalgic, but he did not feel welcome here. Not only because the outskirts had changed just as thoroughly as he had, but also because the world itself was rejecting him. Sunny exhaled slowly, struggling with the uncomfortable feeling of being out of place. His powers were severely suppressed, and every breath he took was a struggle. A strange lethargy enveloped his mind, making him numb and drowsy. Worst of all, he could feel the very fabric of reality straining to push him out, so he had to consciously will himself to stay in place every single moment. It was like the familiar action of pulling on his tether to travel between worlds, only extended in perpetuity. If he relaxed his grip even for a second, he would be banished back to the dream realm. Sunny was not in pain, but he still wanted to groan. How disheartening. Even if he had never harbored any affection for the outskirts, feeling like an unwelcome guest in his own homeworld felt a little bitter. Sunny was pretty sure that he was the only man from the slums of NQSC to have become supreme, so shouldn't his return here have been a triumph? In any case, he was wary. The outskirts were different now. This area in particular was completely abandoned in the wake of the Dream Realm resettlement. There were no people around, which meant that other things could have made their nests in the desolate concrete jungle. Sunny was not powerless in his current state, but he was definitely far more vulnerable than he would be in the Dream Realm. It was quite interesting, actually. Both Sunny and Nephi's experienced the rejection of their homeworld differently from how most other Supremes would, and were on the opposite ends of the spectrum to boot. For Sunny, it was much harder to stay here. That was because he carried his entire domain within his soul, and therefore, the laws governing the waking world rebelled against his burdensome presence with extra fury. However, for Nephi's, it was actually much easier to stay on Earth than it would have been for other Supremes. That was because of her original attribute, Dream Spawn, which made her a being innately connected to both worlds. Nevertheless, she could not unleash her powers freely here, either, simply because of how devastating and destructive they were. The waking world was intricate and fragile, its damaged ecosystem brittle. If Nephi's was not careful with how she used her aspect, she could shatter entire continents, cause towering tidal waves that would wash human settlements off the face of the earth, usher in an endless winter by obscuring the sun with billowing clouds of ash, and initiate devastating chains of supervolcanic eruptions that would boil the oceans and fracture the land. So, even if the world was not suppressing Neph's power as much, she had to keep it contained herself. I wonder if either of us will be able to return here at all if we become sacred. Sunny suspected that his days of visiting the waking world, at least, would be over forever. Leaning against the wall, he sighed deeply. When is he coming? Just then, there was the sound of footsteps, and a tall figure entered the alley, looking around with curiosity. It was Kai, wearing a ridiculously fitting ensemble of stylish designer clothes, his magnetic green eyes and auburn hair standing out in the morose bleakness of the outskirts like a bright beacon. Noticing Sunny, he hesitated for a moment, then smiled amicably. Oh. Hello there, young man. You must be a member of the Shadow Clan. Please, take me to your lord. We have an appointment. Sunny stared at him in confusion. What is this fool going on about? Then, it dawned on him. Kai had never seen the Lord of Shadows without a mask, and unlike Effie, who resided in Bastion, he had never encountered Master Sunless either. So, he must have imagined what every new recruit of the Shadow Clan imagined when entering the Dark Castle for the first time, a sinister, cold, and arrogant tyrant sitting on a throne of bones. Instead, he met Sunny, who was younger than him by a few years, and looked even younger still due to his modest stature, slender build, and porcelain skin. Kai suddenly leaned forward a little and looked at Sunny with wide eyes. I am sorry, B, but, may I ask what skin products you use? The climate in Ravenheart is too harsh, so I've been really struggling. Sunny stared at him silently, hiding how dumbfounded he was. What? That was what Kai wanted to know. And more than that, wasn't he a transcendent? What saint would go around worrying about skin products? Were there even skin products for saints? Eventually, Sunny said in an even tone. You may. Kai raised an eyebrow. Pardon? Sunny looked at him for a few more moments, then smiled. I mean, you may ask. My skincare routine is a bit convoluted, though. Listen carefully. First, you need to find a suit of armor forged by the Prince of the Underworld. Then, you need to kill about 7,000 of nightmare creatures while wearing that armor to bind it to your soul. The rest is pretty straightforward, you just need to conquer the second and third nightmares, which you already have covered, and then attain supremacy. That is the secret of how to get glowing, dewy skin like mine. Kai stared at him with wide eyes. After a while, he mumbled in a hesitant tone, he's not lying? Sunny grinned. Of course, I am not. I am the most honest man in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even. Then, he raised a hand and patted the taller man on the shoulder. I'm the Lord of Shadows, by the way. You can call me Sunny. Chapter 2299 Name of the Shadow plus, Turn off reset. Looking at the dazed expression on Kai's face, Sunny couldn't help but smile. Ah, yes. This is it. This is the feeling. He had been right. This adventure was going to be just like the good old days. Ignorant of the quiet satisfaction Sunny was feeling, Kai finally managed to shake off his confusion. He remained silent for a few seconds, then asked in a tone of pure bewilderment. Sunny? Your name is... Sunny? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Well, I guess it's technically a nickname. Why? Kai blinked a couple of times, then smiled slightly. No, it's just, a bit ironic, considering that you are the Lord of Shadows. Not the kind of name I would have expected the Lord of Shadows to have. Sunny gave him a peculiar look. You didn't really think that when I was born, my mom gave me one look and went, oh, your name will be the Lord of Shadows. Did you? Kai tilted his head a little, a thoughtful look on his face. A few seconds later, he sighed dejectedly. Now that you say it, it does sound preposterous. But somehow, that seems to be exactly what I thought. How stupid of me. He smiled. Not that I gave the matter of your birth a lot of thought. I just sort of imagined you crawling out of a dark cave as a fully formed adult or being born in a sinister dark temple somewhere in the dream realm. Stuff like that. Sunny stared at him, lost for words. I was born in a rundown public hospital a few blocks away from here. It was a completely normal birth. Seeing Kai nod in understanding, Sunny thought for a moment, then added nonchalantly. Well, to be fair, a huge shadow did swallow the sun the moment I was born, plunging the entire world into darkness. But that kind of stuff happens all the time, right? Total solar eclipses were not that rare, after all. Kai fell deathly silent, for some reason. It seemed that astronomy wasn't his strong suit. Sunny glanced at him and shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, my full name is Sunless. The charming saint suddenly seemed much more at ease. Ah. Supreme Sunless. That sounds far more fitting. Then, he gave Sunny a long look and added hesitantly. But, I must admit. I did hear a few things about how you really look from Effie, and yet, to think that you would hide such a face behind a mask, Sunless. That mask really doesn't do you justice. So numerous things are making sense now. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Like what? Kai smiled. Well, this and that. Shall we go now? Sunny shrugged and grabbed his shoulder. Sure, let's go. Kai concentrated, pulling on his tether. A cold wind suddenly blew across the alleyway, toppling a pile of garbage nearby. And then, nothing happened. Sunny looked at Kai with a silent question, prompting him to cough in embarrassment. That. I am sorry. It seems like I can't carry you to the dream realm. It feels like trying to move a mountain. It made sense, in hindsight. It would have already been hard for a saint to transport a sovereign across the realm boundary. But Sunny was also carrying tens of thousands of shades, many of them of the supreme rank, within his soul, not to mention the sacred shade of condemnation. It was no surprise that Kai couldn't carry his weight. Shaking his head, Sunny sighed. That's a bit inconvenient. Kai seemed genuinely concerned. So, will you have to traverse the Hollow Mountains? Or bring your entire citadel to Ravenheart? Not really. Kai let out a relieved sigh. Wait. Who said that? He spun around and looked at a second Sunny who had appeared out of shadows a moment prior. The newcomer raised a hand in greeting, then placed it on Kai's other shoulder. Soon enough, the three of them were standing in a secluded ravine in the wilderness outside Ravenheart. The second Sunny gave them a somber look, then turned away. Well, I'll be off. A moment later, he was gone, disappearing into the shadows. Sunny looked around with a curious expression. The fields are this close, already? Kai, meanwhile, stared at him with a distant expression. Lord of Shadows. Sunless. Sunny. What just happened? Sunny lingered for a few seconds, distracted by observing their surroundings. Oh, that? It was just a different incarnation of mine. Actually, I have 7 tethers spread around the dream realm. This guy is still tethered in Ravenheart, even though he's mostly staying in Bastion these days. So, he brought us here and left, poor bastard. Now, he'll either have to get Cassie to bring him back or travel all the way to the Mirror Lake on foot. Then, he added in a grumbling tone. But that's the least that punk deserves. Out of all of us, he has the nicest job. Staying with Nephice and relaxing on the Ivory Island. Even though that avatar was merely a part of Sunny, Sunny still envied him, himself. Kai blinked a couple of times, slowly digesting what he heard. Then, he frowned suddenly. Wait, but if you had a tether in Ravenheart, then why did you ask me to pick you up in NQSC? Sunny gave him a dubious look. Because I could? Listen, Nightingale, the logistics of operating 7 bodies at the same time are no joke. The least you can do is make my life a little easier. Kai seemed thoughtful for a few seconds, then nodded. That must be tough. I am sorry. I must say I am surprised, though, to know that one of your incarnations has been tethered in Ravenheart all this time. Sunny shrugged. Why not? I lived here for 4 years. Kai seemed surprised. You did? Sunny smiled, then nodded. Sure. I even watched a majestic dragon fly across the sky from time to time. Kai coughed. Oh. I see. It's a bit peculiar, though, as you know, I have great eyesight. I think I would have noticed someone like you looking at me. Sunny chuckled. Well, I was living in the shadow of a mundane girl back then. I only ever came out when no one was watching. Noticing that Kai was looking at him with an odd expression, he frowned. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Kai let out a long sigh, then shook his head. It's nothing. Are we going to take a look at the volcano first? Sunny nodded. Yes. You can fly there. I'll follow. With that, he dismissed his human manifestation and hid himself in Kai's shadow. Kai shivered, for some reason, and then forced out a pale smile. Oh, all right. Make yourself at home, I guess. With that, he rose into the air and flew toward the fuming volcano. Teasing Kai was fun. It felt warm and familiar, so much so that Sunny even managed to forget that he was forgotten, for a while. He felt like he had gained his friend back once again. But at the same time it was also faintly bitter. Just as bitter as being around Effie and Jet felt, and Cassie, as well, to a lesser extent. And even though the sweetness hid the bitterness most of the time, so did being with Nephice. Hiding in Kai's shadow, Sunny reflected on his strange existence. Did it even matter if the people he cared about remembered him? He was still with them. He was still there to help and protect those he wanted to protect. Some of the new relationships he had built with them were no less meaningful than what they had been in the past, almost. But it all felt incomplete. Even though Sunny wanted to deny it, he could not close his eyes to the truth. A more enlightened person might have been satisfied with simply being by their side, but Sunny was greedy. His avarice knew no bounds. He wanted to be known, remembered, and loved. However, the cold hard truth was etched into his heart, no matter how much he wanted to deceive himself. It was just as what he had realized back there, on the shattered battlefield in Godgrave, after learning that being worshipped and loved by humanity would become its doom. Nobody could truly love him, because nobody could truly know him. Arg. How come I am suddenly in such a grim mood? In truth, Sunny did not feel the bitterness most of the time. He did not feel like an outsider when spending time with Rain or weaving elaborate schemes with Cassie. He did not feel like the affection Nephi's felt for him insincere, even if it was not quite as deep as the affection he felt for her. He was still the first, one, and only man in her heart. His fateless life was not at all unpleasant. So it was peculiar to find himself falling into the whirlpool of negative thoughts all of a sudden. But really, Sunny knew why. It was because of what Yuri's had told him about the apotheosis. Because for the first time in a long while, he had been forced to acknowledge the inevitability of the choice he would have to make. Regain his fate or refuse it. Bind himself to someone, or remain free from everyone. Freedom is a lonely place, I guess. Sunless? Sunny belatedly noticed that Kai had already reached the crater of the great volcano. Rising from the shadows, he felt a fiery heat caress his skin and waved a hand, trying to dispel the suffocating smoke that surrounded them. He could taste ash on his tongue. Frowning, Sunny manifested the jade mantle and hid his face behind a helmet. So, there's seismic anomalies coming from below? Kai had summoned his ivory armor. Yes. I've been told that you can sense what is happening deep inside the volcano. Oh. I've been told that I'll need to accompany you on a clandestine mission, as well. I'd feel better if we ensured the safety of the city first. Sunny nodded. I can indeed perceive things from great distances. Let's get closer to the main shaft first. As they ventured to descend lower into the crater, he asked. Can't you see through things, though? Why didn't you just peer into the depths of the volcano yourself? Kai hesitated for a few seconds. I did. But then I stopped, fearing that whatever dwells there will feel me watching. Most of his face was obscured by a helmet now, but Sunny could still tell that Kai smiled. Please don't misunderstand. I am ready to face and destroy that creature. But destroying it without causing an eruption or an earthquake that would damage the city might prove problematic. Having a Supreme nearby seemed like a wise precaution. Kai paused, then asked carefully. As for that mission we are supposed to accomplish, might I inquire about its nature? As well as why you would require my assistance with it? Sunny smiled faintly. We'll be searching for something in the Jade Palace. I am not entirely sure what that object is, but recovering it will probably involve some measure of danger. He remained silent for a moment, then added calmly. As for why you need to help me out personally, well, first of all, I am not omnipotent. I may require assistance. More importantly, though, it is a chance for the two of us to spend time together. Kai blinked a couple of times. And do the two of us need to spend time together? Sunny chuckled. That depends on you, really. Think of it as an internship. Before Kai could ask, he explained the issue in more detail. You should know by now that a couple of Supremes will not be able to protect humanity once the true crisis comes. Nephi's and I will have to attempt apotheosis sooner rather than later, meaning that we will have to challenge the fifth nightmare, most likely. However, there is no guarantee that we will survive. Even if we do, conquering it is bound to take considerable time. His expression darkened. But things are already this bad, and they'll only get worse in the future. As the only Supremes defending humanity at the moment, we can't abandon our responsibilities and disappear. So, new Supremes will have to rise before we attempt to become sacred. Kai contemplated his words in silence, then asked somberly. I guess you are telling me this because I am a candidate? Sunny nodded. Who else? You, Jet, Effie, Cassie, perhaps some of the Song Sisters or Morgan, if we can find where she is. But the four of you first and foremost. If you are willing, naturally. Kai laughed quietly. I don't think we have a choice. Or rather, we made that choice a long time ago. So, yes. I can't speak for the rest, but I am willing. Even if it kills me. Sunny gave him a long look. That's great. However, the point is to make sure that it doesn't kill you. So, that's why you get an exclusive adventure with the world's most handsome Supreme. Kai smiled. None of us have seen the one on the moon yet, so technically, we don't know who the most handsome Supreme is. Sunny looked at him with a scandalized expression. Listen. I know that we are best friends, but that was a profound betrayal. Kai seemed to flinch, then mumbled in a stifled tone. He does know it, he believes that he knows it? Is he immune to my flaw? Sunny laughed. Soon, they reached the edge of an abyssal, smoke-filled chute. Somewhere far below, an angry glow was painting the world red. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and extended his shadow sense down, down and down, into the depths of the earth. Soon enough, his expression changed subtly. There's a creature down there, all right. Nothing too horrible, though, feels like a corrupted tyrant. Killing it quietly should not prove a problem. He hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed. Feels like a downgrade, really. The last time I went for a swim in a volcano, I was hugging a corrupted titan. Kai just gave him a silent stare. Eventually, he simply forced out. Oh. I hope you cut that creature down, Sunless. Sunny shook his head. Cut it down? No, not that one. He stretched, as if preparing to dive down. That one, I gnawed to death with my teeth. Leaving stunned Kai behind, he jumped into the dark chasm.